You're feeding them? If that.
Yo, 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 yo. The fuck?
Mic check 1 2 after the 1 3 A C A B A. Welcome to the stream with the meme game strong. We don't love the cop, but you can bet your sweet ass that we
Take two. What's going on, everybody? Hey, hey, hey.
with the finger wet.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
In the chat, my man's bred from the pigs.
He was dipping fast, dropping through this bushes like he was Bart Simpson's dad.
Cinnabunk in a Cinnabush. I might have to go and smoke on some Cinnacush. Lift up, it's hold the line, cause you know we're gonna fuck you one more time. Welcome to the street.
Yo, 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 yo.
We got all the blankets. Mods and workers too. At the church, that's
Volume just too loud, or what's going on with my noise gate? Oh yeah, it's a little loud.
is what we watch. Fuck the cops, we love to talk.
All right, what is going the fuck on, chat? Hey, what's up, Die Happy? What's up, Cheesy Bread? Let me get you guys over here so that I can look at you in the eyeballs. In the eyeballs when I'm watching you, you know what I mean? Bop and Wop, what's good? Dianac, Garvey, Northbound Train, what up, Gideot? What is up, Sakina, Joya, what's going on? Theo Bromo, what the fuck are you doing, man? What's going on? Chateau Lobby, what's up? What's up? Fakey Lips, Cheesy Bread, I think I already said. What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the stream. It's been a good day. Crazy Man, what's good? What's good? I didn't see you. Hey, hey. It's been a good day. I did some work this morning. So it turns out, you remember how I was telling you, like, or I don't know even know if I told you, but when I was in Chicago and I fucking got COVID, I had to get like, you know, I was like fucking doing all this horse shit to get healthcare in this fucked up shit ass country we live in. You know, and so I'm like calling these companies to get healthcare. I'm calling my insurance company. I live in LA in California, right? So it's out of network, out of state, and all of this shit. But they're like, no, it's covered as urgent care. If you go to urgent care in anywhere in the United States, it's covered, right? It's covered, right? And so it's like fucking hell, dude. It was so annoying. So anyway, I eventually found a company. And then I got on the phone with the company. I was like, I want to make sure this is covered by my insurance. Here's my insurance. They didn't want to tell me. So you know what I did? I did a 3-way call with my insurance and the company. The person from my insurance clarified to the company that I am in fact covered. Like everybody was on the same page. I wake up this morning, $380 fucking bill to my name that says you don't have insurance. So 2 hours later, on the phone with the billing company, on the phone with my insurance company, they're like, okay, just send us the bill, we'll figure it out. So I have to print the bill, and then this is the shittiest thing, dude. I talked to my insurance company. They're like, we don't have email. My insurance company told me in the year 2024 that they don't have email, that I have to fax or mail the bill to them. So I mailed it to them today. I was like, brother, I was like, okay, can you give me the address and the phone number to fax to? And then also, can I get like a time machine to go back to the fucking 90s so that I can learn how to use this shit? The woman, I got a belly laugh out of her for that, you know? So that made me feel good. But I heard her laugh really loud when I said that. And I was like, dude, this is insane. That's complete BS. They make it complicated as they can to reimburse. I mean, I know. That's why I was just like, I just need to get this done today, or I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna keep pushing it, and it's never gonna get done. And so I was like, okay. So we mailed it today. But dude, that's so annoying. It's still not even done. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to fucking pay for this shit. And honestly, I can't afford that kind of expense right now. Like, like the DNC was supposed to be like a big boon for my, for my channel, and like everybody was gonna be really cool and happy, and I was gonna like hopefully make money on that. I ended up losing like over $1,000 like by getting COVID and going there, and it's just gonna keep piling up. Which is whatever, dude. You have to take risks, and sometimes this shit turns out to be a bad investment. It's whatever. It's whatever. I'm still here. We're still hanging. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. But anyway, we got a bunch of good reacts tonight. We got Hasan interviewed Bernie. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Hasan Minaj interviewed Bernie. But anybody who comes in here... Anybody who comes in here and asks, don't tell them. Don't tell them. The better Hasan. Yeah, duh. The better Hasan. The cooler Hasan. The cooler Hasan. But we got a bunch of good videos I wanted to watch tonight. Some fun ones. We're going to get into politics, talk about Gaza, Palestine a little bit. And then we're going to get into U.S. colleges. Adam Conover had a new video about... college students, and then there's also, I wanted to pair it with a second thought video that I've been putting off for a long time about how U.S. colleges became corporations. So we'll have a little bit of higher education discussion tonight, and then there's a new That Dang Dad video. There's a new Good Work video. If we have enough time, FD Signifier made a video about iShow Speed, which is like sick. I definitely want to watch that. There's also Every Frame of Painting put out a new video. Every Frame of Painting. They haven't posted in like 7 years, dude. That's insanity. That's crazy. Every Frame of Painting used to be one of my very favorite channels, but they put out a new video, which is shocking. Can't wait to watch that. And then we got some stuff on Twitter that I want to talk about. So lots to do, so much to do, so little time. So little time. Let's waste it to begin with the video game donkey video. You know what I mean? We hit him with the donkey video.
Why didn't you tell me we were playing Tekken 3? I would have made this video 27 years ago if I knew we were playing this today.
Round 1. Fight.
Every song on this soundtrack, man.
Tekken was a game that I played, and like, I would just rent it. I never owned a Tekken, so I never got good at it, but I would rent them every time they came out and play them for like a week nonstop, and then have to return it.
The cover art is a dude.
The video's kind of quiet. Is my mic just loud, or... I was watching the podcast, which I fucking forgot to upload. I was watching the podcast, and if I felt like my voice was kind of quiet in the podcast. It was like one of 8 games I owned. Dude, fighting games are great value. Honestly, if I was a parent and I could only buy a few games a year for my kid, fighting games would definitely be one of them, because play the fighting game, get better, noob. You still can't beat me, so what the fuck are you doing talking to me? What are you doing talking to me about Minecraft? Go play Tekken. Go grind Tekken, you fucking noob. You know?
That's not even from Tekken. That's a new guy called Jin Kazama, the son of Kazuya, who is dead. He got killed in Tekken 2.
I'd say, son, if you can beat me in a best of 3 in Tekken, I will buy you a game. Any game you want. You will not get another game until you beat me in a best of 3 of Tekken.
He's never coming back. Hihachi threw him in the volcano. There's no way you can live through that, except Hihachi did in Tekken 2, but that only he can do that. Even before Big Mode came out, this game went Big Mode. That's what's crazy. Look at how many modes. Arcade mode, verse mode, team battle mode, time attack mode, survival mode, Tekken Force mode, practice mode. Come on,
option mode.
Now this is crazy. Look at this. Game option, BGM select. They did a whole alternate soundtrack just for the PlayStation version of Tekken. The Kuma that you play as in Tekken 3, that's not Kuma. No, that is Kuma 2. So Tekken 3, Kuma 2, okay? You get this? Kuma 2 is the son of the original Kuma who died of old age. Remember that fucked up Kuma? He died. Get that chicken, Kuma. Chicken. I need a chicken.
Chicken. Chicken.
Let's go for the arcade soundtrack. Watch what happens when I hit this button.
Kuma is bad though. Is he low tier? Damn.
Now I want to draw attention
Okay.
to something. Look at this. Look at how fast you can get up after you get knocked down. That's a huge innovation over the old Tekken. Bam. Bam. Look at the pants on this king. Look at those pants. Listen, if this was in Tekken 8, the only thing you would be talking about is the pants of Tekken 8. But in Tekken 3, you don't even talk about the pants. Think about that. Look at his shoes. If they had those shoes in Tekken 9, you couldn't get people to shut up about those shoes in
Bro, he's got the New Balances.
Tekken 9. But in Tekken
Those shoes are unironically very in fashion right now.
3, I wouldn't even acknowledge those shoes like I'm doing right now. Now, you know what's really crazy about this game? When you beat the game, you
The sound effects for that guy were awful. I could never play that guy. King, I could never play it because that sound effect.
Now, you know what's really crazy about this game? When you beat the game, you unlock a new character. You don't have to wait 8 months after the game came out and pay for the character separately. You just unlock the character by playing the game.
Thank you, Tekken 3.
Round 1. Fight.
What the This music is a whole different game. Wait a minute. Now it's Tekken. Now it's Tekken. Should I hit him with the door knocker? Knock, knock. You did.
Bust a Move was awesome.
Good boy. Kangaroo kick. Now he learned
I don't
that
think I've ever played that.
Roger, who is a kangaroo in Tekken. Whenever you die to Ogre, it says Game Ogre instead of Game Over. Now this is extremely important. Everybody pay attention to this. He got Ogre's blood in there. And they give it to this little mouse.
Oh no.
And that's the main villain of Tekken 4. Bam!
They gave the rat the ogre blood. What up, Cosmopolitics? How's it going?
I feel like a lot of the technology from this game was in Tekken 2, but
It's
Tekken 3
going.
is just
That's
where
true.
It just feels so like loose.
It won't stop.
Smooth, you know what I'm saying?
It never fucking stops. It just keeps going and it never fucking stops. Could it just stop for like one day? Could it just fucking stop, please?
It just feels so nice to play. There were so many moves per every character now. You could just pick up the controller and start button mashing and a move would come out because there's so many moves now.
That's why we need to strike. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I love how different each version of the soundtrack is too. Like the PS1 version has got like this intense, you know, crazy bass lines, like badass rock guitars. And then the arcade version is the more like chilled out version, you know, more cooled out.
Wait, where does this go hard?
Don't make me hit you with the left flamingo
That's great.
feint. I think this was in The Sopranos.
I love the synth in the background. The
Final round. Fight.
This song is so crazy.
Dude, this is the thing you gave the blood to the rat? Why? Look at that thing. Ogre. It's like a fucking dragon person.
And he sucks so much ass too. This movie's just called Shut Up. Shut up.
Why not? Good question.
This is for 40 years of macaroni and cheese.
You win.
Dude, what was that ad? Was the point of this ad
This is for 40 years of macaroni and cheese.
that he's beating the shit out of his wife because for 40 years the only food she's shown him the only food that she's made for him is macaroni and cheese? He's a cop? No, cops don't play Tekken. Cops play Ready or Not and like Call of Duty.
You win.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that was nice. This might be one of the first fighting games where you could just jump in and do combos, but knowing nothing.
If all conflict was resolved by fighting games, alternatively breakdance competition, the world would be a better place. This is true. This is true. Except Mexico, Pakistan, and Japan would like US would be up there in the top 5 still, but like those 3 countries would instantly become world powers. Ukraine, really? Ukraine's got some fighting game hands? I didn't know that. I know Pakistan got the Tekken skills like really good. Japan got like a lot of gaming, a lot of gamers. I feel like Korea also, just because like esports in Korea was like basically as big as the NFL in Korea, like in the 90s. People were like fucking breaking records watching StarCraft on national television and shit. Ukraine has some? Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. I feel like Ukrainians, are they fighting game champions though? I feel like Ukraine, and maybe this is just extension of Russia, but I feel like they're like CSGO. Like they're playing CSGO. Only. Yeah. And strategy games? Oh, interesting. I love strategy games. I love strategy games. It's probably one of my favorite genres. Sorry, I bumped into my keyboard there. With those two.
Oh, here we go. There's no beating this. Except for what he's doing.
Yeah, you can link it. A cool video. Oh, like an essay or something? I thought it was just like a song. Now we're gonna keep it going with the content I got planned. We got a lot to watch tonight.
Don't make me hit you with the Sailor Moon, the hot place special. Don't make me do it, Paul.
It's just something comfy and fun to watch while people
There it is, baby.
while people realize the best streamer on the platform is live right now. You know what I mean? Everybody's got to realize. Everybody's got to see it. They got to be like, whoa, that guy from the front page. Also, can we just talk about how weird it was that I was on the front page on, was that Thursday? Was that Thursday or Friday? I'm kind of shocked. Why? Like, what is Twitch thinking? Wait, you're on the front page? Yeah, on Thursday, dude. No, it wasn't while playing Deadlock. It was even worse. We were watching a Nick Crowley video. And it was like insane. Yeah, it was on Thursday. We had like 750 people in here. But not really. It's like not really. on the front. Like, I don't know. It was like an embed shit, right? So it's showing me 800 viewers or something. But then when I rated, only like 300 people or only like 180 people like went with my raid. So everybody else was just like a browser on a computer somewhere that was on the front page. You know what I mean? Was there a hype train? I know sometimes they'll put you on the front page for hype trains. No, but I was getting a lot of raids that night. I think I was just getting a ton of raids that night.
This is for 40 years of macaroni and cheese.
But yeah, I was also surprised that this is for 40 years of macaroni and cheese. Yeah. Yeah, we got Carter and Burb raids. We got a ton of raids that night, actually. But yeah, I was like, damn, Twitch, y'all putting, like, I got Marxism in my name. You're putting me on the front page? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't know how much of that is really like an individual choosing. Maybe we got some like Twitch staff in the chat who are fans or something, but if you are a Twitch staff in the chat, please do not tell me, and please do not mention to anybody that you work with that you watch me. I would rather be unnoticed. I would rather you not know. You know what I mean? Just act like you're an unsubscribed chatter at the top of the hour, watching ads, unable to see, unable to comment. You know what I mean? But did you guys know it's September? September. What? Beep, 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 beep. What? It's cheaper to sub, guys. Everybody, hands in the air. It's September. 25% off a sub. You can do them in bulk, too. Did you know you can do 3 months, 6 months subs for cheaper because it is September? So we're going to hit this stream and shit hard this month. Leading into TwitchCon. It's going to be a big-ass month for the channel. Get your ad-free viewing experience locked in now. I promise you, it's going to be worth it. Because you won't see ads like this one running right now. Minute 30 at the top of the hour.
Now, is King a human or a tiger? King is a young man who was raised in the original King's... Or, wait, King is dead too? Oh, what? How did I do that? No! What is this weird-ass input? You go boom? Jesus, I can't do that. Oh, I did. A lot of people say that Tekken 3 is the
What the fuck is this guy?
best one because this is the only one that had Gon as a character. Gone with the wind. Oh my god. He farts on him.
He farts on him? That's awesome. Dude, I love joke characters. In fighting games, I love joke characters. That's why I play Duck Hunt, dog. A lot of people think Duck Hunt is a joke character until they play me.
Look at the punches. The punches are incredible. Jin Kazama, you know, he likes mother's teachings, dislikes deception. He's a good guy. Hobbies, walks in the forest. Jin, my grandson, I save you from true oath. Wait, you got tattoos? Throw them off.
I'll never let Heihachi get away with this.
No, Julia, wait. Julia, hatred is not the answer. Now let's go home, back to Arizona, where the land awaits us.
Damn, dude. Somebody send her to Gaza, bro. Somebody send her to Israel. Get that girl to Tel Aviv, man. She can negotiate all of this shit. She can solve all the world's problems.
Arizona. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Oh, wait, the dinosaur was wagging his arms like he was flying. That was so cute.
If it's not one thing, it's another.
Watch the dinosaur, look. That's so cute.
This is supposed to be like the new cool guy, and he has a move called Tooth Fairy.
Oh my.
This is for 40 years of macaroni and cheese.
Damn! You know he ain't gonna be in Tekken Tag Tournament. Tekken 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's awesome. Okay, let's get to the news. Let's start off with Democracy Now! The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, Israeli attacks have killed at least 68 Palestinians and wounded 77 others over the past 24 hours. An attack just hours ago on displaced people in Khan Yunis killed or injured more than a dozen people.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Children. Another attack on
What up, Societas?
at least 7 Palestinians.
Yeah, she is queen. I met her in Chicago. Well, briefly. Actually, that was the second time I had seen her. All I could muster was, Amy, oh my God, I love you. I walked past and I was like, Amy, oh my God, I love you.
The mother of Gaza's first confirmed polio patient, Abdulrahman Abul-Jidyan, a nearly 1-year-old boy who is now paralyzed, is speaking out and pleading for medical treatment. This is Naveen Abul-Jidyan.
I mean, this was yesterday, so she seems fine. Did she say it back? No, she went like this. She's so small. I don't think you guys understand. She's like 90 pounds soaking wet. She is so small.
I was shocked that my son got this disease amidst the war and the closure of border crossings. Under these conditions and lack of medicine for him, it's a shock. Would he remain like this? For how long? Is there a treatment for him? Is there someone to treat him? I don't know what to do. I took him to the hospital. They told me that my son has polio and they cannot treat him. They cannot do anything for him.
Jesus Christ.
He's my only baby boy.
Wait, so we have confirmed polio cases, not just in the water now? We have confirmed polio cases in Gaza.
It's his right to travel and be treated. It's his right to walk, run and move like before. It's his right to get the proper treatment, travel, get out and get his chance in life.
The World Food Program has suspended all staff movement across Gaza after Israeli soldiers opened fire on one of its vehicles, hitting it 10 times. The vehicle was clearly marked as belonging to the United Nations and was part of a convoy that the UN had coordinated with the Israeli military. This is UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric.
That's so insane, man.
Conflict is over, and we hope it's over much sooner than later. There will need to be accountability. There will be boards of inquiry to look at the destruction of UN property, the death of UN personnel, notably our security colleague.
The UN Security Council is meeting today to discuss the humanitarian crisis and the delivery of aid in Gaza. Israel's continuing its largest raids on the occupied West Bank in decades. Overnight, the Palestinian death toll rose to at least 18 as Israeli forces pushed into Jenin, Tulkarem, and the Farah refugee camp near Tubas with armored vehicles, bulldozers, fighter jets, and drones. More than 30 people have been injured since Israel launched the raids Wednesday. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad confirmed the commander of its armed wing was killed in the Nur Shams camp.
Jesus.
We'll go to guests in Gaza and Jenin for more after headlines. The European Union's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, warned that Israel's incursion in the West Bank must not be, quote, the premise of a war extension from Gaza.
What?
Unquote. Amidst fears Israel's preparing to annihilate another Palestinian territory.
A little late, yeah.
He asked European Union members about possible sanctions on Israeli ministers who've called for the destruction of the West Bank. And
sanction the state, bro. Sanction them all, man. Everyone, the whole country. Sanction them all.
The Palestinian people.
Some Israeli ministers has been launching hate messages. unacceptable hate messages against the Palestinians and proposing things that goes clearly against international law and is an incitation to commit war crimes.
Oh man, Megatechnics, that sounds awful.
Ireland accused Israel of deliberately targeting civilians and said it supported EU sanctions. This comes after Israel's Foreign Minister, Israel Katz, wrote of the West Bank invasion, quote, "We need to deal with the threat exactly as we deal with terror infrastructure in Gaza. This is a war for everything, and we must win it." Meanwhile, Egypt has rejected any Israeli presence along its border with Gaza, including the Rafah border crossing and the Philadelphia corridor. Israel's military presence in the Philadelphia corridor has become a point of contention in ceasefire talks, which Cairo has been hosting. In other related news, Namibia has blocked a vessel suspected of carrying explosive weapons to Israel from docking at its ports. Rights groups had warned Namibian officials that allowing the vessel to dock could implicate Namibia in potential human rights violations. The Biden administration...
Dude, what?
...of weapons to Israel from docking at its ports. Rights groups had warned Namibian officials that allowing the vessel to dock could implicate Namibia in potential human rights violations.
Like, from who? They're going to go after Namibia, but they're not going to go after the person providing the explosives? Like, they're going to go after a place that a ship might stop on its way to Israel delivering these explosives, but not where the explosives came from or where they're going or the person using them against civilian casualties or against civilian targets.
Violation.
Like, this is such a perfect representation of the IOC or the ICC and the limits of the ICJ and all that. Is this not, am I like misunderstanding this? Am I misunderstanding this? I think it's a good thing not to let the ships dock, for the record. But it's hilarious to think that, like, Namibia would be, like, held responsible for human rights violations committed by the United States and Israel. That's so silly.
The Biden administration's rebuffed the prospect of resuming nuclear talks with Iran after Tehran expressed its willingness to return to the negotiating table. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, gave Iran's new president, the reformist Masoud Pezeshkian, the okay on Tuesday to relaunch talks with Washington. But a U.S. State Department spokesperson told reporters shortly after the news, quote, "We are far away from anything like that right now," unquote. A Hong Kong court has convicted 2 editors of a pro-democracy newspaper of sedition. The landmark verdict against journalists with The Stand newspaper was swiftly blasted by press freedom groups. Reporters Without Borders called on Hong Kong authorities to, quote, "stop its nefarious campaign against press freedom," unquote. The Stand was one of the last pro-democracy publications in Hong Kong before it was raided by police and forced to shut down in 2021 amidst Beijing's mounting crackdown on Hong Kong's autonomy. In Beijing, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with Chinese President Xi Jinping today, capping off a rare 3 days of talks between a Biden administration official and Chinese leaders. The U.S. and China have agreed to hold more military talks and said a call between President Biden and Xi Jinping will be planned in the coming weeks. A top Chinese military officer also asked Jake Sullivan during a meeting to end U.S. quote-unquote collusion with Taiwan, over which China claims sovereignty. Honduras has vowed to end its extradition treaty with the United
Brett Summer, true.
States after the U.S. ambassador denounced Honduran officials and implied they were working with drug traffickers. The U.S. accusation came after Honduran Defense Minister Jose Manuel Zelaya met with his Venezuelan counterpart, Vladimir Petrino, who was indicted by the U.S. on drug trafficking charges in 2020. This is Honduran Foreign Minister Enrique Reina.
International relations must be based in mutual respect, in dialogue, and not meddling and trying to impose policies, no matter the other state's positions, based on its interests. They cannot force another country to take the positions they want and must respect Honduras's stance.
The U.S. has long supported narco-traffickers in Honduras, most famously former President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who received unconditional U.S. backing during his rule, but was extradited in 2022 to the United States, and in June of this year, sentenced to 45 years by a U.S. court.
Jesus Christ.
In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott said Monday his state has removed more than 1 million people from the voter rolls since the 2020 election.
Right, dude. That's really what everybody... That's what your voter base was just waiting. Like, what took you so long, man? This is the real important shit, man. You gotta wipe those voter rolls, dude. Get this... Yeah, just cleanse the voter rolls, man. Everybody's waiting for the government to do this. Every day I wake up and I think, man, these voter rolls, they just... Why hasn't anybody done anything about it? I drive over fucking crumbling roads to deliver my child to a school that's failing. And this is what Governor Abbott's working on.
About half of those people who've died or moved out of Texas. The remainder include hundreds of thousands who failed to update voter registration information after changing addresses. About 6,000 were stripped of their right to vote.
Yeah, it's really too bad that the tree hit his better half, you know what I mean? The tree really it hit the better half of Greg Abbott. It's too bad. Now we're left with his worse half.
Vote due to a felony conviction. Another 6,500 people were moved from the voter rolls after they were...
He had no better half. Well, he doesn't anymore, that's for sure.
Labeled non-citizens. A coalition of voting rights groups, including the Texas Civil Rights Project and the ACLU, warned in a letter to election officials, quote, Texas may be engaging anew in unlawful purges under the guise of list maintenance, unquote. The groups also say Republican elections officials purge voter rolls within...
I mean, dude, even just like thinking for like 2 seconds about voter registration in the United States really just like cracks open this like all of the hypocritical like bullshit about democracy that our country claims to value. You know, the fact that we do our elections on a Tuesday in the middle of November, like that's horseshit. Like there's zero logical reason for that to happen other than you want to make it hard for people to vote, you know? The fact that it's not a national holiday, the fact that you aren't just, if you're given citizenship, like you should instantly be registered to vote. This is not hard to understand. This is not like complicated. Just why do we need voter registration? Why does that need to be a separate thing? Why are you purging voter rolls? Like, it's just so stupid. And it just exposes this. It exposes this. When I was super religious and young, I remember him going to a mass I was at, and the priest had us give a standing ovation for him being there. Greg Abbott. When I remember that now, I die inside. Dude, wait. Also, giving a standing ovation to Greg Abbott. Homie can't even stand himself, bro. That's kind of fucked up. What are we doing? That's rude. Sitting ovation, bro. Everybody take a knee so he can finally be taller than you, you know? What are we doing? Can't everybody stand over him? That's rubbing it in. Yeah, exactly. Jumping jacks ovation.
90 days of an election, a violation of federal law. And
he ate at my restaurant once. You know what I mean? Hawk Tua, that shit, bro.
And in labor news, unionized workers at Cornell University celebrated reaching a tentative agreement with the Ivy League school after less than 2 weeks on strike. The deal, which will benefit maintenance and dining room staff, gardeners and custodians, includes historic pay increases of up to 25%, cost of living adjustments, and ending a two-tier wage system. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and
Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, and I'm...
Welcome to our Listen View.
Wait, what's her name? I don't know her name.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Narmeen Sheikh. Welcome to our...
Armin Shia. Okay, let's move on. We're going to talk about Hasan. Hasan Minhaj. Hasan Minhaj interviewed Bernie. And they talked about Gaza.
issues for so long. Increasing the minimum wage, free tuition.
Let's hear what he had to say.
LGBTQ rights. You've been talking about universal health care since Star Wars A New Hope was in theaters in 1978. Essentially, what you've been doing for the past 40 years is just...
Not even the second best Hasan? Wait, who? This guy? Hasan Minhaj? I think he's pretty good. He's based. I like Hasan Minhaj. I think it probably goes Mehdi Hasan, number 1. Hasan Piker, number 2. Okay, yeah, I agree. I agree. And then Hasan Minhaj.
Just do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
With my kids, put on your shoes. Hey,
yeah, that's right.
Put your shoes on. Stop. Put your shoes on. Put your shoes on. Please, for the love of God, put your shoes on.
The health care is a right of all of its people.
That health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of...
Man, we could have had a bad bitch. This is what's so frustrating to me is that people have like such like short attention spans. People have such short attention spans and such short memory that like we literally have like leftists and liberals who like supported Bernie and are now just like if you actually supported Bernie, if you actually like followed his campaigns either in 2020 or in 2016, like you fucking hate the DNC. You understand that the DNC has stood in the way of the most important policy things we could have had. Like would have been a victory, would have like totally shifted the entire like political dynamic in this country in a good way, in a way that would have benefited the Democratic Party. And instead of embracing that, they actively conspired to like deny him that opportunity, not once but twice. Like they avoided what the voters actually wanted, and like put this whole political operation together to fucking squash his momentum and squash his campaign. It's so fucking gross, man. It's so gross.
Of all people.
You've been saying put your shoes on for the past...
The one I went to is on screen. Oh yeah, in Rochester, Minnesota. That's sick.
There is a right of all people.
You've been saying put your shoes on for the past 40 years. Senator Sanders, do you ever feel like blowing your brains out?
Occasionally.
Because my daughter is in the first grade. She hasn't even gotten to the first grade. And
Sounds like you feel like blowing your brains out.
Daily, Senator Sanders.
Oh, don't do it.
He said, occasionally, yes.
It's not the solution to the problem. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
There's almost as many people in the room here as there were last night.
Senator Sanders, do you need a little...
Jane, how's my hair?
Jane.
Let me see what they're working with a bunch of different cameras. They got 2 DSLRs.
Oh, you're on. Oh, yes.
And then I think this is a DSLR too, but it's got like a battery, like a power system out in the back.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
You know there's a barbershop over there we can get you. No, I'm not kidding. This is true love. This is real love.
Hasan Minhaj was like, fuck it, dude. Let's go get our hair cut. Let's do an audible. Me and you at the barbershop.
This is Sanders. This is real love. Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I want to start by exposing a secret about you. I know this is going to be a little intense, but it's going to shock the conscience of the American public. Senator Sanders, how tall are you?
6 feet. Television makes you short and fat. For some reason, no matter how I sit, I look fatter than I am. I'm not that fat, folks.
You're not
but
fat.
I am 6 feet.
I'm not fat shaming you. Yeah. But there is this notion that you're a short king, but you are a tall comrade.
Crazy man, I saw this story. I saw this video. I was like, what? You guys are anti-gun now? What? These are some red-blooded Americans expressing their Second Amendment right. What are we talking about here? What do you even mean? What's wrong? I thought you guys liked guns.
Now that we've gotten through the important
Not American, I don't think. Yeah. Well, I haven't looked into that story very much, but I wouldn't trust, like, come on. Venezuelan gang activity? How you know that? How you know that? I'm looking for proof. Were they arrested? They weren't arrested. How do you even know who they were?
All right.
Let's get to it. Let's get to them.
Let's get to the real stuff.
Yeah.
As someone who has covered the DNC for a long time,
Terrifying surveillance video, I know.
it's felt electric in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. But I'm also seeing Democratic Party leadership and solidarity like I've never seen before. There's no sneak dissing, there is no disorder, there's no infighting. Progressives and neoliberals arm in arm. Senator Sanders, we had yourself, AOC, and JB Pritzker, a billionaire, all on stage together. So my question to you is, are we witnessing the rise?
It's kind of weird to like present that like that because of all of the people you could have mentioned that spoke at the DNC, those three people were probably the three most progressive people to speak at the platform. I mean, we can spit on JB Pritzker for being a billionaire, 100%. He deserves it. But his policy is actually really good. His policy is actually really good.
Of a more unified Democratic Party, or is this a Donald J. Trump is an existential threat one-off?
Well, it depends. I don't know that we know the answer to that. What I think we do know, which is clear, is that Donald Trump is the most dangerous candidate in perhaps the history of this country. And it's not only because of his terrible positions on all of the issues that I'm sure your listeners and viewers are familiar with. He is an authoritarian personality and will move this country in an authoritarian direction, the likes of which, I think it's hard to appreciate. So he's extremely dangerous. And I think what that reality has done is brought a whole lot of people to say, hey, you know what? We got to defeat this guy. We have to elect Kamala and Tim to the administration, and we go from there.
Are progressives and liberals,
Yeah, this is Hasan Minaj.
in your opinion, because of this existential threat, finally learning how to work together? Because
things
were
that's
different.
it's a complicated question. I think what you have is the idea of coalition politics.
What did you think?
Something that we're not familiar with in the United States. It exists
Wait, what were you thinking?
in Europe all over the place.
Oh, you thought I meant Hassan Pike? No, sorry, nope.
All over the place. Mm-hmm. It did it recently in France, as you may be familiar with.
Right.
There was a threat of a right-wing movement, Le Pen, similar to Trumpism, and the left, including moderates and center-left and further left people, came together and said, we can't allow this to happen in France. So right now we are united in an honest way to defeat Donald Trump, but do not minimize the differences that exist between progressives and corporate Democrats.
In your speech,
that's an important thing to say.
To the convention.
That didn't age well. Yeah, I mean, he's right though. Like, this is still the truth with regard to like progressives in the DNC. The DNC is very united around Kamala right now. You guys, we are separate. We are outside of the. Nobody gives a fuck what we think. You know what I mean? Like, we are totally separate and removed from any kind of like political process. However, Bernie even still saying, like, we are not them. Yeah, him saying they not like us. That's why he's good. Like, that's why he is good. I think we should they should be doing that more. I would not at all be upset, and they would fucking be hated, but I would love them, and I think a lot of Americans would also love them if, similar to how like Marjorie Taylor Greene and like the weirdo MAGA wing of the Republicans will like actively sabotage the Republican Party at every opportunity they can, I think that the progressives should do that as well. Like they should do that. They should utilize their power and their ideological like grouping, and we should get more of them in so they even have more of that power, you know. But it's also like, why aren't they using that? Like, you know, why aren't they using that to put pressure regarding Gaza? Why aren't they using that to put pressure regarding our healthcare system? You know, they're always like, they kind of just always support the whatever the DNC tells them to. Like they fall in line with the party always.
You said that you wanted a ceasefire in Gaza.
We must end this horrific war in Gaza, bring home the hostages, and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Bro, nobody is excited, dude. Look at the people behind the person clapping. Everybody's on their phone. This guy's actively upset about it.
Just huge applause break moment in the United Center. It was pretty amazing. Everyone cheered. It really was a moment. But I want to talk about that word ceasefire. It means something very different for different people. The meaning of that word seems to be changing in real time. Senator Sanders, what is your definition of the word ceasefire?
If you allow me, let me back it up a little bit,
Sure,
and I'll
please.
get there. Okay.
And it's just walking us.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I hope that he extends this conversation to talk more about like I think the capitulation that the DNC seems to have calculated is that they can say the word that they support ceasefire, and like they think that's gonna like, you know, assuage all concerns that people have about their policy towards Gaza. Obviously, like, you know, that's not gonna work for people like us, but does it work for middle of America like people? Then yeah, maybe. You know, like people who don't really know what Palestine is, or maybe learned about it in October of last year, you know, maybe it might. But like the truth is that a ceasefire, even if they stop shooting tomorrow, but everything about Gaza remained the same as it was on October 6th, you know, like that is not a solution. That is not a solution. You still have all of the ingredients, all of the like everything that led to the necessity for Hamas to do what they did on October 7th is still there. So you're not solving the issue. And like the fact that nobody's even talking about that, like literally nobody in any part of American politics is actually speaking truth to like the situation and talking about like what it would mean to have like justice for Palestinian people. What would it mean to have a sustainable like real like solution to this problem, which in reality, of course, the answer is a one-state solution with Palestinian right to return. Like, do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the answer, but they won't admit that and they don't want that. Yeah, we are imperial. Like and also it reveals that the DNC is like they're in favor of the genocide. It's not like something that's happening on accident that they can't control. They're actively advocating and like they don't want the alternative. There are two options. Like Palestine is removed and totally colonized, or Palestinians are recognized and like given their full humanity and treated with dignity. These are the two options. Like going back to the undignified life of living in an open air prison that was Gaza on October 6th is not a solution that any of us should be advocating for. That's not the solution that the Palestinian people are advocating for. And that's also just not even possible because they've destroyed 90% of buildings. You know, 90% of people in Gaza have been displaced.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go through with what happened. On October 7th, Hamas, which is a terrorist organization.
Like, again, this is awful. Why are we starting this conflict on October 7th? Let me go back just a little bit to a very specific date, okay? Let me go back to a very fucking specific date. Like, it's like, no, man. If you want to go back, then you got to go back. What was the reality that caused October 7th? What was it, man? Why do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? And even more so, Like, if your family was pushed out of fucking Vermont and forced to live in New Jersey, and the US government refused to allow you to leave New Jersey, controlled the amount of calories that went in and kept you on a starvation diet inside of New Jersey, if everyone in New Jersey had a fucking, if there was like a 60% unemployment rate in the youth in New Jersey, it was heavily militarized, over policed. Like, what would you do to free yourself and your people from that situation? What would you do? That's what we like. That's the conversation that needs to be happening around this. People need to understand that, like, the resistance to that kind of living is actually correct. Like, it's actually just. It's actually meaningful and just. And that doesn't mean that we defend every single thing that every single Palestinian has ever done in Israel, or we defend every part of October 7th. I don't think you need to do that. It's not going to be, your sanitized, like, perfect version of liberation, but you have to understand the reason that October 7th came to be and how that informs us when we think about Israel's stated goals in this conflict to eliminate Palestinian resistance. Like that, you cannot address the problem of Hamas militarily. Because if you kill, 100 civilians for every Hamas leader that you kill, like, that's 100 families, 100 people in the community that are going to be forever traumatized and have this scar on their memory where that person once was. And, like, it takes 3 or 4 of those before a person is fucking broken. You give them nothing to lose, and they're going to do whatever they can to fucking resist you. And it's not going to be pretty, and it's not going to be sanitized. It's not going to be nice. Like, this is the reality of the situation.
Organization invaded Israel and killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, took 200 hostages. They are a terrorist organization. Bad news, guys. Israel responded as any government would respond to an attack like that. Israel.
That's an awful thing to say too, dude. You voted against the war in Iraq. Like, what are we doing, man?
Had the right to defend itself. But what has happened since then is, rather than just go after Hamas, a terrorist organization, what Israel, under an extreme right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has in his cabinet people to the right of him,
he's always been a liberal Zionist. I remember in 2016, being like, yeah, he's not great on Israel, but it's obviously going to be worth it because of his domestic policy, and he'll be easier to pressure, yada, yada. But he's always been a lesser evil on Israel.
Out anti-Palestinian racist. No ifs, buts, and matter. These are racist. So this is the cabinet. What they have done is say, hey, we're not just going to go after Hamas. We're going to go after the Palestinian people. Mm-hmm. And the carnage.
Yeah, he's still good on Israel compared to Dems, but that's like, that's like saying that fucking, Republicans are good on Jews compared to Nazis. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, we're talking about people who are actively genociding someone.
It's been horrific, and we are looking at the worst humanitarian disaster, one of the worst in modern history. And I've been on the floor talking about this a whole.
I don't know, Mesha. I'm not so confident. I think we would have to wait, and honestly, we'll never be able to answer that question. But I don't think I'm not so certain on that. I think that is a big question mark. He's saying here they have a right to go after Hamas, and that's how any country would have responded. Yeah, like that rhetoric to me sounds like he would have. Yeah,
whole lot. So it's not just 30,000. They got a population there in Gaza, 2.2 million, 30,000 dead, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Over 80,000 injured, mostly women, children, and the elderly.
Yes.
You got 1.8 million people, 3/4 of the population displaced. You got it? Taken out of your home.
Newest numbers are 90% displaced.
Yeah. Oh, and then you moved again, and then you moved again. And it's a young population, a lot of children, okay? You got 65% of the housing damaged or destroyed. Got that?
Right.
So we don't know where these people are going to go back to. There are 12 universities in Gaza. Guess what? Every single one of them has been bombed. They had a fairly decent healthcare system, systematically destroyed. Very few functioning hospitals right now. You got no electricity in Gaza right now. And then as a result
for 10 months
of Israel's efforts to deny humanitarian aid, to block humanitarian aid, you're now looking at the possibility of mass starvation, and children right now are malnourished. And when you're a child malnourished, that's permanent. I mean, you may not necessarily die. It'll impact your intellectual development and emotional development. So you got to show. Now, what bothers me, I would hope that bothers anybody.
Of course.
But what is even worse is a lot of this is being done with U.S. taxpayer dollars. So what I have insisted on from day one, and one of the few, is to say, you know what? Not another nickel to Netanyahu's extremist government to continue the war against the Palestinian people.
Our new
Okay, that's based.
position must be simple and straightforward. Not another nickel for the Netanyahu government if their present policies continue.
As we speak, there's more military aid going to Netanyahu, and I'm going to do my best to block it. Do I think we'll win? No. But there is a provision that you have to block that kind of military aid, and I will do my best to block it.
As I read and internalize the news, they're giving me these updates on.
He could say embargo. I mean, he doesn't need to. He's saying it explicitly. I think that's great.
The negotiations, and it feels
I'll
almost
be
like
right back.
iTunes user agreement, where it's, we all want a ceasefire, but ceasefire if, ceasefire but. Help me understand now.
Well, I
Is it
can't.
conditional or
I mean,
unconditional?
look, you're asking a very fair question.
Okay.
And it's just not, I have not been involved day-to-day ceasefires. So it's a good question. Don't know the answer. All that I do know.
Can you help me frame this?
Well, sure. I mean, look,
Blinken
if you're Hamas, right, what do you want? If you want a ceasefire, which I suspect they may want it, you want to protect your interests as best you can. Right. If you're Israel, you want to minimize or diminish Hamas to the degree you can. So I suspect within that framework, that's what these discussions are about.
Do you feel the U.S. has a role as a neutral broker between these two sides?
U.S. is not a neutral broker. U.S. is significantly supporting the Netanyahu government.
Okay.
Not neutral, but I think, and what we focus rightfully so on Gaza, but I hope everybody understands there's another part. There's the West Bank, where you're seeing unprecedented vigilantism against Palestinian landowners and homeowners as well. So look, the role that the United States can play is Israel has been dependent on U.S. financial support and military support for a long time. And what we have got to say to them, if you want another nickel, sorry, this is the way it's going to be. At the very least, there's going to be a Palestinian state. Palestinian people need their own political and economic entity. And we are not going to be providing you any more weapons so long as you're going to war against the Palestinian people.
You're obviously in the Senate. Let's talk about the House. Back in April, there was a bill to approve billions in military aid for Israel that went through Congress. Out of the roughly 200 House Democrats, only 37 voted against military aid. So just so folks understand kind of the way the voting works, over 80% of House Democrats
and virtually
good.
all Republicans, I would imagine.
Correct?
Yeah.
We're good on sending aid. Okay. Yesterday, I was at the United Center. You say the word ceasefire, incredible applause break. So what I'm hearing at the convention is from the Democratic Party is yay ceasefire, and simultaneously from 80% of those members of Congress, I'm also hearing yay weapons.
The convention is, thousands of people. It's a small number of people.
Right.
If you do polling today, I think if you ask a simple question and you say, do you think your taxpayer, American taxpayer dollars, should go to support the Netanyahu government and the continuation of the war? I suspect a pretty strong majority of Americans would say, no, I don't. And among Democrats, the numbers would be very high. So if your question is Congress, I think your question is, reflecting where the American people are at?
Correct.
The answer is no, they're not.
Why?
Of course.
Well, it is the same answer that I would give you if you asked me, gee, how come every other major country on earth has healthcare as a human right and we don't?
And I'm gonna let him cook here, but
And polls show that the majority of the American people want healthcare as a human right. How come we don't tax billionaires at a higher rate when the American people think we should? And the answer to all of those questions is the same. And I tried to talk about that a little bit last night. It is the role of money in politics. So right now, both major political parties, Democrats and Republicans, are funded very heavily by the wealthiest people in this country. And if you were a billionaire and you wanted to start a super PAC, you could put hundreds of millions of dollars into campaigns to defeat people who opposed you and to support your friends who will support your agenda.
2 out of those 37 House members that voted against the weapons bill were Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush.
That's right.
They recently lost their primaries. Why did they lose their primaries?
Well, that's good. And they lost their primaries.
yeah, I mean, he is right. Like AIPAC money, obviously, and like conservative Christian groups from like the Midwest and shit, like that kind of money is flooded into campaigns like this, and it's specifically about Israel. You know, he's right. I think there's a little bit more complications with this too, though. Like it's not simply just. Yeah, that's like it is every super PAC. Like, and yes, Citizens United is like definitely by far the most destructive thing that has happened in the United States government in the last like 30 years. I think this is like objective. But it's like, what do we with regards to Israel, there's like it feels like there's just like a separate thing. I think it's almost I don't know. I'm losing my way of like figuring out I don't really know what I would say is like the other thing. But to me, like just being like, oh well, AIPAC money explains everything about Israel is a little bit of a. It doesn't fully tell the story. You know what I mean?
Because a super PAC, AIPAC, put an unprecedented amount of money. I was involved in both of their campaigns. Jamal's more than Cori's, but we helped Cori raise money.
There's only been one good PAC to ever exist. Pac-Man. That's right, bro.
And the reason is the billionaire
waka
does not want strong opposition to the billionaire agenda. And in Jamal, you had somebody who was
two PAC. Oh shit, there's two.
Israel.
There was two good PACs. Oh shit, you're right.
Where his views were not probably dissimilar to mine or Cori's, but on other issues as well. So what you got, and let me repeat this because it's not talked about enough. Yeah, do we have a democracy? Yes, you can go out and vote. That's great. And please, everybody, go out and vote. But what most of you cannot do is put hundreds of millions of dollars into a super PAC to elect candidates you want or defeat candidates you don't like. So there's a super PAC out there. They went after Jamal in an unprecedented way, defeated him. Went after Cori, defeated her. And that is the power of money in politics. And that is why it is absolutely imperative that we get rid of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United and move to public funding.
Yeah, this would solve so many problems in American politics.
Of elections. Right. This is just money. Look, it is not complicated. If you are, this gentleman over here, probably not, you're a billionaire.
I think most Americans would like be so happy to do this too. Elections should 100% be publicly funded, and politicians should be illegal if you're running to take gifts of any, like you cannot be bribed at all. If we find out that you've taken money at all, you're going to jail.
Billionaire, and you didn't like Bernie Sanders, or you don't like Cori Bush, you don't like Jamal Bowman, you can start a super PAC, Friends of America, call it whatever you want. You could take out a check, put $500 million into that check, get a few of your friends to contribute, and you go after them, put ads on TV. That's legal. That's what Citizens United allows us to do. Nothing conspiratorial about it. That is the reality of American politics. That's going on in both political parties. Check out the amount of money that billionaires are now contributing both to the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And that will answer your question, I think, not only about the war in Gaza, it's why we don't have health care as a human right, why we have massive income and wealth inequality, why we have a corrupt tax system, why we are not able to send our kids to college and make it affordable, et cetera, et cetera. It's money. Money talks.
I want to talk about your career in politics. You have been propping open the Overton window for the past 40 years. And 8 years ago, a bunch of my friends were just hunched over a laptop on Reddit, vaping, on their phones, just going, you know what? This guy makes a lot of sense. Does it ever get exhausting seeing how slow it takes for the electorate to eventually catch up to ideas that feel so basic?
Wait, but again, dude, were you listening to this previous conversation? I feel like he like wrote these questions in advance and is not like, you have to like be able to like move around the convo with your questions. Because we already talked about what causes that. They're not interested in coming in like meeting the electorate where they're at with policy. They're taking their policy from their donors and finding ways to spin that and win elections with the electorate. Like, there's no. What do you mean?
It's like, but there's an idea that I think people don't comprehend, is that the people on top have enormous power. Just think, I'm a little bit older than you. Okay. So when I was a kid, people of your color, I couldn't drink at a water fountain in Mississippi. Okay, go to segregated schools, etc. It took God knows how long for people to stand up and fight against segregation and racism. It took a very long time. People died in the struggle. Okay. And sheriffs going out there and they shot people and they lynched people. You know, there's a movie on Emmett Till and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's photos of you marching in the Civil Rights Movement. Yeah.
My point is, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but in the real world, when you take on people with power, they don't fold up and they don't say, you know, Hasan, you made a good point. Hey, we're going to provide health care to all people. Geez, why didn't I think of that? I'm a smart guy. It doesn't work like that. These people have power and they have money, and they're extremely greedy.
You're telling me a witty, top pinned comment can't take down the billionaire class?
Well, it takes, yeah, but it takes, you have to think that one through. Taking down the billionaire class ain't easy. They own the media, all right? They have enormous power in both political parties. They are very, very powerful people. So that you don't win and change the world overnight, well...
Honestly, fucks Bernie for being a liberal Zionist. That's all I have to say. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Sorry, that's the bad...
I still think he's the best we got. He is a liberal Zionist, but he also has been calling for an arms embargo for a very long time. Has been calling for the United States to like radically change its relationship to Israel. If you want aid, if you want military aid, if you want any of that, you're going to have to fucking listen to us. You're going to become our client state and you're not going to have the same policy towards Palestine that you have now. Like, it's got to change, you know? It would have been better for sure, you know? But no, he's not perfect. He definitely thinks that like the Jews need an ethno state. He's a liberal Zionist. You're 100% right, you know?
It doesn't happen. It didn't happen in the civil rights movement. You know, women, I mean, I can remember, it wasn't so many years ago, this is true. I mean, this is how quickly your generation may not know this. But not so.
You don't think you don't think that applies to Bernie? You don't? Like, you don't think that Israel isn't going anywhere, so it doesn't really make sense to put yourself out there and be anti-Zionist? Okay, but again, like, this is like politics of power versus like politics of like are you interested in like achieving more power with like watered down politics, or are you interested in like actually like convincing people and bringing people over to your perspective, right? Because I think if you're somebody in Bernie's position, it's a very easy argument to make that's anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionism is a very easy argument to make, right? Do you value multiculturalism? Do you think it's good like that we in America have people of all ethnicities, all nationalities, and they live here and like they're considered American? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think America should move more towards that? I know that there are Americans who don't think that's a good thing. I understand that. But progressives and even liberals, okay? Liberals believe in that. Multiculturalism is a core tenet of liberal ideology. Ethno-nationalism is an opposite of that. That, like, Israel is an ethno-nationalist state, right? Like, this state exists and it prioritizes Jewish identity and Jewish people over all other kinds of people. And for some reason, we accept this and we think it's a good thing in this context, but it's not. And we should challenge it on the basis of it being an ethno-state. Always. We should say this is the result. What we're watching happen now is a result of the ideology that is ethno-nationalism. We have seen ethno-nationalism in the past in many different places. It never fucking works. It always fucking dies. You know, like, we should defend that. And this also, by the way, this has nothing to do with Jewish safety. I will fight until I die for Jewish people to be safe everywhere in the world. I think that's an important thing. I don't think they need an ethno-state in order to do that. In fact, I think the ethno-state makes it very hard for them to be safe. It actually compromises their safety in a very, very significant way, and increases anti-Semitism globally in a very, very dangerous and insidious way. You know what I mean? And I just think we need people. We need people out here who are, like, making those arguments, and that's why Zionism is, like, kind of like liberal Zionism is acceptable, because we don't have people communicating that argument. You know, there's only room for one Indian, Hasan Minaj. I'm coming for you.
A few decades ago.
Are you changing your name, Arun?
In the United States Senate, 100 people, there were 2 women, 98 men, 2 women. The idea of somebody like Kamala Harris running for president, a woman, a black woman, people literally would have said to you, you are absolutely crazy. That ain't never going to happen in 100 years.
Right.
All right. My point is, change happens. We have got to make that change happen faster. But anyone who thinks it happens
I don't mean to be offensive, but is Hasan doing a bit, or is he actually like this? Yeah, he's actually like this. You mean like the talking about vaping and the question and stuff like that? Like, he's always very, like, he's like funny, cool guy, slick, Riz Lord. Yeah, he's a little quirked up.
Overnight, it doesn't. You have friends, I suspect, who are gay, right?
I think it works. I think he's pretty funny. I liked his Netflix special. Even if he lied. I don't care that he lied, actually. I really don't. I don't give a fuck. I think it's... I don't care.
30, 40 years ago, people...
Hasan is every dude I've ever met at the Indian Students Association in college. That's kind of true. I know 1,000 Hasans. Yeah, that's true.
Talk about being gay.
Part of comedy can be embellishing. Yeah, dude, of course. He was speaking from a truth and bringing a story and comedy to paint that truth. And I don't care what you think, or if you think that was appropriate or not. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. I heard the truth and the details, or whether or not they're real, is honestly just so irrelevant in my opinion. I don't care. I think we talked about this. This was like when I was a baby streamer. Like my first few months, we talked about this a lot.
Now you have a Secretary of Transportation who is gay. You got governors who are gay.
Right.
All right. That didn't happen by accident. People fought and struggled.
Senator Sanders, unfortunately, this position has been framed in, I believe at times you've been framed in the media as this kind of radical person.
Good point.
But I want to talk about your Guardian article, because what you did is you conducted your own research and you showed that these progressive policies are actually super popular.
Yep.
10 toes on the ground. This is not a Twitter.
But you don't understand. They would rather lose. They would literally rather lose to Trump than do this stuff that might be bad for the top 1% of people in America.
Position. This is not an Instagram stories position. Real IRL Americans care about these issues. How much of a gap do you think is there between your platform in 2020, these issues that we talk about that we feel are common sense, in the Harris-Walz platform of 2024?
Well, they don't have a platform yet. They're working on it. You know, in fairness, and it's an important point to make, she has been a candidate now for all of a month.
Right.
He said IRL, bro.
Can you imagine what fell on her shoulders? I mean, having to organize the campaign. She got a lot of folks from Biden's campaign, but, you know, to organize that, to plan out the rallies that you have to do, to plan out the convention that is now taking place, to select a vice presidential candidate, to work on policy stuff. I mean, that is a lot to do in a month, and I think she's been doing a very good job. What I will say, and I want to pick up on the point you made and amplify it.
About the Guardian article.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, what we did.
Please do, because I ran out of free articles, so I didn't get to read all of it. I stopped halfway through.
What we did is we said, look, I'm called a far left guy, right? Trump has decided that Kamala Harris is a communist. I mean, totally insane. So we asked the American people a lot of simple questions about some of the major issues facing this country, Republicans, Democrats, Independents. So we said, do you think that the wealthy and large corporations should pay more in taxes? Shock of all shocks, over 70% of the American people said yes, including a majority of Republicans. Should we be surprised? No.
No.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Question.
Majority of Republicans. But why are these like, oh my God. Like, Republicans are actually so fucking stupid, dude. Like, I know there's a nugget of a soul inside of every Republican and that these people can be won. I do believe this, but they're just so fucking stupid, dude. The fact that you would believe this and then turn around and vote for Donald Trump. Like, how much of a contradiction can there possibly be? It's insane.
Raise Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income and extend life by 75 years. In other words, asking the wealthy to contribute more into Social Security. Over 70% of the people said yes. Should we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? American people overwhelmingly said yes. Should we expand Medicare? Right now, Medicare is a good program. It doesn't cover dental, hearing, and vision. Should we expand it? Over 70%? In all these instances, a majority of Republicans. So your question, I think, is if the American people feel that way.
It's so insane that health insurance in America can just be like, yep, your ears, your teeth, and your eyes, we don't cover that. It's like, what, dude? You're responsible for my fucking health. What do you mean you don't cover my teeth, my ears, and my eyes? Like, you have to get separate insurance for different parts of your body? That is so insane. Like, there's no way you can explain this to somebody logically and have it make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense, dude. It's like today when that woman tried to tell me I had to call my fucking insurance and send them a bill from, from a healthcare thing. And they're like, we don't have email. The billing department doesn't have email. I said, we are in the year 2024, bro. I'm mailing you something. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is that?
Why haven't we done it? Why
haven't they been implemented?
And the answer, the answer gets back to what I said a moment ago. It's money. The insurance companies don't like the idea. The rich don't like the idea of paying more in taxes. The insurance companies don't like the idea of expanding Medicare.
Is there a realistic path for my generation to remove money from politics? Is this something?
Goddamn right.
Yeah, no, they told me to mail it or fax it. I said, do you have a time machine? Do you know, do you have a time machine company that I can use? Because what the fuck? Do you complain about having to buy so many types of insurance when we can't even sub at the top of the hour to avoid the ad break to more than one streamer? Oh my God, you fucking got me. You fucking got me, crazy man. Thank you. It is the top of the hour, and there is an ad coming right now. I also just switched up the ads. So I'm gonna run a 2.5 minute ad right now at the top of the hour. But you can avoid the ads by subscribing. It's the same amount, but they come less frequently. I think it's more annoying to get interrupted more frequently. So now it's just longer at once, and then it'll go away. Use it to go to the restroom or use it to fucking subscribe. It's September, baby. We're cheap out here. We're giving you a freaking discount on the subs, baby. It's cheap. Everybody should be subbing like crazy right now. If you enjoy the channel, subscribing helps. It also helps other chatters if you can gift subs or use a Prime, a free Prime sub. All those things help. Save a life by gifting a sub. We have military ads being run on this broadcast. I can't control it. But they will run military ads. If you don't gift a sub, people could die. It's true. The U.S. military will only get stronger so long as you don't gift. All right, here's the ad.
There is.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm
mean, what
38.
you got to do.
Hopefully I have a long way to go.
All right. The answer is, of course, there is. Money has always played a role in politics, but it was greatly accentuated by this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. So we need legislation to get rid of Citizens United and to move to public funding of elections. If you do that, there will no more be super PACs. Billionaires will not be able to play the role.
I would vote for a Republican president if I genuinely believe they would do this. I would be like, fuck it, dude. All the trans people, come live in my house for 4 years. I'll protect you. We'll hide you. I'll work full time on the Underground Railroad. But if they do this, like genuinely, it would change so much about American politics that I would be like, yeah, maybe it's worth it.
Role they're playing right now, and again, not a radical idea. Mm-hmm. This exists in many.
Yeah, exactly. If the issue on the table is Citizens United, I'm a single issue voter. Like literally, dude. Actually, that's what I'm trying to say.
Other countries around the world.
I hope we do change it, and I hope we do remove money from politics because we still don't have Medicare for all. Minimum wage is still at $7.15, which is crazy. When I worked at Safeway in 2003 in Davis, California, I think I was $7.25, and we are still paying other countries to bomb civilians. I want to ask you about your legacy and what you represent in American politics. Do you ever feel like you failed because these things haven't happened? No. Or do you feel like a success because these things are now part of the regular conversation?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with people like Pramila Jayapal and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Maxwell Frost and many others. Look, what is, again, an untold story in the Congress right now, and I just saw Pramila this morning, actually, is there are almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, and a significant number of them are young, often women, people of color. That's a revolution. Never, ever, ever have you had more progressives who are fighting to transform this country in profound ways. Never before have there been that many in the House of Representatives. That isn't true in the Senate. We don't have that in the Senate. But in the House, that exists. And I'm proud that my two campaigns have gotten a lot of people to say, you know what, I think I can run. What Bernie is saying makes sense to me. That's an agenda that I think I'm going to run for office. Not only for
how powerful is that?
Oh, my goodness.
How much can Congress change the fate of the country and the way money is moved through the country?
They can pass legislation which gets money out of politics. So I'm saying you can pass legislation. Super PACs are not biblical, they're not inherent. You can get rid of them.
Yeah.
If you had the legislation to do it, and that's what we've got to do.
I have so many friends that were Bernie or bust. And when you didn't win in 2016 or 2020, they bust. They checked out of politics and then they hard pivoted into Bitcoins.
Wow, really?
Then they pivoted into ketamine and Zen. Let's see where that goes. But they are despondent.
They pivoted from Bernie to Bitcoin to ketamine and Zen.
Jokes aside, they're despondent, Senator Sanders. Where does that leave your supporters that saw so much hope in the values you were espousing? And what do you say to my friends who now feel like you may be falling in line a little bit too much with the corporate Democratic establishment?
Wow, that's an interesting question.
Look, at this particular moment in history, and perhaps in any moment in history, despair is not an option. To say, well, I supported Bernie, he didn't win, I'm going into Bitcoin. Sorry, not good enough. All right?
That's going to be your most controversial statement of this whole interview.
All right, there is a reality out there, and the reality is that Donald Trump is not only an authoritarian person, he is a xenophobe, He tries to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born. You're familiar with the Muslim ban, to say the least, and so forth and so on. So I think, not to mention a dozen other issues. So I think if you are a human being who wants to live in a sane and decent society, who is concerned about your kids.
And what is decent about what we're doing in Gaza? I understand everything you're saying. I even agree with it. Like, I understand. Trump is a very, very, very significant existential threat. I think the left, honestly, kind of like is like in denial about how scary Trump is. I think it's like we've gone through this twice now with a Trump campaign, and so the lines of like how scary Trump is they don't land as hard anymore. And that scares me personally. That scares me because as somebody who is very freaked out about Trump, who listens to him when he says he wants to do mass deportation and he wants to like execute drug dealers, and the key to doing both of these things is local police and how they should be given free reign and be totally unacquittable and like, you know, unaccountable. Like that's scary. That is fascism. Like that will be a horrifying America in the future, you know? So that is really scary. But it's also like you can't say if you want to live in a sane and decent society. Nothing about Joe Biden's America is sane or decent. That's a lie. And people see through this lie. People don't like I think a lot of there's like growing number of people that actually Hasan Minhaj framed this conversation around who recognize that the Democratic Party is not sane or decent. And that doesn't mean that they're just as bad as Trump. We understand Trump is worse. What we're asking is why is this party so dedicated to the capitalist class that they're willing to risk Trump? They're willing to risk Trump so that they can do a genocide? Like, that's the calculation that we're supposed to be okay with you guys making? That, like, so that you make it, so that you do a genocide and, like, a handful or, like, a couple dozen or even 100 people can afford their 6th yacht in a 4th vacation home? Like, that's what we're really concerned about? Like, that's your biggest, you're willing to risk Trump. You're willing to risk the safety of me and my friends. So for that, like that's the for that, just so that rich people aren't a little bit fucking a little bit inconvenienced, like really? Fuck you. Like eat shit. Fuck you. And I think a lot of people are realizing we can't rely on you for this. Like with regard to rising fascism, the Democratic Party is not an answer. And we have to look inside of ourselves and build within our community an answer to that actual thing. I don't think the left is in denial, but because of accelerationist streaks, a lot of people aren't as scared because of the notion it could help things along. I think accelerationism is like nobody actually holds those opinions. Not saying I agree, but I've encountered this sentiment. I think that's like really that's like not even worth acknowledging. It's genuinely very, very, very fringe. They're using Trump as a threat. They love him. They stuck him in their cabinet on this thing. They stuck him in their campaign on this thing forever and never do anything about it. Cabinet right next to abortion rights. True. People see the grift. It's not that people don't care that Trump's a criminal. It's that they're tired of people using Trump's crime as their own grift. Yeah, I think you're right too. Yeah. People don't remember or never knew a world where it would be unthinkable for somebody like Trump to be president. Yeah, I think you're right too. I think like I feel like in 2024 watching the politics of this race like take place, I've like really been like, wow, like 2016, it doesn't feel that long ago for me. But I feel like for most of Americans, they've just like totally memory hold that whole campaign. And especially for the DNC, like the DNC has totally memory hold that entire campaign. Because that's why you see Kamala. Like if they hadn't, you wouldn't see Kamala out here fucking running on Hillary Clinton's. It's like Hillary Clinton mixed with like Donald Trump's policies. Hillary Clinton's hawkishness and Donald Trump's like policies around the border and 2020 or in 2016 policies around the border is basically like what the Democrats are running on right now.
You know what? Sorry. You don't have a right to check out. That's a privilege you don't have. You're going to have to do what people historically have done. You know, I just came from a meeting an hour ago with the trade unionists. There was a time in this city where union people, I'm talking 100 years ago, were beaten up because they wanted to join a union. They were denied food. They were thrown out when they went out on strike. And they stood up and they fought so that people can earn a decent standard of living. You know, women didn't have the right to vote. They didn't have property rights. They stood up and they fought back. So now we have today a woman who rests on the shoulders of those women who struggled for 100 years. You have a civil rights movement. Dr. Martin Luther King was here in the city, you know, fighting for justice. Got shot trying to organize work with workers. So people say, oh my goodness, my candidate didn't win, I'm dropping out, even though the candidate was me. Sorry, I lost, I was there, I'm not dropping out. You gotta look at the world as it is and do the best you can. And people can disagree, Hasan, what is the best? How do we go forward? But dropping out is certainly not one of the options.
So I'm 38, a lot of our viewers are around my age. You're 83, we have a long way to go to become your age and to have your wisdom. How should we apply the next decades of our life? We're first generation, a lot of us are first generation kids.
Well, I'm first generation, not a kid. Also, first generation old.
I'm a man now.
So my father came from Poland. I think immediately we got to elect Kamala Harris. But second of all, we have got to keep our eyes on an agenda that speaks to the needs of working people. And by the way, not only is it not a radical agenda, we just discussed how American people support, this exists all over the world.
Right.
I live 50 miles away from Canada. You go in a hospital in Canada for 3 weeks. You know what the bill is when you come out? Do you know? Zero. It's zero.
Yeah.
It's publicly funded.
Nominal, yeah.
It's a human right. And by the way, they spend 50% of what we spend per capita on healthcare. All right. You go to Finland and countries. You know what childcare costs or college education? Virtually free. Because they
Shonley, you can't be serious, dude.
understand they want a well-educated country. They want the kids to do well. These are not radical ideas. They really are common sense ideas supported by the majority of the American people. So what I'm asking your viewers and your listeners to do is to stay focused on the issue. Don't let politicians get off the hook saying, oh, well, yeah, I want to improve healthcare. Well, what do you mean? Can I go to any doctor that I want without taking out my
W clickbait? Yeah, right.
wallet? Well, I'm not talking about that. What do you mean by that? Should we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? Or should we pay what other countries are paying? So be thinking about what you want as the future of this country and demand the politicians deliver it.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
This was really
Oh man, it fucking hurts to like watch Bernie talk sometimes now. Like I kind of wish, I don't know, man. It is meh, but also it's like it's not. Like in a way it's not. Like his insistence on continuing to speak about like universal healthcare is like genuinely, he'll always got I'll always have his back for that. I'll always have his back for that. Like, it's just something that, like, America... and of course it's a farewell tour, dude. He's 83. He's 83, man. That's, like... He might as well be dead, bro. That's so old, you know? Bernie's still a big W. And you know what the most important part about Bernie always was? If you listen to his, like, primary, like, speeches and shit like that, he always, in a way that was like actually radical and actually like, this was the shit that I was like, this is why he's different and this is what's going to do it, is his insistence on like movement building, on talking about America and like American politics in the frame of it's not me, it's us, in the way that like I can't, even if you elect me, I'm not going to be able to do anything if there's not a movement on the ground that's supporting these policies, like when I'm trying to fight for them. If there's not popular movement and popular like support and like vocal, angry, popular support on the ground, none of this matters. Like it was always, I'm like, the power doesn't come from me. It comes from you guys building organizations and organizing to do this. That is a completely different kind of politics than what anybody on the scene is doing, period. Like compare that to AOC, guys. Compare that to AOC, where AOC, instead of doing that, instead of saying it's a people-centered movement that is like led by, that is fucking led by you guys. I need a movement behind me. AOC is not doing that. She's cozying up to the power structures. You know what I mean? Like that is a really, really different and an important dynamic, and it should be talked about. Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys see this at Kamala's speech yesterday? Sometimes Windows just like do this. They really don't make them like they used to. You know what I mean? We have no idea what happened. But just a window. Sometimes Windows just do that. It's maybe a hot day. I'm not really sure. But seems good. Wait, where is that? This is the arena that Kamala had her speech at yesterday. Also, I wanted to play this too. I know we were joking about like having Hasan earlier. I watched this I didn't see this happen live. I didn't see this conversation live the other day whenever it happened, but I saw it on Tofu's stream last night. So I've already watched this. I'm going to go get some food, but I do think we should watch this because this is like this is really like Hasan at his best. And it's about like a community member in the chat here. So let's just like all check this out real quick.
Which leads me to one other story that I've like been reluctant to cover personally because there is obviously a deep and personal connection here, and it's been tough. It's been tough bringing this up, but Israel killed a TikTok, Instagram influencer in Gaza whose name is Mohammed Halimi. Okay, his name is Meadow Halimi. He was 19 years old. And Israel killed him. His last post was 3 days ago, talking about, and he is just like with Omar Mohammed on the Omar Hirsch show. He was documenting his daily life, experiencing a genocide. He was planting stuff. He was also a member of this community as well, as I found out later. Okay, or at least like someone who watched from time to time. He was actually the one who apparently told Omar and Muhammad that like I had talked about them on the stream, and he was like really excited. The reason why I'm talking about him like being someone who was like a part of this community is because I want you to understand like he's 19 years old. Okay? He was 19 years old. He's just like you. He had dreams, he had aspirations. He was a human being. He had loved ones around him. He had goals. And in spite of the horrifying realities of existing under a genocide, he tried to still maintain a positive outlook every single fucking day. And now, as I showed you his last video before, he'll never be able to complete a secret project. It's over. It's done. Israel snuffed at that light. I need you to understand. Okay? That's a college that in other circumstances, in normal circumstances, in the United States of America, that's just a college sophomore, a college freshman. You know? Matters when people protest in college campuses. These are people just like you, okay? He happened to have a platform to communicate the daily existences to the Western world that was otherwise turning a blind eye, and I think he played a very important role in that regard. But it is crazy to me that like a genocidal apartheid regime that we are completely fucking locked in on defending can just snuff out a light like this. I think it's a kill zone and they don't care. Okay? Why did they kill him? Airstrikes. Indiscriminate bombing campaigns. Omar told me, and I want to repeat it for all of you as well, to keep Mito in your thoughts and pray for him. He said when you first followed us, he was the first one to rush to tell us he used to appreciate your talks. Which apparently Taylor said as well. Taylor Lorenz was talking to him for a story last year, and he was a fan. He was one of you guys. These are just regular 19-year-olds just like you. Regular 18-year-olds just like you. I need you to understand that. I don't know. These are moments where the irreparable harm Israel has caused itself by being a bloodthirsty, monstrous, fascist piece of shit nation continuing to do a genocide doesn't really matter all that much. Is hard. It's hard to think about it from the broader snapshot. This like lasers in on the inhumanity, but I wanted to show it to you because, you know, I need you to understand the human toll.
Yeah.
Which leads me to one other story.
So, I mean, I think talking about like specific stories like this are really important. I know we all fight for like the right reasons, but it's not just like numbers. These are people, yeah. I mean, I have nothing really to add to this. But I do think it like we should, as a community, as a you know, Twitch Hasanabi heads, if you will, you know, like I think we should all be. I wanted more people to see this because I missed this when it first happened. So I wanted us all to kind of just have some space for that because Mito's story matters. And it's not just like numbers. It's not just specific, you know, it's not just percentages. It's not just percentages, it's people. It's plans, it's hopes, you know. That is what is being killed. So anyway, we have a new video from AJ Plus, came out yesterday. Why the two-state solution never worked. I assume this will mostly be about the West Bank, which Israel is currently invading. Large-scale military invasion into the West Bank right now happening.
Occupied Palestinian territories and reported from there for years. I've spent a lot of time filming stories and documentaries about life under Israeli military occupation in the places that are supposed to make up a future Palestinian state. Palestinians are a people. There's a Palestinian flag. Palestine is represented at the United Nations. But for now, there's no actual Palestinian state. And I think the chance of there being one as part of a two-state solution that divides this land between Israelis and Palestinians, well, I don't think that's very likely. And I'm going to tell you why. More than 100
The story about queer Palestinians. During my reporting, I documented a case of explicit photos, grind your chats, sex tapes used by Israeli intelligence to force queer Palestinians into collaboration. Jesus Christ, dude.
40 countries recognize Palestine as a state.
Norway recognizes the state of Palestine. The path to peace goes through a two-state solution.
We have recognized both the state of Israel and the state of Palestine.
This is where many people expect this state to eventually exist. More than 5.5 million Palestinians live in these territories, many of them refugees expelled from their homes by Israel. Remember that because it's an important part of the story and we'll get to it later. But for now, I want you to pay attention to these.
You know, one thing that stands out to me every time I travel between Palestinian towns in the West Bank is how many Israeli settlements there are. They're everywhere.
You can see these white stone-walled buildings and red-tiled roofs all over the occupied West Bank. And under international law, they are all illegal because this is not Israeli land. But the people who live in these areas are Israeli settlers. In fact, about 1 in every 10 Israeli Jews lives in one of these settlements. They include high-ranking government officials, military commanders, and Israeli Supreme Court justices. The Israeli government subsidizes their lifestyle with cheaper housing and tax breaks. These settlements are built on land confiscated by force from Palestinians. Stolen is another word for it.
Yep.
And the settlements are built between Palestinian towns and
Not apartheid, by the way. Look at that image.
is another word for it. And the
Not apartheid. Look at this. What is this? Not apartheid.
settlements are built between Palestinian towns and villages, cutting people off from each other and from their own natural resources. The infrastructure of these Israeli settlements, security zones, settler roads, and military bases, have made it impossible to create a contiguous Palestinian state here.
If you're asking me, is a Palestinian state viable with all these settlements spread out throughout the West Bank? No, it's impossible. It's impossible to have a state. That's the reference to the Swiss cheese with holes.
Yeah.
If the West Bank was going to become part of a Palestinian state, then these holes would have to be filled in by absorbing the settlements into this future Palestine. Either the Israeli settlers would come under Palestinian rule, or they'd have to be removed. It's hard to imagine Israel forcing hundreds of thousands of its citizens out of the settlements it spent decades building for them. In fact, Israel has said that it wants to annex those settlements and keep them for itself. The settlements are the most obvious reasons why Palestinian statehood in the West Bank remains highly unlikely. It's a reason you can see and feel. It's a reason that's literally made of concrete. But there are also a lot of political reasons. Let's go back a few decades. The closest we've ever been to a two-state solution was the 1993 Oslo Accords, a deal signed by the Palestine Liberation Organization and Israel. The PLO had given up its claims to historic Palestine and hoped the Oslo Accords would lead to a Palestinian state in just the West Bank and Gaza. As part of the Accords, the PLO recognized Israel. Israel did not recognize a Palestinian state in return. The Israeli Prime Minister at the time was the Labour Party's Yitzhak Rabin.
The Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin has been shot. A Jewish gunman attacked him tonight at a peace rally in Tel Aviv.
Rabin's assassin accused him of giving up too much to the Palestinians. But Rabin had never intended to accept full Palestinian independence. He said the most Palestinians would ever get was an entity less than a state. And this has always been the most that any Israeli government has been.
Dude, this B-roll is so good. Watch this shot again. If you were kind of like zoning out, just look at the image here.
Than a state. And this has always been the most that any Israeli government has been willing to consider. For example, Rabin was seen as a liberal. But Israel's longest.
Like, do you think that's a dignified way to live? Do you think that's a should children be providing papers to gunned men?
Serving prime minister, the conservative right-wing Benjamin Netanyahu, has said that the most he'd allow Palestinians to have is a state minus. And as we were recording this, the Israeli parliament voted to reject the creation of a Palestinian state. So the rejection of a fully independent Palestinian state is mainstream in Israeli politics. In contrast, even Hamas, the other major Palestinian movement, has said that if a real Palestinian state were to be founded in the West Bank and Gaza, it would accept that. Obviously, the Oslo Accords did not lead to an independent Palestinian state, and there haven't been serious negotiations for a resolution since early 2001. But one thing every Israeli government has done, even when there were negotiations, was to build more settlements. Here's Israeli historian Avi Schleim describing that strategy.
He's like a man who pretends to negotiate over the division of a pizza, and he keeps eating it.
Okay. True.
I promise that was the last food analogy in this video, but this whole idea of cutting up the land and dividing it is not new. It's actually a pretty old one. So old that there's an argument that partition, trying to create two states on this land, is the cause of this conflict. Let me explain. In 1917, the British Empire occupied Palestine and promised to establish a Jewish homeland there. Now, that was a problem because Palestine was not empty, and only 6% of its population was Jewish. So over the next 30 years, Britain tried to change those demographics. It encouraged the immigration of European Jews to Palestine and helped them build the infrastructure of a state.
Today, the refugee from...
Damn, Alan. I was raised Pentecostal by a mother who took me on her pilgrimage to Palestine. Papers were asked for everywhere. I saw IDF verbally abuse a Muslim woman, among other shit. Place is beautiful, the experience traumatizing.
From Germany finds 350,000 Jews in Palestine. Finds himself one of 50,000 a year pouring in from all over the world. No more than 50,000 because that is the quota Britain has set.
At the same time, it brutally repressed Palestinian resistance to British occupation and put down any attempt by Palestinians to build a state of their own. And Britain created multiple commissions and reports, like this one, to answer the question of how to turn Palestine into a Jewish state. The answer often came back as partition, dividing the land into two countries, one Arab and one Jewish. The two-state solution. But because Palestinians were the majority, this meant that hundreds of thousands of them would have to be expelled to create a state with a sustainable Jewish majority. By the end of World War II, an exhausted Britain was retreating from its global empire and gave up sorting out the problem it had created in Palestine.
The Union Jack was hauled down and the doors closed for good on the British mandate.
It punted the question to the newly created United Nations, which in 1947 voted to partition Palestine and to give 55% of the land to the Jewish state, even though Jews were still a minority. The UN plan didn't explain how this state would be Jewish when, even in that territory, Jews weren't a clear majority. So
there's only one way. I don't know what to say. There's only one way to do that. It's to ethnically cleanse it. Say it with me. Ethnically, yeah, you remove the Palestinians. Right. That was their plan the whole time.
the leaders of what would become...
Also, like, this is the problem. Like, because of Zionism, the ideology, they're like the topic of what if it was just like multicultural? Never gets asked. That's insane. Like, the obvious solution, still to this day, the only solution is not even fucking on the table.
Israel began changing those demographics by force. They began expelling the Palestinian population, eventually emptying more than 450 cities, towns, and villages. Israel declared itself a state in May 1948 and defeated a feeble, unorganized military intervention by several poorly equipped Arab armies. By the time the fighting stopped, Israel controlled not just 55%, but 78% of the land. Most importantly, it had driven out 750,000 Palestinians, 3/4 of the population, and has never allowed them to return. Palestinians call this the Nakba, the Arabic word for catastrophe. And in 1967, Israel went on to occupy the rest of what had been Palestine. Since then, attempts at creating a two-state solution have focused on reversing what happened in 1967. They ignore what happened to the Palestinians in 1948, when they were displaced and made stateless. Today, there are around 6 million Palestinian refugees, those who were kicked out by Israel and their descendants. If partition was to finally succeed and we end up with two states, where would they go? You might assume they'd all go to the new state of Palestine. But under international law, refugees have the right to return to where their homes were, which would be inside Israel today.
Yep.
So here we are again, trying to square this circle. To become a Jewish state, Israel forced out most of the non-Jews. Letting them back in, which Israel is obligated to do under UN Resolution 194 adopted in 1948, would make Jews a minority again. You know, the refugee issue isn't a minor problem. For Palestinians, the right to return is at the center of their struggle and identity. But even if we were to ignore that and just focus on creating a Palestinian state on the ground, we have to deal with the fact that neither Israel nor its main backer, the United States, really accept the idea of Palestinians having full sovereignty. They insist that a Palestinian state can't have its own military, for example. It's hard to imagine Palestinians accepting that, especially considering what happened during the Nakba or Israel's current destruction of Gaza. Still, let's assume that all those issues...
Yeah, it would be like, they're literally offering, okay, we'll give you a state. No, you will not have the tools to defend yourselves. Oh, wait, you're worried about us attacking? Just trust me, dude. Just trust me, bro. Like, why the fuck would the Palestinians ever trust Israel not to be genocidal and continue their pattern of ethnic cleansing that they've always been doing? How is that going to work, man? This isn't a real negotiation ever.
Solved or put to the side. In that scenario, Palestinians would accept a state on 22% of their homeland. That's the West Bank and Gaza. They'd agree to Israel annexing the settlements it has built on that land. Millions of Palestinian refugees would give up their right to return to their homes.
Not gonna happen.
Palestine would be made up of disconnected territories, and it would have less sovereignty than any other country on earth. What would a two-state solution mean for Israel? Because Israel's own laws define the country as a place where the right to self-determination is reserved for Jewish Israelis only. As Benjamin Netanyahu once said, Israel is the national state not of all its citizens, but only of the Jewish people. That's a problem.
Dude, yes, the ethno-nationalism is the problem. That's the rotten center of this fucking apple.
When about 20% of your population isn't Jewish. These are Israel's Palestinian citizens, the ones who managed to stay behind.
Yeah, they always say this. This is like the common Zionist like response to when you bring up ethno-states is that, oh, well, the population of Israel is 20% Palestinian. So how could we be an ethno-state? Which is like hilarious on its face, you know? Black people were only, 12 to 15% of the population during the Civil Rights Act. So how could it be an ethno-state? But like, don't ask them. Like, and that's a good comparison because even in Israel today, there are a plethora of Jewish-only housing facilities. You know, like the legal right to discriminate against Palestinian people is like very, very well entrenched in Israeli law.
During the Nakba. If a separate Palestinian state is established and Israel remains a Jewish state, what would happen to them? Some Israeli officials have been explicit about wanting to expel them to any future Palestinian state, although most Israeli politicians refuse the idea of that state ever existing. So we keep coming back to the same point. Every attempt to partition the land and separate Israeli Jews and Palestinians.
The King Crane? What the fuck happened to this link, dude? That link broke. I can't fix it.
Ends in either population expulsion or a system where people have different rights based on the community they were born into. So,
King Crane Commission, officially called the 1919 Inter-Allied Commission on Mandates in Turkey, consisting primarily of American delegation, was a commission of inquiry concerning the disposition of areas within the former Ottoman Empire. It included Palestine. I ain't reading all that. Give me a TLDR.
Israel
Oversimplified?
Oh, how?
30 minutes? Oversimplified 30 minutes?
Settlements and land grabs have pretty much made the founding of a Palestinian state impossible. But even if that wasn't the case, just creating a Palestinian state doesn't fix the core issue of this conflict, the forced expulsion of most of the Palestinian population. It also doesn't address the discrimination facing Israel's non-Jewish citizens. The two-state solution doesn't solve any of these problems. What the two-state solution does is try to preserve a Jewish majority state that was only created by forcing the Palestinians out. And to be honest, all of this is based on hopes from decades.
Yeah, on us, I agree. I agree. And that's like the hardest part about it is to get we need a global conference or something, like a global agreement that like ethno-nationalism as an ideology must be, destroyed and never ever like tried ever again. And no, we're not anywhere close to that.
ago. It doesn't reflect the reality of today, where Israel has destroyed Gaza and effectively annexed the West Bank already. The Israeli
Yeah, they mentioned that in this video too.
like many other human rights groups, describes that reality as apartheid, a system of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea. Maybe the solution isn't to find new ways to separate the people on this land by
Handsome. I mean, we've talked about it before, like in terms of like actual, you know, what would like an actual like solution process look like. We've done deep dives on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa. I think that's a good place to start. You know, and I think they did a lot of things right during that, but obviously it wasn't perfect, and I think we could develop it better. But we do need, like, I think a big part of the solution to healing of this is like establishing like basic truths, establishing like the truth of what happened, and that requires, you know, Palestinians being brought into a courtroom on a national scale, heavily televised within Israel. Describing their lives and experiences that they've gone through and the undignified existence that the Israeli occupation has like forced them to live under. You need Israeli, you know, soldiers coming forward, and you know, I honestly amnesty given. I know people might not like be like happy or cool with that right now, and I understand, but like as an abolitionist, I genuinely do think like some people who if you come forward and you're willing to like recount the horrible shit that you did in the Israeli army and put it on record, and you know, acknowledge the wrong, and you know, do what you can to repair that harm, amnesty should be given. And you won't know if you're going to give amnesty until after. You know what I mean? You got to come and go before the court first and tell us what you did, and tell us how you feel about it now. And then we'll decide if you get amnesty. But amnesty should be on the table, I think. Yeah. You know? I think it should be on the table. And it hurts, but it's also like in some cases it's the right thing to do. I don't think that will work either. The Durban Conference in 2009 tried including Zionism as racism over a decade ago, and it was threatened by the USA West. Well, yeah, the USA's relationship to Israel is a precursor to any of the change that we're talking about. Just like it was in South Africa as well, though, and like BDS is an element of that. You know, yeah, and we need to make them a pariah state. They can no longer. Like, the international community needs to make it impossible for Israel to exist as it does now, with sanctions, like, you know, the way that they try to treat Cuba and North Korea. The rest of the world needs to do that too. And unlike Cuba and North Korea, Israel would find it very hard to survive in that way. Like, they totally exist on their, you know, not on their economy is like 40% diamond importing and exporting, like diamond markets, which is hilarious when you see Zionists be like, why don't you care about Congo? And it's like, bitch, you're doing Congo. Like, you're doing Congo. Like, yeah, we're talking about that too. Like, it's you.
Division, but to strive for equality among all. So all those officials from around the world that talk about a two-state solution, perhaps they should also drive around the occupied West Bank, understand the reality, and then figure out what they'll do to change it. Hey guys, thanks for watching. I know
this is a good video. This is a really good video. I think we need as much media as possible that's pointing to ethno-nationalism as like the true evil as a part of Zionism. This definitely did that. It had really good information. I really like this video. Great job. Thumbs up, Al Jazeera. Yeah, exactly, Garvey. They love to fucking talk about it like that.
Is it just...
Okay, we're gonna have a quirky white guy, Adam Conover. I like Adam, but I also don't really watch his videos very much. There's something about him that's kind of like grating, just when he's in this like thing. But I think he's a very effective communicator. Oh, you want the last link?
I've been to the occupied Palestinian territory.
Here you go. But let's check this out. I actually need to pee. I know I've been like up a lot, but I was getting food and I wanted to rush back because we were watching that Hasan thing. So I haven't been able to pee since the beginning of the stream. So I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna talk about colleges. I don't even actually know where he's gonna go with this, but I think there is a lot to discuss about higher education now, whether it's the increasingly like brutal police suppression of college protests, or the unaffordability of colleges, or like everything else regarding higher education right now. It's just one aspect of American culture where if you look close enough, you see that everything is fucking broken. Like, everything about higher education is absolutely fucking broken. And that is true of most aspects of American culture. Like, if you look closely and you actually ask the people who are participating in those systems, you'll know how none of them work, I'm always terrified that Adam is somehow fake, and I'm afraid of loving him. Same as I fear Benin Lee Mulligan isn't actually the perfect human translator for Hasanabi. I had understood half of that. Western academia is fundamentally problematic, so it kind of makes sense that I got to this point. Yeah, I mean, just like the corporatization of higher education. I don't know who that is. Who is Brennan Lee Mulligan? Should I know this person? Who is this person? This guy? Who is this?
Here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean?
Wait, this is based as hell.
You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face, pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag, and whew,
That was on fire the whole time?
the whole time, kiddo!
You're so brave!
He goes, boom, hits the lock, opens the jail cell. You see the fucking halflings with like black ski masks rappel in, just start opening fires, smashing.
Oh yeah, my mom works here. A lot of these people are good people.
Let's make some fucking bacon!
Let's go!
Wait, that's awesome. So he's like a radical D&D DM? That's sick as fuck. That's sick as fuck. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna watch this on my phone, the beginning of the video here. Where is my phone?
America fucking hate college students. We tell kids that they have to go to college, that it's the ticket to a better life.
I don't even know where my phone is.
And then as soon as they get there, we saddle them with debt, send the cops to beat the shit out of them, and torture them by making them listen to Jerry Seinfeld give a speech.
The object I love the most is the clear barrel Bic pen, $1.29 for a box of 10.
God, shoot me with rubber bullets! I don't want to be conscious for this! Sure, we like college students when they're blackout drunk or playing sports for our amusement without getting paid. But if students actually want an education, or even worse, use that education to think critically about the world around them, well, we call them snowflakes, hand them a bill for $100 grand, and send the SWAT team after them. So what the hell is going on? I mean, higher education was supposed to be the fundamental stepping stone to the middle class for working people. So how has it become the most hated place in America? And why do we punish college students for doing exactly what adults told them to do? Well, the answer is that there has been a secret war by wealthy ideologues to destroy higher education in America, to keep working folks poor, powerless, and unable to fight back. And the people who run our nation's colleges are complicit in it. But before we get into it, I want to thank this week's sponsor, Ground News.
Sounds based.
Campus protests were all over the news this year. We saw professors violently arrested, cops getting bonked on.
Chat, has anybody seen my phone? Where the fuck is my phone at?
On the head with big old water bottles, and college students.
Yo, Partisan, thank you so much for the sub.
Shot in the face with rubber bullets. I'm sorry, but last time I checked, college students were supposed to be doing shots, not getting shot. This was shocking to watch. But with all of the breathless news coverage, it was easy to forget what the protests were actually about. See, the government of Israel's war on Palestine has...
Meanwhile, if you were actually at the protest, it was actually impossible to forget what it was actually about. Can't you just yell at it to ask where it is? Huh? Is that a thing?
Killed nearly 40,000 people.
But these yell hey Google, no. Oh, I have that shit turned off. Have you tried finding it? Oh shit, I'll do that. The encampment protests were incredibly good at staying on topic and staying on, you know, they were like incredibly good at that. They never left Gaza. Everything was keep your fucking hearts centered on Gaza. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Many of them children. It's displaced almost 2 million people and has destroyed more than 390
Okay, I'm gonna go look for it.
institutions, including every single university in Gaza. And a lot of American college students objected to that. Critically, they objected to the fact that their universities were investing in companies like weapons manufacturers that profit from the war. Nearly half of Gaza's population is under 19, so it's not unreasonable that American 19-year-olds feel strongly about their tuition money being used to kill other 19-year-olds halfway around the world. But hey, if you want to know what these students actually want, you could always just ask them.
You see Austin divest from companies complicit in the Israeli genocide of Gaza, including weapons manufacturers.
Our money should not be funding a genocide. Please stop taking our money and giving it to weapons manufacturers. It's not okay with us, and we have a right to make that declaration.
Even if you don't agree with
I found it.
Insane demands coming from the people who, you know, pay the college's bills. I mean, this is America. The customer is always right. If Bud Light drinkers can demand their beer be transphobic, why can't students demand that their dollars not be spent to fund the killing of children? But more importantly, these protests were part of a long tradition of activism on college campuses, a tradition that these same universities were celebrating just weeks before they sent the cops after their own students. Welcome to Columbia. We're so proud of our history of student protest, we call ourselves the Activist Ivy. We've honored our student protests against the Vietnam War by publishing a research guide, a special archival collection of items from that era, a metric ton of articles in our college magazine, and
Yeah, this shit is so insidious too, because like fuck these people for doing this. Like they were against it then and they're against it now. It's just like the very liberal, like you know that saying that like liberals love every protest movement that's not happening now. You know, like they're anti-war except for the war that's happening right now. They love protests except for the protests that are happening right now. Like it's so true, and you can see it every time with liberals. Like it's always so true. What is this link? Whites on demonstrations by black people from 1966. All in all, do you feel the demonstrations by black people on civil rights have helped more or hurt more in the advancement of black rights? Helps 15%, hurts 85%. Yeah. Dude. Right.
This is about the 1968 protests, all commemorating.
Will they pretend the Gaza encampments were actually cool like 30 years from now? 100% yes. 100% yes. History will like vindicate us. Absolutely. We are doing the right thing right now, and history will vindicate us for doing this. Yes. Yes. But it might be longer than 30 years. I mean, you know, it takes a long time for that shit to actually turn.
Commemorating our totally lit history of student activism. So if you would like to be a part of that history and enroll in Columbia, well, hold on. What's that? Students protesting against the war in Gaza? Send the thugs! Send the jackbooted thugs! Haha, yes! Hit those children with your clubs! Brutalize them with your truncheons! Ooh, and make sure to save their bloody clothes for our special exhibit later. And it's not just Columbia betraying its own values. USC barred their own valedictorian from speaking at graduation because they were worried she might say something about Gaza.
So wait, there's actually I love seeing this from Adam. This is a great look on him. You know, like shit on cops all day long. I love that, Adam. Keep doing that. When we were filming with Hasan for this is all live, so I have no problem saying this. But when we were filming with Hasan, there was a moment where we were like walking to a different part of the picket, and in order to like walk to that different part, we were like walking through, well, not like through, but there's like an encampment, like homeless encampment we had to walk past. And I was just like very careful not to like film them because like I don't want 30,000 people walking into my house, like that's not what we're here to film. And so I was just like positioning myself in a specific way to like not film the encampment as we walk past it. And Adam noticed that and he was like, "Yeah, thank you for not like shooting them. Like that's like a good idea. And Hasan turned back and was like, "Oh yeah, dude, this guy's like a fucking anarchist, man. He's all about like, progressive politics and stuff." And Adam turned to me and was like, "Oh, you're an anarchist?" And I was just like, I didn't ask for this conversation. Like this all didn't involve me at all yet. Adam turned to me and was like, "Oh, you're an anarchist?" And I said, "No, I'm an abolitionist, but Hasan doesn't know the difference." And like Adam was like, "Oh, well, I don't really give a shit," And I was like, "Yeah." Like, I mean, I'm not trying to have this conversation right now. We're live. Like, I saw a lot of KEKWs in the chat that day, but I was like, I'm not here to like push my bullshit right now. But if he's gonna misrepresent me and you're gonna explicitly ask me, I will clarify for you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like. Like, I don't know. Where does the state withering away lead to? Yeah, sure. I mean, I get you. I understand. I'm not anti-anarchist. I'm definitely more anarchist than anything else. But Hasan calls me I would never like self-identify as an anarchist. I understand the state has like a big role to play in my lifetime. Like, I don't think we can just go from this to like no state. We definitely need a state for socialism and for abolition. We cannot like get rid of the police and expect that like all harm will go away without taking care of everybody's like basic needs and like eliminating the reasons why people do crime in the first place. Both the cultural reasons and the Mike from PA will find you and he will fed pill you. I've talked with Mike about this a bunch, actually. Mike is more of the kind of guy who's like, no, we need police to like arrest the capitalist and people who would threaten the revolution. And I'm always like, I don't know. That's not my bag, but I'll get you there. You know what I mean? I'm always like, nah, not really. I don't think so. I think we can figure that out. Fine.
Why? Because her major was resistance to genocide. They were literally worried that she might talk about some of the shit they taught her on stage. Imagine if they did.
What is an abolitionist? So I mean, we use that term in the tradition of the slave abolitionists who, like, John Brown, who fought, or any number of black slave abolitionists in America who fought to end slavery. And we call ourselves that because we want the abolition of the prison industrial complex. We want to abolish prisons. We want to abolish police. We want to build a world in which we don't, look at the failures of our society and lock them in a cage. we recognize that that people are failed. You know what I mean? And so anarchists, yeah, I mean, basically. But again, I don't think we can abolish police without having a state that like provides people with the basic needs that they need, Like, you can't do that. I don't think you can just do that by like eliminating like statehood and welfare and like higher education funding and shit like that, Like, you have to give people something to live for. At least ending prison slavery would be kind of nice. I mean, yes, but why not all prisons? Like, why is locking somebody in a cage appropriate response to harm being done to somebody? You know what I mean? If harm is done, hey, we got a video lined up after this. Let's just table this conversation real quick because I actually have a video that I think is going to talk about all of this. by that dang dad, who is an abolitionist, and I really like his videos. So just stick around after this video. We'll talk about that. I moved it up. Okay, we're cutting second thought so that we can get to this conversation because I fucking love this conversation.
Did that with a biology major. Uh-oh, she might mention the Krebs cycle. Ban her from graduation. At UC Irvine, the 2024 academic year was dubbed the Year of Free Speech. Their chancellor even taught a course on the importance of free speech on campus. But the minute that those students actually used that free speech, that same chancellor called in a prison bus and hundreds of cops to brutally arrest peacefully protesting students and faculty. Yes, we love to encourage our students to speak.
Dude, the craziest thing about this is that the mayor, we watched this happen live, but the mayor was supposedly there begging the police not to not to move in, which is insane to me. That the mayor of a city, the elected Democratic mayor, the police can just like act like outside of that. That's wild. Yeah, we literally were covering this live as it was happening. I remember.
Freely, as long as they say exactly what we want.
And the mayor of Irvine is based.
Literally using physical force to stop their students from speaking. You'd think that all the free speech crusaders would be on the student side, right? Like Senator Tom Cotton, who's been complaining.
Fuck this guy, dude.
For years that free speech.
One of the worst people alive. I'm not gonna lie.
Under attack on college campuses. That guy must have been rushing to defend these students, right?
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America. They're disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate, full of pro-Hamas sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks.
We're here today to discuss the little Gazas, disgusting cesspools of sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks. I mean, is it just me, or does this guy sound like he would have told the Beatles to get a haircut? I mean,
well, he would have done worse than that.
Fanatics and freaks.
Also, would have, brother. That guy says slurs daily in private. Like, are you kidding me? That dude says the hard R at least every if he doesn't say it every 12 hours, his pinky finger starts to disintegrate. like he can't function without saying the hard R as many times as he can.
Sound like exactly the sort of people who need free speech protections. I didn't realize that the First Amendment had a no hippies clause. Now, jokes aside, the rationale
of course,
administrators gave for calling the police on these protests was that they were anti-Semitic and threatening to Jewish students. And there is no doubt that many Jewish students said that the protests made them feel unsafe. But at the same time, the protests were attended and often organized by Jewish students, many of whom said that they were protesting.
This video is great so far, dude. As somebody who covered this movement from the very first second it happened, you found the anarchist comment? Prodigy with the receipts, bro.
Thanks for pointing this way.
Yeah. So wait, Adam just said thanks for pointing this way. I said yeah.
Show these folks.
He knows, bro. He's an anarchist.
This guy's an anarchist?
No, I'm an abolitionist. But Hasan doesn't know the difference.
I don't give a shit. How about that? I don't.
Like when that cop said like, "Good luck, guys," he probably was like, "Fuck you." No, he's thinking.
Yep.
Thinking I love my union. They let me kill people. No, I'm saying. You were saying, "Fuck you." You have the LA ACAB hat on too.
Yeah, that was a fun day, man.
Because doing so was a part of their Jewish identity.
Nobody knew me back then. Nobody knew me back then. I was just some chatter, bro. And I just like literally one day Hasan was like doing his morning thing and was like, I need like a camera operator. And I was like, yo, hit me up in the chat. And he pulled me up and he was like, wait, that's a good idea, dude. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I should call you. And March was like already around during this, so I don't really know why he felt he needed somebody else, but like March was there. You know what I mean? But it was chill. It's cool. And now it seems like he uses March for all of that now, which is cool. I mean, I love March. March is great. And having like a working relationship is really important. So I found you from Hasan watching your protest coverage. Yeah, a lot of people found me from that too. March was filming for Valkyrie. Not Pokey. Maybe Pokey, though. I don't know. Maybe March has filmed for Pokey. I'm not sure. I know definitely he filmed for Valkyrie, though. Yeah. Right. Soju. Right.
Parents were Holocaust survivors. I joined this encampment because for me, never again is never again.
Yeah, Veffer has like come in here and pulled out my old username, which don't mention it if you know it. Veffer's been like, I know when you changed your username, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, huh? How did you? I didn't know anyone. Like when I thought when I changed my username, this was a long time ago too.
For anyone,
like when I changed my name on Twitch was a long time ago. But I'm sure it's worse than Cinemarxism. Damn, bro, roasted. I'm sure there are places you can find it. It's not that big of a deal. It was Bong Smash. Because, okay, you say Bong Smoker 420XX, which is funny because it's not so far off. It was Bong Smash, but it's because it wasn't Bong, it was Bom. My dog's name is Bom, which is like Vietnamese for fluffy. Bom. That's how it's pronounced, but it's spelled Bong. Okay? Bom. And then Smash Bros, because I ran a Super Smash Brothers community in Saigon. And like, so I was like the TO of the scene, and every once in a while we would stream those. And so that's why I had the Twitch. That's why I started this like account on Twitch. There's the lore, okay? That's all the lore. Yeah.
Students at these encampments held Passover seders. Some even wore watermelon kippas to express solidarity with the Palestinian people. And when university administrators called the cops on them, those Jewish students didn't just feel threatened, they were violently attacked. In some cases,
but Baum was my tag in Smash Bros. And we played Ultimate because Nintendo never like distributed. They still don't like have any officially licensed like retailers in Vietnam. And so nowadays people are smuggling in Switches and shit because the economy is really good. But like back in the GameCube days, like nobody gamed. It was just like they weren't available, so nobody really had that like affinity for like Smash Bros back then. Everybody got into it in like Smash 4. And that's where the scene like kind of started. But then I took it when Ultimate came out, I kind of took over the scene and like made it into like a competitive scene and got us good venues and like did a bunch of promo for it. We had a monthly once that was like we brought down people from Hanoi because Hanoi had a small scene going up there, and we brought people down from Hanoi, had like 70 people in a Smash Bros tournament, which was like fucking awesome, dude. It was so sick. My name was Ninja Can because when I was 14, me and my loser friends used to say, "No, I'm just joking," but really fast and smushed it together like, "No, just joking." And then I was Ninja Can for the next 33 years. That's hilarious.
Cases by literal hate mobs. At UCLA, a violent mob attacked the student protesters, beating them with sticks and shooting explosive fireworks and chemicals at them. Over 100 students were injured, and 25 went to the hospital. According to a report by The Guardian.
Dude, this kind of urgency, I love the way he's delivering these lines. Like, this should be so fucking outrageous. Did the cops ever answer for this? Yeah, they arrested one guy. They arrested one guy on a misdemeanor charge. Yeah, I also watched it live with Tofu Ghost. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, Tofu Ghost. You in any footage? I was not there that night. Honestly, thankfully. I watched it on Asmon's stream. Jesus Christ. But did they say why they didn't protect the students from the Zionists? They're saying they weren't called. UCLA said that they did call. It's just been a bunch of finger pointing back and forth from now on. But guys, don't forget, this happened at Pico Robinson. This happened months after that. Like,
Top story tonight, a volatile
This is going to be the worst coverage of all time.
Flying.
But like Zionists did fucking open fist fight warfare in broad daylight in the middle of Pico Robinson neighborhood in Chicago or in LA, and the police didn't do shit.
And physically, locals
Like nobody was arrested, dude.
in this
Look at this.
historically Jewish neighborhood and in front of the Adas Torah synagogue.
My friends, bro, my journalist friends, my independent journalist friends were attacked here. Were like beaten and like punched in the head. The rise of political violence in Los Angeles is insane right now. It's scary, bro.
That mob included right-wing anti-Semites associated with the Proud Boys. So what did UCLA do in response to actual hateful violence against their students? Well, they called the cops, but those cops didn't protect the students. No, they shot the students with rubber bullets and arrested 300 of them.
That's a little bit of a conflation to the point of like misinformation, because they say they called the cops, but the cops didn't show up the night of the attack for 4 hours. For 4 hours, a group of 100 right-wing Nazi fascist freaks attacked students on an American campus for 4 hours, and they never came. And then when they did come, they were cheered by the Nazis, of course, you know. They were cheered and welcomed. No arrests happened. And they moved in and stood with their backs to the Nazis and, you know, facing the encampment. And then the very next day is when the cops came in and at 4 a.m. Overtook the encampment and finally cleared it out. The very next day. You might remember, if you know me from that, I filmed the negotiation when the dean from UCLA came in and told the encampment that the police were going to be called and the encampment was going to be cleared that night. I filmed that as it was happening and streamed it. And then we streamed the preceding police, you know, encroachment that happened that night too.
That's right. The cops saw a bunch of racists beating up children and said, "Ooh, goody, my turn." Look, I wasn't at these protests and I'm not Jewish. But I think it's ridiculous to claim that the police had to be called to protect students from feeling threatened when the result of doing so was students being violently attacked, especially because there was another, better way to protect these students all along: talking to them. While UCLA was tear-gassing 19-year-olds, UC Riverside managed to end their encampment peacefully by negotiating with the students. Wow, reasoned discussion leading to a peaceful resolution. Kind of sounds...
Also, I gotta say, like, I really appreciate this coverage, and like, he is taking risks, especially as an actor working in Hollywood. He's taking a lot of risks by doing this. We would love to see you out there, brother. Come out next time. Come out to UCLA, Adam. Like, do some on the ground reporting. Come out and see the encampment yourself. I love this coverage. You're doing a great job. But I want to see you out there next time.
Sounds like one of those things they teach at a fancy university. So if it was never necessary for these schools to send the cops in to beat up their own students, how come so many administrators did? Simple, because they're spineless chicken shit cowards, but more importantly, because they are under the spell of a political pressure campaign that has been conspiring to undermine higher education from the inside for the past half century. A campaign that hasn't just turned the public and the political system against college students. It has also made higher education exorbitantly expensive for all of us. But
No, I know. I'm familiar with Adam for sure. I think I'm just like, this is great. He's spitting. This is perfect.
Before we get into that,
he was gonna go with Hasan that day, but something came up last second. Oh, no way. I didn't know that.
I need to tell you about this week's sponsor,
That's cool.
Ground News. I want the wealthy to destroy higher education. See, what a lot of us don't realize is the fact that we have a higher education system at all in America is one of the great miracles of the 20th century. College wasn't always seen as a path to the middle class. In fact, for a long time, college in America sucked ass. Almost nobody even went. In 1900, less than 1% of students were enrolled in college. And why would they? College back then was for three things: turning the children of the idle rich into adults of the idle rich, training priests and lawyers, and having super sick secret societies. Oh, how I love my dear alma mater, where I used to dress up as the demon Baphomet and paddle my classmates on the behind. Education! But all of that changed after World War II, when the government realized that all those thousands of veterans needed something to do during peacetime other than staring at the wall, reflecting on the horrors of war. So the U.S. government passed the GI Bill, which used federal money to pay for veterans to go to college. And by golly, it was more popular than the Andrews Sisters at a USO dance hall. By the mid-50s, almost half of World War II vets had taken advantage of the federal aid and gone to college. And after that,
Do you know the GI Bill works internationally? If you've served in the military, the government will pay for you to go to any college in the world. That's fucking sick.
Beeping asshole Sputnik made Americans shit our pants that we were losing the space race, the government kept pouring money into education so that we could beat the Ruskies with our big American brains. College attendance exploded. Undergraduate enrollments increased 45% between 1945 and 19.
Yeah, I had a friend when I first traveled to Asia. It was because one of my friend's brothers was using the GI Bill and studying at like the University of Bangkok or something like that. And he was like living in Bangkok full time, going to school there on the GI Bill.
1960, and then doubled again by 1970. And for the first time, higher education wasn't just for the rich kids. It was affordable and accessible to working class people. In California, the master plan for higher education dictated that almost anyone who lived in the state could attend college, including the world-class University of California system, for free. Oh, let's see. I could toil in a factory just like my pops and his pops before him, or I could study nuclear fusion and take a figure drawing class for free. Hubba hubba. Countless working-class people attended college for the first time during this period. It was a profound shift that quite literally reshaped America, because this new opportunity to learn didn't just give them unprecedented access to new professions, it changed their actual minds. I mean, just think about this for a second. College is the only place where we cultivate and study certain subjects. Philosophy, the study of why we know what we think we know. Political science, the study of the political systems that we build. Sociology and anthropology, the study of humanity itself. Gender studies, race studies, the list goes on. These are powerful, transformative ideas. They help you see the world differently and help you to understand the systems in which you live and how you might change or fight back against them. And now, for the first time, average working people had access to those ideas and could study them, learn, and grow. It was a big fucking deal.
No, yeah, this is spitting. Like, the capacity for radical thought definitely is tied to, like, you know, I don't mean that, like, in the way that, like, you know, non-educated people can't be radical. I think a lot of this stuff is pretty obvious, but I think for a lot of people, like, understanding the concept of superstructure and the concept of, like, these systems, like systemic analysis, is not intuitive and, like, doesn't really come without, like, some kind of education, you know? Education changes your ability to, like, have thoughts. At least it did for me.
And hey, you know what else happened during this time? The Vietnam War. So a lot of these newly educated students thought, hold up, I've studied political science. Maybe what my government is telling me about this war makes no fucking sense. And I've studied math. If I have 10 friends...
Yeah, it can be really intimidating.
Vietnam, that means I have no friends.
What up, Jacob? Good to see you, man.
So a wave of student protests swept the country. And if you look back on it, you can see that this was the moment in which the people actually running the country started to wonder, hold the fuck up. Did we make a mistake by giving all these average Joes an education? Why, we thought they'd learn how to design bombs, not think about whether or not we should drop them. Maybe we don't actually want these peons to have the gift of knowledge after all. So, they began a campaign to steal higher education back from regular people. And you know what? When you have an evil plan, who better to kick it off than the evilest motherfucker of the 21st century?
Question on that, because I used to sort of agree with that. Why isn't the left bigger? Why we are in the most highly educated time in U.S. history, and nowhere near the largest leftist population in U.S. history. I mean, if you look at like any number of like policy polls, the like people in America genuinely do want progressive policy. So I think like maybe because you don't think that like the working or the ruling class or like the politicians that we have like give credence to that, and it doesn't they don't communicate that. You know what I mean? Like I know I understand why you can feel like that, but in general, like most Americans do want a option that's like left of the Democrats, right? So that is true. But also like to answer your question in a different way, I mean like McCarthyism and like Red Scare is still like incredibly significant and popular. And it's something that like people like just have like internalized in like a really weird way. And it's just been like fed and supported basically since the 50s. Like so it's kind of hard to like get people to like figure that out. I mean, like also you have to understand like American cultural export and like the cultural industry in America is like our number one export. And so we have internalized a lot of these like pro capitalist individual freedom, like those ethics and values are kind of like baked into American culture in a way that is like incredibly pervasive and like most people don't realize, you know. Even like militarism, like all that stuff is like in shit. It's like deep in shit in an ideological way that is not like obvious, but shapes how people think politically. Do you know what I mean? Language is important, and the U.S. has kept its population functionally illiterate. If you don't have the words to express your internalized contradictions, you cannot identify the causes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I think like understanding the concepts and like that's what I was trying to communicate earlier. That like getting an education and having the tools to be able to describe the thing that you're going through. It's not that you don't know what you're going through. Americans know exactly what they're experiencing and what they're going through, but are they able to like identify capitalism as a structure? Are they able to like understand how those things like change and shift? Colonialism, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff. It's a different thing. Also, welcome in Peggy. Welcome in Peganox. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Everybody go check out Peganox. Peganox was doing some really cool shit tonight, talking with Luna, the Canadian Peganox, talking to Luna. They're ganging up against us, everybody. Watch your back and your bottoms because Mexico and Canada are ganging up against us. Oh shit, it's happening. Oh, Veermeyer, that's so cool, man. I hope you enjoy it. What are you studying? A big part of that too has to do with how evil this country is and the inability to come to terms with being part of this society causes people to look to shift the blame. Yes, there is like a lot of guilt that like prevents people from like becoming better. You know what I mean? Like I think like people have like displaced and when you like recognize that there's injustice in the world and that in some ways you benefit from that injustice, that can be like a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. But also like if you have, you know, it becomes like, well, how much am I selfish versus how much am I willing to like sacrifice? And some people genuinely don't like respond well to that kind of dynamic. I need you to know that the OG raid message was invading white men's spaces. Do it. Invade. Take over. You'll never be able to silence me. Yeah. Sociology is Marxism with liberals. I mean, when I was in when I took like I got a cultural studies minor at my school, and almost all of the reading we did were Marxist. It was like Adorno, Gramsci, you know, like the cultural studies standard reading was like very much Marxist. And then I also took like a Marx and Marxism class. So I think studying that shit is important. You will not find me like being a theory nerd or whatever, but I do think theory is valuable. I think if you haven't read Capital and you are interested in starting a book club, or somebody offers you to join a book club, I would join it. I think it's really, really important to understanding, and the lens in which you view the world will change after reading it. Like, for real. It actually, Capital is a very powerful book. Now a history major. I remember last semester I pissed off a professor so much because the course was business management from the executive suite. Kill me, dude. And you're paying for that shit? Ew.
Century, Ronald motherfucking Reagan. When Reagan ran for governor of...
Also, I think people think like economic text with regard to capital, and I think they imagine like something else than what it is. Like, Capital is actually kind of poetic in some spots. Like, he puts flavor in the words. There's like spice and flavor. It's not dry. It's like very, very high concept, and like you have to read it slowly and like with a pen and paper, or like just write in the book. Like, that will help you a lot. But like, there's some parts where he's funny, where he's like making like some cuntiness. Yeah, like for sure.
Of California. He explicitly campaigned.
Capital by Karl Marx. Marx was kind of brat. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Marx was kind of brat. You're so right.
Against the student protesters. He compared the protesters to Nazi brown shirts, called them brats, freaks, and cowardly fascists, and he made ridiculous claims like that, quote, Negroes had threatened a university dean with switchblades at his throat, forcing him to admit them to courses. Now, that's patently ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. You can't steal classes at knife point because you have to keep coming back to the scene of the crime all semester. But the public fell for these bizarre caricatures of collegiate criminals, hook, line, and sinker. During his campaign, Reagan even promised to use violence against the protesters, saying, if it takes a bloodbath, let's get it over with. No more appeasement. And he meant that shit. After he won the governorship, Reagan literally sent the National Guard, the military, to attack protesters. Hundreds were injured, and one kid was even killed. And once Reagan was willing to use violence against college students, well, just like in the classic film Bedtime for Bonzo, it was monkey see, monkey do. Other politicians started doing the exact same thing.
I can see Kamala do this. You don't need to look far, man. You might not need to wait too long either. It might happen under Biden, brother.
And a few months later,
I've also streamed cops shooting us, like shooting protesters with fucking less lethals. Those can kill people. Like we're already experiencing it in a big way.
Governor of Ohio called in the National Guard against students at Kent State University. The National Guard opened fire.
Like, is there really that big of a difference between the National Guard and 7 different police departments and hundreds of police? Like, is there? What is the difference?
Fire on the kids. 9 students were wounded and 4 were shot to death by their own country's military for the crime of peacefully protesting. I mean, some of them weren't even protesters. They were just kids trying to get to class. But just like Reagan, politicians blamed the students for their own deaths. President Nixon said that the Kent State shootings should remind us all once again that when dissent turns to violence, it invites tragedy. In other words, those piece of shit protesters deserved it. Huh, kind of sounds like someone else we know. These little Gothas are disgusting cesspools of sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks. I just cannot get enough of doing an impression of this guy. He's such a freak. He's a freak. He's a fucking freak. All right, moving on. But I mean, shooting kids in cold blood is pretty extreme, even for jumped up Scooby-Doo villains like Nixon and Reagan. So why were these politicians so willing to use the military to murder their own students? Because they knew that they were a genuine.
I mean, yeah, Peter, you're right, but that doesn't benefit the comparison. It actually does the opposite. I agree that I think the military would be a little bit less likely to use brutal violence against its own people than the police would be. Yeah, I think the police are way more right-wing and psychotic than military are.
Genuine threat to their power. A few months after the Kent State massacre, Ronald Reagan's own Secretary of Education publicly said about colleges in general that we are in danger of producing an educated proletariat. That's dynamite. He even called for limiting people's access to education, saying that we have to be selective on who we allow. And that hinted at the next phase of their plan. Because how did they make college more selective? Simple. Reagan killed free tuition, instituting high fees across California's university system for the first time ever, and beginning the long slide to college being so expensive you have to put yourself in a mountain of debt to access it. Before
Fucking Reagan, dude. Always Reagan.
Tuition at a University of California like Berkeley was free, but now it costs about 20 grand a year, and that's before room and board. Sending your kid to a state school now costs as much as buying a new Kia Soul every year for 4 fucking years. And who has that kind of cash? No one but the kids are rich business people and their rich fucking friends. Oh, but the wealthy and powerful didn't stop there in their quest to destroy higher education. In 1971, just a year after the Kent State massacre, future Supreme Court Judge
During the Watts riots? Yeah, I mean, you might be right, but we're also dealing... That was in the 90s, the amount of militarization of the police now. You know what I mean? In the 90s, there was a significant difference in the tools available for the military and the police. That was in the beginning of that shift, right? So there was an over policing and use of, especially in LA in particular, if you're talking about the Watts riots, that was beginning with the police, but even still, it's nothing like now, where there's virtually no difference between the military and the police because we've been shoveling all of the military equipment into the police.
Justice Lewis Powell wrote a memo to a powerful business lobby outlining the plan. He wrote, quote,
Beffer, thank you so much for the gifted. By the way, I missed the top of the hour ad debate last time. My bad. I missed it last time. But it is September, guys, so subs are discounted, and I would really appreciate it if you guys would support the stream. If you're in here, you get to avoid the ad breaks, and it helps me a lot. It helps me to keep doing this shit. So thank you.
American economic system is under broad attack, and that the single most dynamic source of those attacks was the campus. I mean, think about that. Despite the fact that multiple students at multiple universities had been beaten, brutalized, and shot to death by their own government,
Paul Wall, thank you for the gifted.
This dude thought big business was the real victim. Oh, won't someone think of the poor CEOs? So Powell called for businesses to fight back by infiltrating universities. Through speaking engagements, books, publications in scholarly journals, evaluations of textbooks, and by pushing for the hiring of more business-friendly professors. Conservative think tanks ran with this plan, paying for Powell's propaganda program and funding books and articles that made the case to the public that higher education was indulgent and un-American.
Well. If it isn't the blowjob brothers.
Yo, thank you, Handsome Bert. Appreciate that.
This campaign went on for so many decades and worked so thoroughly that today, public confidence in higher education is now at an all-time low. Lawmakers across the country are banning colleges from teaching ideas they don't like, and college administrators have followed in Reagan's footsteps, using force against their own students, all while college becomes more expensive than it ever has been in history. I mean, at this point, people hate college so much that if you even bring up making it as cheap or free as it used to be a few decades ago, you sound like a radical fucking socialist. I mean, think about what a
One of the best Bernie policies also. We came from Bernie to this video. One of the best things, one of the things that really got me on board with Bernie early in 2016 was him saying all higher education should be free and paid for by the government. That is a really, really, really great policy. I don't know how else to, like, this is what most, civilized Western nations do. It's like, it's just a part of it. Like, you pay for people's education. It makes the country better.
Tragedy this is. Post-World War II, America started bringing higher education to average Americans for the first time ever. Education that opened doors, that helped people rise up in the world, that helped the less powerful build power. And then the rich motherfuckers on top destroyed it because they didn't want us to have it. They don't want us to think critically about the world around us, because if we do, we might start to notice the boot on our neck, and that we don't want our money to go towards the bombing of people in other countries.
Damn.
The rich and powerful don't treat students and faculty as a punching bag because they're naive or entitled or fucking snowflakes. They punish students with violence and debt because education makes us powerful, because education is a threat to the system that exploits average Americans and people all across the world for profit. Now, there actually is one bit of good news in this story. Because despite the fact that college is more expensive than ever and people have to take on way too much debt to get it, more Americans are also getting college educations than ever have before. And that means we have a chance to use that education to see what's happening for what it is. We can use our history degrees to understand how we got here, our political science degrees to analyze how the powerful are trying to screw us, and hell, even our supposedly useless English degrees to explain to each other what is happening and why. And if we can do that effectively, maybe we can stop the politicians from using this wave of campus protests to accelerate their war on education like they did the last one. Because the truth is that education is power. And don't let anyone convince you that the people don't deserve it.
Facts. Damn, Adam. Okay, go off, King. That was a good video. That was a good ass video, bro. That's a good ass video. He covered all the bases, man. Okay, we were gonna we almost got derailed earlier, but I tabled it, all right? So we were talking about abolition, and some people were like, "What is abolition? What does that mean?" Like, I think we can have that conversation again. I love having this conversation all the time. Around this next video, ex-cop asked, "Is the left soft on crime?" So this is That Dang Dad, who's a smaller creator that I really like. I think he's I don't know. There's just something about the way that this guy forms thoughts and talks that just like really works for my brain, and I really like it. And talking about like soft on crime to me is like really important, because this is obviously like what Cenk yells at Hasan about all the time. When we talk about defunding the police, when we talk about abolishing police, obviously a lot of people's first response is going to be, well, then what do we do about the murderers and the rapists and stuff like that? And, oh, you just want to let people go free. And what I hope this video will be about, I haven't watched it yet, but what I hope this video will be about is the fact that, which is true, which is that it's a process, but also like the left cares about harm and victims more than the right wing ever has, and this has always been true. And even in calling for abolition, we care. We're doing this because we care about harm, and we understand that the policing system that we live in right now solves about 2% of major crimes. And when we say they solve crime, what does that actually look like? Are people who are harmed ever asked, how do we repair this harm that's happened in your life? Like, what does justice look like to you? No. Most of the time, if harm is done, the police will come in and cause more harm, whether that's by ripping somebody from a community and putting them in a cage, or shooting their dog, or shooting somebody, you know, who is adjacent to the harm. The police create more harm, in fact. you know? So if we're talking about crime, I think that's fine. We can talk about crime, but I think what's more useful is to talk about harm. Is that and understand that harm is something that does happen. You know what I mean? Like harm is something that happens, and let's talk about what does it actually look like to reduce harm, to restore justice to a place where harm has occurred. What does that actually look like? And the truth is, there's not going to be an overall one solution to that answer. You're going to have to ask the person who was harmed, you know? What does that look like to you? And I think if you do that, way more often than not, the answer is not going to be retribution. It's not going to be make the person who did this to me suffer more. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely think most people do not think about these things in terms of like, I want to cause more harm to the person that harmed me. You know, I don't, and I think you talk to like if you look at and talk to victims, like that's generally not the situation. So I don't know if this is where That Dang Dag is going to go with this, but I'm excited to continue to talk about this shit. You know.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and this year in my country, we're having a presidential election. Now, I'm an anarchist, so
who is this?
So propping up heads of state is none of my business. But unfortunately, elections tend to dominate the news cycle and the conversations online for like the entire year. One of the big topics that both parties will be trying to weaponize against each other is that of crime. Both American parties are going to try to claim the mantle of tough on crime and paint the other side as woefully unserious about keeping the electorate safe. And their dutiful little lapdogs in the press will help bolster this conversation with sensational stories about crime stats and red states versus blue states and gun violence in Chicago and scary hordes of refugees lurking along the border. One of the biggest ways that the press legitimizes this conversation is with pundits on the right and center, but I repeat myself, churning out opinion pieces on how progressives need to respect people who believe that crime is out of control and just want to keep their families safe. That they need to make sure that they aren't too left-wing so that they're not seen as soft on crime. Now, whether there's actually a crime epidemic is outside of the scope of this video. I'm skeptical of that claim personally, but you can cherry pick stats and sources to paint many different kinds of urgent pictures, and I'm not interested in getting into chart fights with people. Instead, I'm interested in the assumption that left-wing ideology, broadly speaking, is just inherently soft on crime. That bit of received wisdom from the chattering classes is often just taken as a given, even among some of the more progressive elected officials. But is it true? Is the left soft on crime? Spoiler alert, no. Actually, the left, broadly speaking, are the only ones taking crime seriously and working to reduce it in any meaningful way.
Yep.
Standard Democrat and Republican playbooks, but I repeat are completely unequipped to prevent crime, and in fact, they aren't actually all that interested in doing so.
Yep.
Phil, aren't you just some purple-haired anarcho-barista with pronouns and no life experience?
I mean, not only that, like not only are they not interested in solving or like preventing crime from happening, they actually use crime in a very specific way to otherize and institutionalize groups of people which they find like dejectable, right? So this is the homeless, like, you know, poor people, poverty in general, black people, you know, immigrants, like they make laws and criminalize that, like those experiences and those identities. That's how they think and use crime. So to them, the idea of like reducing crime doesn't really make sense, right?
Experience. What do you know about crime?
Actually, I was a police officer in Los Angeles County for almost a decade, patrolling one of the busiest narcotics trafficking corridors in the state. The first homicide I worked was on my 3rd month on the job. Gangster got shot 14 times in front of a family party. That was on Christmas Eve, by the way. Happy birthday, Jesus. I've investigated rapes, robberies, burglaries, child abuse, domestic abuse, animal abuse, drug trafficking, arson, fraud, and even DUI on a horse once. While being ridden on a highway, a horse is technically a car. One for the philosophers, perhaps. And don't get it twisted, I'm not pretending I was some super cop out there cleaning up the streets. Most of these
The horse was drunk as fuck, dude.
investigations happened well after the crimes had occurred. Many never led to arrests. I was often just there to add documentation to the misery archives. But even so, it gave me a pretty upfront and personal look at how crimes happen and the conditions that make crime likely. That's how I know that the left is the only ideological cohort taking crime seriously. So, let's get into it. To figure out if the left is soft on crime, let's first decide what we mean by crime. It's tempting to say, well, that's easy. A crime is anytime somebody breaks the law. But I ask you, when someone describes themselves as tough on crime, are they actually referring to each and every transgression against the legal code of the municipality, the state, and the federal government? In many places, it's illegal to have tinted windows. The California Vehicle Code requires that all tow truck operators carry at least one broom. The California Penal Code makes it a misdemeanor to ride a bike on the dirt next to railroad tracks. Is this what tough on crime people are worried about? I don't think so.
course
Oh,
not.
I know. Maybe they're going to be tough on the crime of corporations failing to pay overtime wages to their workers. Maybe they're going to be tough on the crime
What's this creator's name? It's pinned in the chat, a link to it. It's That Dang Dad.
of forcing workers to work without proper PPE. Maybe they're going to be tough on the crime of businesses violating the ADA and preventing disabled people from getting hired. Oh, weird. The tough on crime crowd is pretty silent about that stuff. Well, what crimes do they care about? Murders and rapes and assaults are usually the go-to crimes mentioned, but I've noticed that, at least on the Nextdoor app, the crimes that get people truly upset are thefts, burglaries, robberies, and being visibly homeless in a public area.
Yep.
I believe that when people express concerns about crime, it's this narrow band of crimes that they're picturing. Crimes I would loosely classify as random harms by random strangers. They're envisioning that awful feeling of just minding your own business out in the world and somebody just deciding to fuck with you. Steal your purse, break into your car, grope you at a bar, things like that. I think many people can relate to that feeling of being exposed to random cruelty, of having your day ruined for no reason, having your life violated and turned upside down. I hated being a cop around Christmas time because without fail, people would get all of their Christmas presents stolen right from under the tree by a burglar, and I saw how it haunted the families and it made them feel so unsafe and so traumatized. So while
Bro, that's the Grinch. That's just the Grinch. His heart is 3 sizes too small, man. You can't blame him.
I want to call attention to the selective nature of which crimes people want toughness on. I don't want to minimize the real pain, the real disturbance that these crimes cause.
He's a mean one. Mr. Grinch. What up, Ra's al Ghul?
Really do happen to people who don't deserve it, and it really does cause trauma, sometimes lifelong trauma. I completely understand why crime is an important topic to lots of people and why calls to prevent it resonate so deeply. In fact, as a leftist and a prison abolitionist, I believe everybody should get to live in safety and harmony in their communities.
100%.
People just living their lives should be assaulted or stolen from. Everybody deserves to sleep peacefully in their beds at night. I want to stop these harms from ever happening to anyone else. But we have to go deeper. I don't want people to suffer unjust harms even when it's legal. In this country, it was legal to enslave others. It was legal to murder indigenous people for their land. It was legal to rape your own wife, and it technically still is in some places. The right-wing Supreme Court and Democrat politicians like Gavin Newsom and Eric Adams have made it legal to use state violence against the unhoused community. And let's not forget that many, many murders committed by police have been judged lawful. So let's go beyond the legal-illegal framework. Because I would venture to guess that the average American family isn't worried about a random stranger transgressing against a statute. They're worried about being harmed. Let's cut right to the chase now. For me, I think the most useful way to talk about crime is as behaviors or actions that violate a community's code of conduct, cause harm to others or oneself, and which are often motivated either by unmet needs, some kind of personal crisis, or as a result of somebody lacking the toolkit needed to navigate society. Think of the hated nemesis of next-door posters everywhere. The dreaded porch pirate stealing Amazon packages, or the car thief, or the copper wire thief. Do you think the majority of these thieves are motivated primarily by hatred and a desire to deprive Karen Q Suburbia of her creature comforts? No, a lot of people steal because they don't have enough fucking money. Food costs money. Housing costs money. And yes, the little luxuries that make life bearable, be that games, books, booze, all cost money. If somebody had all their material needs met without shame or stigma, would they still be sneaking around at 2 a.m. breaking into cars? Probably not. Economic crimes have economic causes, baby. In fact, I remember even back during my cop days, some civilian was remarking about some copper wire thieves, and they said, those lazy bums should just get a job. And I was like, bro, do you think copper wire banditry is easy work for lazy oafs?
Yeah, right.
They work way harder than me in a riskier job for way less money.
For real.
Few people would choose a life subsisting on petty thievery if they had better options. Think of crimes like assault or domestic violence. How many abusers were themselves abused and are simply revisiting that unprocessed trauma on others? How many abusers were brought up in chaotic environments that did not equip them with coping strategies for anger or depression? How many abusers are kept in a state of precarity by poverty and left with untreated mental health disorders that exacerbate their tendencies? This isn't to say that every broke or traumatized person becomes an abuser, but we do know that trauma and poverty have long-lasting effects on the body and brain, and many, many people do not have the material resources to manage those effects easily. What if robust mental health care were completely free and completely removed from the carceral model that psych hospitals use today? How many toxic family cycles could be stopped once and for all? Even the big, nasty, sensational crimes, the murders, the mutilations, many of the people engaged in these behaviors weren't born monsters. There was something else going on that broke their brains and allowed them to give themselves permission to do unspeakable things. What was the underlying issue? Was it treatable or preventable? The punitive justice system...
Was there ever an off-ramp? Like, that's the thing I think most people don't understand, is that before somebody gets to the point where they're causing harm to another person, like, they want help. People don't want to be this way. You know what I mean? Like, if there was a better option, if there was an off-ramp, they would take it. Like, I genuinely believe this with like 99% of crimes. If people were given a better option, if people had a system that actually cared about them and like was willing to address the problems that cause them like pain in their lives, they would take that offer. But we just don't provide these off ramps, and in many cases, we actually ignore them and like defund them.
Doesn't care, even if understanding the answers could prevent future murders. The system just wants these offenders discarded.
Right.
And I want to pause here and acknowledge that rape and sexual assault are also huge problems, and it's really difficult for me to do justice to them in this section because we know that rich, powerful people keep getting away with monstrous crimes, and you'd be right to push back on me with, well, you saying Harvey Weinstein and Brock Turner have a bunch of unmet needs? While I still believe my view of crime as being predominantly a point of crisis for somebody in need is correct, that doesn't address the role that patriarchal rape culture plays in sexual or gendered crimes.
Yes, this is the point to make in response to this, is that we have a culture, that we have a rape culture. It is real. And like there are some things and some harm and some crime that is a result of culture, and that culture does need to change, and that does take many generations. But we should be like actively investing in this on like a federal, way. Like, and I think it probably has to do with like education, like teaching children what consent is actually like critically important. Not only so that they can protect themselves from being abused and like understand what abuse is when it happens. But also so that boys are brought up, mostly boys, are brought up and are actually like talking and like, you know, understand that, you know, they're not entitled to women, and like the horrible, you know, influences that I was grown up with regard to dating and courting and all of those things, you know, would be changed over a long period of time. And it's a very much a cultural problem. You know what I mean? No, we 100% do. It's like, it's so commonplace. It's so commonplace.
I would simply point out that the modern punitive justice system model not only also fails to address it, but, as in cases like Brock Turner's, it often protects abusers more than their victims. I believe these systemic changes that I'm advocating are logical first steps to take, with the caveat being that tearing down patriarchy is no less important and warrants similar energy. Now, one response that I anticipate from people skeptical of these ideas goes something like this. What about this career criminal I knew of that was just pure evil? Just wanted to make people suffer. Every time he got out, he reoffended, even though he had help from X and Y and Z. How does he fit into your little utopia?
Dude, there's nothing more evil than like fucking running the ad at the top of the hour. So, I mean, what are we going to do, you know? But luckily, there's a way you can avoid that evil by subscribing for very cheap because it's September. But you can also be gifted a sub for free, or you can check if your Prime is available. We have any primers in the chat? Any Prime subs you can drop in here? All those would be appreciated. Help me to live. I am doing this like full time now, so although I do get some film jobs every once in a while, this is most of my income, and it would help a lot if you could help support me to do this stuff if you enjoy it. That's all. Here comes the ad.
My response is maybe a little more abstract and speculative, but let me hit you with this. If you were raised in a position of precarity within a community that constantly dehumanized you, belittled you, overworked you, underpaid you, and then blamed you for not thriving under that duress, why
Too late,
would you feel like a part of that community? Why would the happiness and stability of that community matter to you when your stability didn't matter to them? Why should you pay your debt to a society that gave you nothing? And you can fire back at me that that's not fair and actions have consequences and that's just the way the world works all you want. But if your primary goal is safety, if your primary motivator is preventing crime, then perhaps sending somebody who broke the code of conduct into a trauma factory for and then telling them that they aren't eligible for employment or voting when they get out is not a great way to get them to suddenly respect that code of conduct and suddenly care about doing things your way. You've told them that they're sullied and broken and they can't win. So why shouldn't they cheat? To put it another way, here's a clumsy little analogy. Imagine there was somebody out there who lost a loved one to lung cancer and decided they were going to be tough on cancer by kidnapping anyone smoking in public and punching them in the face until they promised not to smoke again. You would probably rightfully point out that not only does this policy do nothing to increase funding for cancer research or the availability of cancer treatments, it doesn't even address the reasons people smoke in the first place. It doesn't educate them, it doesn't equip them with tools to quit smoking, it just increases their fear, suffering, and shame. And somebody undergoing suffering is probably going to crave a cigarette. If crime truly represents a moment of crisis caused by unmet needs, then the retaliatory system we use now to prevent it is garbage. It neither de-escalates the crisis, nor does it address the root causes of it. In fact, it makes them worse. If you truly want safer communities, there's another way.
This is really good video.
I got kind of nervous working my way up to this point. Because, there's two ways to approach this. I could either research the theories of scholars and repeat to you what they believed, or I could just tell you what I believe. And I think a lot of people want to know whether police and prison abolition has any kind of robust scholarly tradition behind it, which it does. While at the same time, I think a lot of other people are less interested in what books I've read and are more interested in what policies and...
Yeah, I mean, Jads, this is a good point too, because it's like you understand that that harm in general in the world is not ever addressed, right? Like the most harmful shit nobody is ever held accountable for. Also, I don't know who is on this shirt, but it's not Kamala.
Actions I'm endorsing for the future. So I'm going to try to split the baby on this one. Here's here's a 1-2 punch from
No, he's an ex-cop, and he's an abolitionist and really based. He's definitely, yeah. I mean, ACAB is still true because he's no longer a cop. That's why ACAB is not fucking hate speech or anything like that. We're critiquing a behavior. It's Eileen Wuornos. Oh, the serial killer. Oh, from like Monster, right? What's his channel? It's literally pinned in the chat. Like, we're critiquing a behavior. You know what I mean? So you can stop doing that behavior, and I will welcome you into regular society. You're no longer a bastard. Welcome in. You know? But as long as you go and you put on the uniform of the people that, you know, throw families onto the streets and evictions with no remorse, yeah, you're a fucking bastard. Like, you know? If your job is throwing families onto the street, if you're told to do that, you suck. Like, fuck you. There's no excuse.
His book, Are Prisons Obsolete, that, for me, spells it all out. When the drive to produce more prisons and incarcerate ever larger numbers of people occurred in the 1980s during what is known as the Reagan era, politicians argued that tough-on-crime stances, including certain imprisonment and longer sentences, would keep communities free of crime. However, the practice of mass incarceration during that period had little or no effect on official crime rate.
Yep.
In fact, the most obvious pattern was that larger prison populations led not to safer communities, but rather to even larger prison populations. Each new prison spawned yet another new prison. With that in mind, she later says, "We would not be looking for prison-like substitutes for the prison, such as house arrest safeguarded by electronic surveillance bracelets. Rather, positing decarceration as our overarching strategy, we would try to envision a continuum of alternatives to imprisonment, the demilitarization of schools, the revitalization of education at all levels, a health system that provides..."
You see the loudest prison abolitionists in the U.S., likely due to how insanely bad the criminality system is there. An outlier in the West. Okay, first off, I'll say I'm not really familiar with many abolitionist movements outside of the U.S. I don't think that means that they don't exist, although they might not be as common as in the United States. I would also say that, yeah, the United States is unique in that, like, the prison system, the policing system, all of that is a direct extension of slavery and like the vestiges of like chattel slavery that existed in the United States. Like, these are not separate things. There's a direct historical line from one to the other, and to where we are today. And so again, that's why like abolition, I think, is a very specific word that we use, because it borrows from that history of abolitionists that were fighting against slavery in the United States, and how we draw our connection to those, and that how our fight is just a historical extension of their fight as well. You know what I mean? So a lot of other countries are not going to have that same history, although obviously a lot of countries had slavery and fought against it, you know. But yeah. Who is he quoting here? Angela Davis, yes.
Provides free physical and mental care to all, and a justice system based on reparation and reconciliation rather than retribution and vengeance. The creation of new institutions that lay claim to the space now occupied by the prison can eventually start to crowd out the prison so that it would inhabit increasingly smaller areas of our social and psychic landscape. When talking about abolition to people unfamiliar with it, I also like to quote a blog post by Serge Rochester, which says,
Surge is based.
Thinking about what we want to destroy, it may be more helpful to think about what we must build to abolish the prison industrial complex.
Agreed.
Now,
100%.
The reviewer may have noticed that I pulled a little rhetorical sleight of hand there. The video began talking about the left's positions on crime, but here I am suddenly quoting an abolitionist scholar. And I should be very clear, not all leftists are prison abolitionists. Not all leftists agree with Angela Davis or Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Prison abolition is a left-wing theory, but not all lefties vibe with it. The reason I decided to go in that direction is that even if you don't think prison abolition is a viable model for society, I think Davis's argument still holds weight. If I may massively oversimplify her position as I see it, it's this. Politicians told us that longer sentences and heavy-handed enforcement would reduce crime. The tough-on-crime policies they enacted towards that end did not reduce crime.
Yep.
In fact, these policies led to increased incarceration while failing to produce increased safety. Furthermore, the punitive justice system does not prioritize repairing harms done to victims, nor reintegrating offenders back into their community equipped with better strategies and resources. Therefore, the current punitive, heavy-handed method of handling crime is not.
Why aren't you ACAB? Crazy man, you can be whatever you want to be, brother. You can be whatever you want to be, but I do want to ask, why not ACAB?
Fit for the purpose of preventing future crimes. Therefore, we must enact alternative models and build alternative structures more suited to actually reducing instances of people harming each other.
Yes, look at this. This is abolition. Okay? The system we have does not successfully reduce crime. It actually doesn't even pretend to prevent crime. In fact, it does a lot of actual harm to a lot of real people in ways that are very much not helpful to our society. We can do better. Like, that is literally, this is like a you know, explain like I'm 5 version of abolition.
Even if you think police and prisons are here to stay, I hope you see how this line of argumentation has a place in the conversation about crime. I quote this stat all the time, so if you've heard it before, I apologize, but it's important. The United States has the highest prison population on Earth in terms of raw numbers, and it only recently fell from having the highest per capita incarceration in the world. We're only number 6 now. Thanks, El Salvador. Among rich nations, Americans have an unusually high likelihood of being incarcerated. Has that translated into an incredibly low likelihood of committing crimes? Of course not. The threat of a heavy-handed punitive justice system does not deter crime in any meaningful way. So even if you believe that police and prisons can be reformed and operated humanely, you have to acknowledge that there is a gap between the outcome that we're seeking, reduced harm, and the technology that we're using, cops in cages. We need something else in the mix to make communities safer. So when I and others on the left talk about defunding the police, we don't mean fire them all overnight and then just do nothing as chaos reigns. What we want is for hugely bloated police budgets to be reduced to free up more money to fund things like free food, free housing, free clothing, and free medicine. Like, let me hit you with this. The 2024 budget for the New York City Police Department was $10.8 billion. That same budget allocated $14.6 million to overdose prevention.
Bro, that's like, look at that. $10 billion to the NYPD, 14.6 to overdose prevention
programs, and just $2.4 million to trauma recovery centers. Imagine taking even 1/10 of that NYPD budget, currently going to pay cops overtime for sexting their mistresses, preventing fare evasion, and
bro, sexting their mistresses, that's a very generous way to present it, man. They're playing Candy Crush.
Instead, spending that $1 billion on overdose prevention and trauma recovery. How many lives could be saved? How many survivors could be healed? Or how about this? Recently, I read a study by the Bureau of Justice Statistics which found that 1 out of every 4 people incarcerated had some form of cognitive impairment.
Yep.
A different study by the Prison Policy Initiative found that 40% of all people incarcerated in state prisons had a disability. Then, I read a 2022 paper arguing that up to 2/3 of all incarcerated people, state and federal, were disabled in some way, and that those disabled inmates were likely to have been previously housed in facilities like juvenile detention centers and psychiatric hospitals. What if we had better resources for disabled people that weren't prisons and prison-like hospital wards? What if we had better physical and mental health care systems that gave people back their dignity and autonomy? What if disability benefits weren't capped at ultra-poverty levels? Today, the prison functions as a trash can where we throw people away we'd rather not think about.
Yep.
Does that seem like an effective plan, much less a humane
What up, Pupusama? What's going on?
For me personally, as an abolitionist, I don't start from a position of, I hate cops, let's just get rid of them and then figure something out. I start from a position of, free housing would solve a certain kind of crisis. Let's put more resources towards that. I'm a radical, but I'm not naive. I know societal change isn't going to happen overnight, and I know throwing open the prison doors all will.
For real, dude. Like, I feel like when people talk about abolition, it's always some like straw man that they've built up in their head. And when you actually speak with abolitionists, this is what they say. Like, this is what they are always saying. You know? I just want to say ACAB, but also I love you, Brent. Okay, thank you, Fuwazama.
Willy-nilly is...
Yeah, why have mental health care when you can have free labor in prison? Right. And it's like crazy because do you know what the largest provider of public housing is in the United States? Prisons. You know what the largest provider of mental health care is in the United States? Prisons. Like, why? Why does this have to be this way? Why?
Isn't going to in and of itself reduce harm. Instead, I'm operating from the standpoint in that surge quote, imagining what must be built to make that outcome possible. And speaking as a former cop, let me tell you that on the job, I was frequently frustrated by the lack of resources available for the community. There were so many nights where I was forced to arrest an alcoholic or a mentally ill person or a homeless person because they were in crisis and no one was available to get them somewhere safe. You may have even seen interviews with me on other channels where I try to tell the story about this mentally ill single mother that I dealt with one evening, and I can never tell it without crying because I can never forget how utterly powerless I felt to keep her family whole. I hated it then and I hate it now. I hate that the US has decided that all it needs is a giant
Twitter just got banned in Brazil, lol.
Police hammer, and I hate the way that it ensures that people who just need a little extra help get nailed. I was a cop in what would be called a rough neighborhood. And no matter how many cops we hired, no matter how many assault rifles we bought, no matter how many drug raids we did, none of it made the neighborhood any less rough. Because what made it rough was poverty and desperation. Two things that cops can only make.
Too based. I've actually already thought about this. I thought about playing Prison Architect or there's a new one coming out too, right? Prison Architect. I've also wanted to do, and I don't even know if it's possible, but like City Skylines zero police budget challenge. City Skylines, but like never invest in police. Never build a police station. Does crime cause poverty? No. I mean, poverty is like a systemic issue. Crime is a specific like interaction between two people. Poverty causes crime. Yes, I would agree with that, but I don't know what you're implying by that other one. What do you mean by that?
Preventing crime requires a helping hand, not an iron fist. Unfortunately, in the United States, there is an unwillingness to provide help to people who don't deserve it. Americans will burn $100 to prevent the wrong sort of person from getting $1 that they didn't earn. It has nothing to do with effectiveness.
Yeah, right.
And everything to
do. Being arrested and losing your job can definitely make you poor.
Do with vindictiveness, a foolish belief that suffering cleanses the soul. It's not true, it's never been true, but that belief continues to metastasize in nearly every American institution, and with enough time, it will kill us. I think it's time to wrap this up, so let me put a bow on this thing. Anyone telling you that we need more cops and less public assistance is not tough on crime. They're just pro-cruelty for cruelty's sake, period. Their policies do not make you safer. They just make you feel good that those icky outsiders aren't enjoying themselves. It's not soft on crime to want to help people in crisis. It's simply the only thing that's going to make a long-lasting difference.
Right. These people are not actually like interested in preventing or like addressing crime. They want retribution, man. They're bloodthirsty. They want sacrifice. Like if we allowed them, they would just murder a baby every month to make it rain. Like that's what they fucking want, bro. Why is it specifically cities with crime that have poverty issues? Well, hold on. All cities are going to have both poverty and crime. Keep talking though. I'm kind of like, you're not really making sense, but I feel like you're coming close to a conclusion. Why is it like, are you implying that like crime doesn't happen in rural places? Or maybe you just don't understand that like, yeah, if you have more people together, there's going to be more numbers of crime in their interactions together. And also that like poverty is criminalized, right? Where there is poor people, where there are homeless people. If you don't have a place to go to the restroom in private and going to the restroom outside is a crime, or if you're fucking, you know, you've had to sleep on concrete for 3 nights in a row and have had 1 hour of sleep, and the guy next to you offers something that's going to make you comfortable, and it's smoking fentanyl. Why doesn't Miami have a homeless problem? I'm sure they do, bro. You don't think there are any like homeless people in Miami? And if they don't, it's literally because they arrested them all and criminalized them so much that it's impossible. So again, we're back to crime. You think Miami doesn't have crime? Is there proof of what? Of crime happening in Miami? Were there being homeless people in Miami? Dude, somebody just gave you the count. It was like 3,800 homeless people.
Be safe, or do you want to see people that you don't like suffer? I don't believe you can have both. Anyway, I appreciate you hanging out for all that. I'm always a little nervous.
I think they do. That is very small for most cities. Yes, bro, but you're literally, your answer is to the answer you're proposing that like, you know, Ron DeSantis and Miami mayor or whatever, like the Republicans in Florida do, is they mass arrest those people and put them into prison. Like, do you think that's an appropriate response to somebody not being able to afford rent? I'm actually asking you. Do you think that's an appropriate response to somebody being poor? Do you think we should be arresting poor people for being poor? Because that's fucking bleak, man.
What the left thinks kind of video, because the left isn't any.
Can you prove what you said? I don't know what you're asking me to prove, man. What do you like? Can you what do you think is the story, man? What do you I'm you're not making sense. What is your assertion? Prove that Miami arrested homeless people? You just said that? Oh my god, dude. Bro, Los Angeles arrests homeless people too. Why do you think there's less homeless people in Florida? Like, I'm trying to figure out what your opinion is. I'm giving you very obvious like answers to your questions. Look like right here. How will the new state law impact the homeless congregation in downtown Miami? Shots from Miami. Yeah, what is your point? What is your point? Here, new state law signed by Ron DeSantis. Bans homeless encampments. What do you think that means? This is a law that they use to arrest people for being homeless. There's your proof. Human Rights Clinic calls on the UN to help end criminalization of homeless. He's gone. Good riddance. Like a 12-year-old, dude. Okay, wait. Let's watch this FD video. Dust in the wind. Goodbye.
Look at my dog. I got like crud or anything.
All right, this is FD video about I Show Speed.
Oh, let me see. Stop moving. Let me see your mouth. It's just looking regular.
Gone.
Right.
That's marriage, y'all. That's what y'all got to look forward to, is having a life partner to help you out and bring you down to size. All right. So, IShowSpeed is a 19-year-old streamer who has risen to fame as a clown. A clown. A clown. And respectfully, a clown, right?
I think they tried your policies in Portland and Vancouver, Canada, and they got reversed. They did not. They've never defunded the police in Vancouver or Portland. They never provided, you know, public housing in either of these places. Like, they did not. They did not. Do you have proof?
Like some would say, and that's also fair, but I'm starting to think that clown is a better term. And this is evidence of me softening on the discourse around IShowSpeed. And if that sounds ridiculous to you, just let me get to the end of the video. There's a lot of discourse in the Black Twitter, YouTube, media.
Oh yes, you're talking about the decriminalization of drugs in Portland and Oregon. Okay. So that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for social services, addiction treatment, housing, primarily housing. Housing. They never did any of that shit. And they still did not defund the police.
IShowSpeed's persistent behavior since he was a teenager and his rise to fame because of that behavior for a good reason. He, along with people like Kai Cenat, represent a complex challenge for Black identity and representation in modern.
Oof. No, Speed is cool, dude. I like Speed. He's awesome.
Media. This is something that some of my peers such as Turb, Lil Bill, Redux City, and others have discussed.
I root for Speed.
Pointing out the inherent problem of how their over the top and often buffoonish behavior is impossible to disentangle.
Wait. Okay, Minneapolis, like, what are you doing? Look at Minneapolis's police budget. It did not get defunded, my guy.
Large white audiences. Both Speed and Kai Cenat have on more than a few occasions crossed the line between being Black entertainers and being minstrels, along with other moments of, let's say, bad optics and bad takes. Speed on many an occasion in his earlier years.
Yeah, of course.
Would say some pretty shitty stuff. About
303. Wait, it's the official 303, the band. Let's go 303, dude.
Online and just kind of like really, I hate to say it, very typical teenage behavior in online gaming spaces.
What?
What? It's a
Yeah, these clips are gross.
And then Kai Cenat has had more than
no, like the Roland acid synth. Oh, okay, cool. Cheesy Bread might know what you mean by that. Yeah.
a few moments that are questionable, specifically.
Yeah, he was 17. Yeah.
Comment.
I don't know, man. He was like, this is why I told them so. I know about all these clips. He was like very gross with women for a long time, but hasn't in a long time. And he was a fucking kid.
It's about like Black Americans not having any culture, as
he's still a kid.
Clearly a product of Black American culture.
That niggas is black. You're black. You're just black. You're just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it.
But we're trying to be nice this video. I'm trying to be nice to the young folks, be nice to the babies. Nice to the babies. I'm too old to be fighting the young people like I sometimes do. So I'm trying to set an example. And that's because lately I've been trying to be more empathetic to the reality of what they're doing. And that they're doing something.
Why do you keep posting these things and saying oops? You say oops every time. I've told you this is not what I advocated for. Without actual without actual policy and actual like treatment facilities, investment in treatment and mental health care, this is it's only half done. It actually was. I understand that, but you're not addressing the reason why people do the fucking drugs, man. You're not addressing addiction at all. Locking them in a cage doesn't address the addiction either. You can read the article. Okay, bro. Do you think this is your broadcast? Do you think that I just come on to Twitch every day and talk to 250 people just so that you can like send me articles that I have to read on your demand? Do you think that's how this works, Chatter? Do you? Like, you are sitting here frantically Googling resources, just want to inform people. Okay. Are you a cop? Like, what's your stake in this? Can I ask you? What is your stake in this? Like, why do you want people to be locked in a cage? Like, what is that? I just can read the articles. That's not what I'm asking you, dude. I'm glad you can read. What is your stake in locking people into a cage? Why are you so gung-ho to lock someone in a cage? Do you think that helps their addiction? Do you think that prevents them from doing drugs or like solves the reason why they did the drugs in the first place? Like, what is the deal? What are you coming from? That's what I've been trying to figure out this whole time. Like, are you just a big fan of prisons? Like, what's the deal? The policy was reversed to get people treatment. Okay, yeah, again, I'm not, you like don't even have a point, and this is not your broadcast. You don't get to decide what fucking shit we read. Oops, just had to read it. Okay, bro. You really dunked on me, man. Good job. Good job, brother.
Thing that didn't exist, only 5-6 years ago, because like they're only about 5-6 years deep into their careers, and we haven't set any standards or set any expectations as to what these careers are supposed to be. And for Speed in particular,
yeah, right, he just wants to be annoying.
He's been a little less overtly ridiculous on stream and been more about being this over-the-top character traveling the world. I hadn't paid much attention to this type of content. Obviously, it's not for me until I saw this clip of Speed barking at a dog.
Why does he do this? My dog would bite the fuck out of him, by the way. My dog can never meet Speed. He would actually fucking eat his face.
Porsches are over there. No, I don't want to see Porsche.
And this is just plain funny. If you didn't laugh at this, that's a you problem in my perspective. This is a full-ass human being out-barking a dog. And
out-barking a dog.
You got it. That's funny. If you have a single silly bone left in your body from your youth, then you laugh. And what I get from moments like these, which are pretty typical with Speed, is that that's his ultimate goal, to make people.
Yeah, that dog bit him. And yeah, that was entirely your fault, bro. That was 100% your fault.
It's impossible not to be faced with the constrictions of race when you're acting as a clown, which we'll get to in a moment. There's a purity to this that I think we should spend more time to appreciate and maybe.
Wait, does Speed talk about ACAB? I've never seen a clip of Speed talking about cops. Okay, guys, sorry. Let's fucking wrap it up, bro. This guy sent us another video. Okay, we got 10 minutes here, everybody. This has now become the Grimsake stream. This guy wants to, we are now the Grimsake stream. We're just gonna fucking listen. Is this a fucking interview with a cop? Suck my dick, dude. This is just an interview with a cop. Suck my dick.
A little bit on the hypercritical lens that we look at this through.
Not even talking about America, too. This guy's typing this from on the back of a horse as he beats First Nations people in Canada. How dare they push for a policy to help people? I know, they should just fucking quit their jobs. They should just fucking quit their jobs. Stop being a total pieces of shit.
Speed were white, his behavior wouldn't bother me the way it sometimes does. And I know this because Speed is not the first character of his kind. In fact, he is the latest in a lot of modern public gesture figures going back decades at this point. And reminds me a lot of a specific popular figure from when I was his age.
He's from Alberta. He's from Alberta. He's typing from the back of a fucking horse. I thought you wanted our healthcare system. He's wearing all red. You know. He's stepping on graves of First Nations babies and children. Burying them. Throwing dirt on the graves.
Tom Green is a weird Canadian comedian.
Well, I'm proud of you, man. Nobody cares.
Like Speed specialized in drawing out laughter through bizarre public behavior with his over-the-top antics, anti-humor.
They didn't even show the best I show Speed bark.
You hungry, aren't you? Oh my God. I'm sorry. You're the alpha. You're the alpha. You're the alpha. I'm sorry. Yes, you're an alpha. I'm sorry. Oh shit, you're an alpha.
Dude, this is wild.
You're an alpha. I'm sorry. Relax. Let's feed him.
Also, am I not crazy that this wall is really short? I feel like these lions could jump over this wall very, very, very easily. Like, not even really breaking a sweat.
Let's feed him. Let's feed him. Yeah. Oh, shit. Bro. Calm down. Bro, how do I...
Just throw it over. Too bad you didn't show my video.
There you go. There you go. Come on. Calm down. I got...
Brother, the day that we watch a video interview of a fucking pig is the day that you can fucking report me for impersonation. Somebody else has taken over my brain and taken over this stream.
Everybody, I'm getting everybody. You right here. You. I'm getting everybody. Everybody. You have some. Yep, everybody. Yeah. Get it.
Nice.
Humor moments, pranks, stunts, and a pathological need to just never be normal in public, just like ever. Like, I don't think he ever broke character.
Work really hard on this. Come on, check this out.
No, peace fire.
Green started out with a bizarre public access show that somehow got the attention of MTV and then became an MTV night show. And this was basically the spiritual successor to the Eric Andre show.
You just gotta eat
very much so.
Right, just straight up eat the lettuce.
Like, there probably is not an Eric Andre show without Tom Green, and there's probably some other
definitely not.
I'm forgetting for those like hardcore media types that know this stuff. Shout out to Nicholas Nameless. I know he's gonna correct me and say actually the Insert Here show was the first one, but for now we're just gonna give the credit to Tom Green. From there, Green got into other forms of media such as comedy, rap, a few movies, but over time his appeal kind of wore off. His audience that found him funny in the late 90s and early 2000s was a little too old for him by the 2010s, and so he faded away, which will probably eventually happen to Kai and Speed as their audiences age and they have to figure out what they're gonna do next, which is not like a shade, it's just a...
I actually think he's ignoring the scale. Kai and Speed are on a different level of popular right now that I think will last for a very, very, very long time. How that materializes and what they choose to do and what they choose to create will probably change over a longer period of time. But how popular is Speed on Twitch? Well, he's on YouTube and he's a YouTube streamer, but he's fucking massive. Have you not seen the videos of him in like, where was it? Like Finland? Was he in Finland? Or where was it? Where was it? Sweden? Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Yeah, like look at this. You think Tom Green ever had this? That was Norway. Dude, like this is psychotic.
The natural progression of youth-oriented media figures. Now, Speed and Green aren't exactly the same, and again, Speed's blackness and like his physical presence specifically are inherent parts of his appeal. There's something to the fact that Speed is not a small guy, unlike Kai Cenat, no shade, and like Speed low-key is a world-class athlete, like
yeah, like he's a freak of nature athlete too.
Another life. I Show Speed is playing cornerback for Ohio State right now. He is legitimately a world-class athlete, which is something he showcases in a lot of his content. But the overall formula for this type of media is the same, and a similar thing could be said for figures like Andy Dick and Pauly Shore, and before then, Andy Kaufman, and probably plenty of others I'm not aware of that have been doing this same type of content, this same type of having the same media.
Andy Kaufman is kind of a stretch.
For decades, a generation probably. And yes, all of these guys were controversial at times and had haters who were not fans of their antics. But like most white men, they were allowed to just be representative of themselves in those antics. And Speed
really
don't have that privilege.
Wait, Trumu, he has active offers from Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia? Seriously?
They're arguably the most visible and popular young black men in the world right now.
That's crazy.
At least from a specific vantage point. And they are not just expected, but low-key required to be representative of all young black men. Their actions and inactions speak for black people, whether we want them to or not, whether they want to or not. And this flared up recently when Kai mentioned on stream that I guess the Kamala Harris campaign had been reaching out to him to get her on his stream, and he refused, stating that he doesn't know anything about politics. And this, of course, wasn't a problem for the lesser white streamer Aiden Ross, who just days before this had Donald Trump on his stream. Even as Kai Cenat says that he doesn't know anything about politics and he doesn't want to be political, that statement in and of itself is political. Because let's be clear, Cenat's desire to remain apolitical is not just because, oh, I'm so dumb, I don't know politics. It's because he knows that being political as a black man will cost him. Would Aiden Ross lose some viewers for having Donald Trump on his stream? Probably, but it won't be all that.
No. The fuck, dude? Who the fuck is watching Aiden still? After his chat has become 4chan, like, it's literally 4chan/B in his fucking chat. Who the fuck is going to be offended by him having Donald Trump on? Like, what are we doing?
That's significant for him. He'll survive at the lower level that he's at.
I think FD's unk status might be not doing him any favors here. I don't think he really knows who Aiden's like audience is now.
Regardless. But Kai and others similar to him like KSI and Marquise Brown Lee and Corey Kenshin, they are avoiding the responsibility and burden of addressing black struggle within their content. The ugly truth is that there are consequences that occur when black people in the public eye dare to overtly engage with the reality of their inherently political existence. The pro-blackness in me wishes they would make the sacrifice to do that work, especially since for guys like Cenat and like Corey Kenshin, their blackness is very clearly an explicit value add to their media careers within this particular medium of the streamer, like reviewer, content creation world. A connection to black and hip hop culture, a genuine connection, is a part of.
I can't believe that Ice went on this broadcast with the lighting like this. Like, that's insane, man.
The currency that has made them stars. It's why Kai Cenat is bigger than Aiden Ross. They both have pretty much the exact same type of, lowbrow, antics-based content, but Kai Cenat being black makes it a little more pure to his audience. This is why it's a problem. But I'm not going there today. For Corey Kenshin, this isn't quite the same, but still it allows him to stand out amongst his white peers. The gaming world is a little different than the hip hop streaming podcast world, but it still has the same overall core factors. And the reason why they should go ahead and do it is because it's not like they're escaping the challenges of.
Would Kai ever like stream steak? I mean, it's not like he hasn't been offered. I'm sure they're offering him giant bags of money, you know? And he hasn't yet, so I think that says a lot, you know. Steak has to be offering him everything, dude, and he's chose not to. So you gotta give him some respect from that.
Race, regardless, by ignoring them. To give credit where it's due, Corey Kenshin was bold enough to speak on his experiences of bias firsthand a few years ago when he made that video pointing out.
Steak offered you anything? No, dude. I don't think they're going to be knocking down my door anytime soon.
In the way that he's been treated compared to his white peers who often make the exact same type of content on YouTube. And Kai has been the target of, let's say, racially charged negative attention from many of his competitors on a few occasions, let alone the negative attention that his hip hop adjacent persona brings. When he did his little giveaway event that turned into riots in New York City a few years back, an event that definitely had its fair share of white participants, the coverage and response to it.
They may be reaching out to streamers like that, but I'm not of that size, and B, like, yeah, I think not this size. Like, maybe if you have like 1,000, 2,000, they might be like knocking on your door, sending you emails and shit. But I also feel like they probably don't even do that much anymore. I don't think they do that much anymore because like Kick is a platform. For better or worse, it's like Carter has said he's gotten an offer. Really? I don't think so. I feel like he would have told me that.
Was clearly colored with the fact that
you deserve 1,000 to 2,000 million subscribers. Wow. Thank you, Poo Poo Sama.
It assembled so many unruly BIPOC youth.
The NYPD saying the crowds, made up of mostly underage kids, went from unruly to violent fast.
I mean, it could have happened. I think he would have told me that, though. We've had a lot of conversations about Steak and Kick and shit. So,
not that the political
it could have happened. He maybe
elements of his existence don't affect them. It's that he's choosing to ignore them for the sake of keeping his bag full. And this is one of the reasons why I'm finding a little newfound respect for Speed. Speed is no political actor, but he's developed his public persona in a way that has managed to touch on certain issues around race in a really organic way. The Euro trip he took over this summer cleverly put on blast the ways in which he's racially profiled and dehumanized by his white audiences, even as a famous rich streamer. Whether it be being called the N-word by people that proclaim to be his fans.
How do you say book in Bulgarian? Wait. Nigga! Bro, no, bro, I can't even keep doing this shit.
Or having white mobs try to rip out his hair just to get a piece of him. He's also been surprising.
That would be so scary.
Pro-Palestine in the way that no one in his land has been.
Based.
But again,
W's.
He does it subtly without making it an overt political statement. He's not grandstanding on that belief. He's just making it a part of his content. So I'm of two minds with all these guys. In the perfect ideal world, them being black wouldn't come with such a explicit social burden. That's literally what we're fighting for. Self-determination. That's it. So I won't deny that to these guys. But I also feel it necessary to point out that we won't get to that point without sacrifice from everyone involved, especially those who have managed to attain power and influence. And it doesn't have to be much, just a bit of effort. I'm not expecting them to do some of the content I do or other cornbread to people. We're limiting our reach based on those.
Wait, I've never heard that term. Cornbread tube. I love that.
Politics, and that is what it is. And that's choices that we all make willfully. But like a sprinkling of the shit, or at least know enough not to say shit like Kai Cenat said when he said black Americans don't have culture.
You're not Ghanaian, you're not Dominican, you're not Puerto Rican, you're not Cuban, You are American.
I farted so loud.
I don't want them giving speeches. I don't want them, trying.
I mean, I would like to hear FD kind of dissect that more. I want to hear what problem he has with that. I understand. I can guess, you know what I mean? But I would like to hear it from him. I also understand what Kai is trying to get across there too. He's like maybe not equipped to be able to like fully talk about the concept, but I understand what he's like getting at.
Trying to become like political streamers when they don't know what they're talking about, but a little more acknowledgement, just like what Speed is doing, would be valuable. And at the same time, I feel as an elder, my role shouldn't be to just like lecture and pass judgment. That's why I feel like there should be more crossover with older Black media figures with these younger ones. I don't expect truly great politics to be produced between a conversation with like Kai Cenat and Joe Budden or something, but I think it would be overall a good thing if not just create a better bond between hip hop's aging era who have a decent understanding of certain Black issues and the youth who truly drive culture today, and thus we have to rely on them to carry on those traditions. Because Kai is only 22, Speed is 19. These are adults, right? But to anyone who's over the age of 30, as you hear my knuckles crack by saying adults, you know that these are still very much boys. They have no clue about most of the things they're doing or about the world in general. And they're just kind of building a plane as they fly it and emerging as these major figures in media when a couple of years ago they were in their own rooms in their houses just streaming video games. And don't get me wrong, I do want folks like Turb and Reduxity and people who are in their age demographic to continue to critique them and hold them to account. But it's also important to imagine a future where these guys exist and like grow beyond their station. Yes, everything that happens and exists on the internet is permanent and people will always want to hold you to whatever your worst take was, but that doesn't have to be exactly where you exist in perpetuity. I never thought I'd be making a somewhat positive video about iShowSpeed, but that's the power of time and growth. Speaking of growth, my ambitions as a creator are growing. It's likely that most of you have watched or at least heard about my Behemoth video analyzing and explaining the cultural and historical significance of the recent beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. That video is my most watched video ever, and it's shown me what is possible when I have time and resources to make my videos into more than just some shit I post on YouTube. The video also helped spike interest in my streaming service, Nebula. That video, along with the new reality travel show, The Getaway, helped contribute to Nebula having one of its biggest months ever in July of 2024. The Getaway is a reality show starring some big...
Okay, these are just ads. That was cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom. Let's watch this every frame of video painting. New every frame a painting video. Every frame of painting, if you don't know, great YouTube channel that used to do video essays about like filmmaking and like film. 7 years they quit. They stopped making videos for 7 years. This is the first new one. I gotta pee, so I'm gonna put this on, and then after this video, we're gonna play Wukong, baby.
You're standing on location, about to film a dialogue scene between two actors, and you've planned it for standard coverage. A master, an over-the-shoulder, and two singles. But then you're told, the sun's going down. Your plan is out the window, and you only have time to get one shot. What do? You might consider the two-shot. That's any shot with two people. Traditionally, this was from the waist up, so you could see their faces and postures. More specifically, there was the sustained two-shot, as David Wardwell called it. That's where you held this angle for most of the scene.
Look, Hildy, I only acted like any husband who didn't want to see his home broken up.
What home?
What home? Don't you remember the home I promised you?
Sure I do.
In the 30s and 40s, this was the bread and butter way to shoot dialogue. However, it's less common today, and for good reasons. First, technology changed. Film was expensive, so it encouraged filmmakers to rehearse more and conserve their takes.
When we were shooting film, and, it was like the moment was somehow more important. You didn't have an endless supply of raw stock, so everybody focused on the take.
Walter, and then they're gonna kill me.
Dude, that's just the stress talking, man.
Digital is cheaper, so now people don't really pick one angle and shoot it. They cover a scene from as many angles as possible. And actors know this, so they plan their performances accordingly.
We're gonna save the tears for the close-up.
That's right. You can cheat the edit.
They never use the wide shot.
I was talking about 2 shots.
The second change was acting styles. Older Hollywood acting has a lot more gesturing and moving around.
He's not a girlfriend, but spelling it all.
Ooh, I hope he mentions hunger. Ooh, one in chat if you've seen the movie Hunger. Oh my god, dude. Incredible 2-shot.
Not from wrong either.
Oh dear. It's enough to make you lose your faith in marriage.
Whose faith in
Oh, Prodigy, you'd love that movie.
To keep your eyes interested.
I wish we could watch it on stream, but it's very much not TOS safe.
Actors are much more naturalistic, and these subtle gestures don't read as well in a wider frame.
Stop running away from me like some fool of a moody schoolchild.
But you didn't say anything to me.
Which brings us to editorial. A sustained 2-shot offers us no way to speed up the scene or slow it down. And since we're usually trying to tighten
it's actually dicks.
Can be very risky.
In my rather foolish obsession shooting things in matches.
There's no boobies, but there's dicks.
Into some pretty ugly corners in the second act of the film. So there's a lot of essential information, but there's no way to cut to it any quicker.
What we're really talking about is how film grammar evolves over time. And what was once the standard can now feel theatrical and old-fashioned.
Oh, it's all your fault, you blowing everything.
Oh, I've had enough.
I think you see Michael Fassbender's dick in that movie.
You can't quit. Call him back.
But the sustained 2-shot still has its value. So what does it have to offer filmmakers today? The first advantage is efficiency. You're not grabbing 12 angles. You're only
the one about Bobby Sands. Yeah.
focused on one. Not only that, you can run through pages of dialogue.
This is it. Yeah, this is the shot. This is what I was talking about.
Setup.
Dialogue with that pompous bastard.
He's a big fan of yours.
Thick as 2 short planks, dumb. A moron. Can you believe they made him governor, though? It's a bloody insult to humanity.
Mother of Jesus, where do you get your energy from?
Oh yeah, you see his dick in Shame a ton. That's right.
If you're shooting lots of scenes with standard coverage, cutting to a 2-shot helps break up the flow and create visual interest.
What I did bloody tell you.
But the biggest advantage is chemistry.
You put a live round in that gun.
Oh yeah, there was like an 8% chance.
Yeah, same director, right?
Yeah. Who taught you math?
The sustained 2-shot is the composition that best allows.
Oh, these movies are so good too.
And
this is a great film.
Cannot replicate this feeling with editing.
There's a lot of dialogue, and there's 2 really good actors that could do it all together. And it's anytime you can do it without having to cut it together.
Can't get that if they're up here listening to your gospel, and then the well can't produce and blow gold.
I wish I had more time with Joe Gunda. More could have been done.
Then the well can produce and blow gold all over the place.
It's so much better.
That movie's incredible too.
It's an easier day's work.
In other words, this is an actor's shot. So if you want to do this, here are some things to keep in mind. The single most important question is,
What's this about, George?
what is this scene about? Is it about 2 people working together? Or breaking apart? Did they see eye to eye? Maybe it's just a joke. If you can answer that question, that'll help you decide, how should we compose these 2 actors? Some filmmakers prefer naturalistic blocking, where people stand how they do in real life. On the flip side, there's stylized blocking, which is unrealistic, but evocative.
Jag blir aldrig som du, aldrig. Jag ändras hela tiden.
Next, decide the relationship between the camera and the performers. Is the camera a dispassionate observer from a distance? Or is it an active participant in the scene? Should we be looking up at our actors, making them seem larger than life? Or down on them to make them smaller? After that, we get into the many nuances of movement. We could have one person stand up, perhaps to signify a change in power dynamics. We could keep the performers still and let the background move to maintain visual interest. Or maybe we just want a good old-fashioned walk and talk.
Well, my work is done here.
But remember, this is a shot about the performances, so don't get in the way. Keep it simple.
A young director who is beginning to realize he doesn't have to necessarily shoot standard coverage, that you can just point the camera and let the scene play out. You know, just let the actors do what they do, tell the story.
This is true, and I think this is something that a lot of like beginning filmmakers or like film school people unfortunately don't have access to like very good actors, and like very rarely have access to like good writing. You know what I mean? So you're like learning, and so these kind of shots like take skill in a way that is not just like doing a technical thing, but is like, you know, trusting your actors directing the scene in a way that gets them like really engaged and gets the performances that you want out of them, you know, and that shit is like incredibly hard.
So, you have a 2-person dialogue scene, but the sun's going down, and you only have time to get one shot. What do you do?
Let it roll. Oh, I never saw this movie. Oh, never mind. That made me think I never saw American Fiction. Did anybody see that? Every Frame of Painting. Yeah, good. Thank you, Prodigy. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to do... You liked it a lot? Yeah, I want to watch that. I always wanted to. I had the intention, but I missed it in theaters and just haven't gone back. We're going to move on to the gaming section of the stream tonight. However, I do want to, if you're a React Frog, you're not a Gaming Andy, I do want to let you know tomorrow night we're going to be doing a special movie night. We do a movie night once a week. Tomorrow night we're going to be doing an extra special movie night because we're going to be doing, we're going to be watching Star Trek. Yes, we're going to be watching the Bell Riots episodes of Star Trek as we approach the actual day that they were said to have happened in the show. So, I think the actual day that they say it happened in the show is Thursday or is Sunday, but I have plans on Sunday, so we're going to do it on tomorrow instead. So come back tomorrow night. We'll do some reacts. We'll do some fun. And then we'll watch Star Trek. Deep Space Nine. It's apparently the most political Star Trek episode ever. So that's kind of, you know, it's going to be cool. Communist Utopia. The Bell Riots. That's the name of the event in the Star Trek universe. Yeah, the 2-parter. We'll watch them both. Because they happened like September 1st in the show. It was September 1st, 2024. Okay, now we're gaming. Wait, I need to do a new title. All right. Let's turn off the lights too. Yeah, dude, I've also never watched... I've watched like 1 or 2 episodes here and there, but like I'm not a Star Trek head. You know, Star Trek is not my bag. And it's not like for no reason really. You know, there's no I know I would like it. I just never got into it. You know? I've heard Voyager is pretty interesting too. Right? Voyager is super Republican? What the fuck? Oh no, another baby.
Oh, thank me to God. Oh, finally then the 3 bells sang. Disciples come, I hear travelers approaching my temple carrying you treasures. I cannot see you, but I recognize your odor.
I'm a monkey.
You're back? who took that Kasaya. Now give it back!
Wait, what the fuck? Where did all these people come from? Uh-oh. Oh my god. I need to relearn how to play. Oh fuck. Wait, how do you heal? I forget. Yeah, I was gonna do the I was gonna do the Bell Riots episodes tonight, but I didn't because Becca was like going out, and this is Becca's thing. Becca is a huge Trekkie, so I need to figure out how to fucking heal, dude. I'm just trying to figure out the directions. Yeah, Becca's a big Trekkie. I think she watched all of it. Okay, is it up on the D-pad or what? Getting beat up by a baby. Yeah, no shit, dude. He's an old baby. Jesus. Okay, I actually have no idea how to heal. L1 normally? Okay, that's probably it then. I don't think I tried that. I've already beaten this guy. Now that I can actually fight him. I've literally already beaten him once. He's just gold now? You think I give a fuck? You think I give a fuck that you're gold? Okay, I need to get used to this again. How did that? Oh shit. What? You called me. Remind me of the baby spider from Toy Story. Sid. Bro, who was it? There was a chatter that was like going around into other chats and being like, don't you think Brett looks like Sid from Toy Story? I was like, everybody was like, no. Everybody was like, no, you don't look like that. Like, you remember that? I don't even remember who that chatter was. It was not Peacefire. What are you talking about? He said guilty. What the fuck are you doing, man? Oh my god, that move did all of my health. Guys, I'm still working through One Piece, okay? I have no space in my life for anything but One Piece right now. If I'm being honest. And also, when I had COVID, because I was in Chicago, and I couldn't watch One Piece without Becca. Jesus, bro, you're still fucking going. Oh my god. How many moves are in this combo, my guy? As I was saying, since I was in Chicago, I started watching The Leftovers on Nandre's recommended. That HBO show. I'm in season 3 right now, and I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I needed to watch this. I'm not that big of a fan. Okay, what is he doing? What is he doing? I don't like this. Hello? You're fucking floating, my guy. I can't even bonk you, dude. What the hell am I supposed to do? Get his ass. He's just chilling, man. Oh, fuck, he's healing. Those guys are healing him. Old man? You're a baby. Wait, ads left side. Oh, you're saying that because it's the top of the hour. And the only way to avoid the ads is by subscribing for $5.99 on a discount because it's September, or for free with the Twitch Prime. Ah, yes. I'm very familiar. Fuck you. Why are you crying? And miss me. I think I just like straight out win this. Do this. Oh, fuck. Let's go. Eat shit. I swear to God, if you guys start typing in Klingon, I'm gonna ban you.
Kashaya's collected by the hundreds. Still one short without his. Oh, stop. Leave it.
So dramatic.
Stop the fire.
So much drama. Oh my god. Just die. There are babies out there that have learned Klingon as a first language. Abuse. That is abuse. That's based. That's not based. That is abuse. Let everything else burn. I care for nothing but my master. Give it to me quickly.
The fireproof mantle. The great sage borrowed it from Virapaxa. How did it end up here?
What does that do?
You must have freed that miserable soul. Oh, such is his end. A tragedy prologued by a single glance. It's getting late. Let's hurry up the mountain.
Up the mountain? Okay. Is that this way? Oh, it's really dark in here. Yeah, this game is very pretty, I will say. And also, like, in terms of, like, optimization, it runs very well. My computer is not new. Like, I built it, like, 4 years ago, and it was not state-of-the-art 4 years ago. I'm on, like, an AMD Radeon, like, 5800 something. GPU. A miraculous pill that increases maximum mana. Okay. Thank you, Luna. What up, Gail? I don't feel proud of that permitted term. We all have them. Oh shit, I can level up a lot. Self-advance. Should I boost might decay? Oh, that seems good. Yeah, I'll use one of those. And then let's go back over here. Stamina recovery rate. That seems good. Initial dodge. More agile and flexible. Yeah. Do that. Staff spin. Okay, see that. Slightly reduces the duration of 4 Bane's effects. I don't know what that means. Critical hit chance. What the fuck? You can crit? Okay. I do like the level up system. It's a lot more straightforward than a lot of other Souls likes, but I don't mind that. I don't mind. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Gonna be cute, huh? What are you even?
Should practice more.
I mean, listen, you know, most things are gonna be in context. I don't think automod is like that useful. We're always here. I'm always looking at chat. I feel like it's not really. Moderation's not that hard. I don't need an auto mod that bad. Good that it exists. Yeah, it's like a failsafe. That's right. Can you get more of those like power moves? I can only store 2. Can I get more somehow? Yeah, this game seems good. Oh, I can make this? Because I have silk. Much higher defense and burn resistant? Okay. Now I wear a scary mask.
"500 years.
Is this a human?
I have rebuilt the temple. Now it's grander in scope.
Look, it's Jeff Bezos.
All those monks consumed by the fire turned to wandering ghosts roaming in Black Wind Mountain. It was I who granted them eternal repose. I have even restored the charred scriptures piece.
Bro, what are you yapping about?
But oh yes, I always knew. One day you shall return.
Brother, you are just yapping.
You posed a trap. No, not
Oh, I missed.
your rituals.
Wake up, brother.
Still think you're rock solid.
What in the fuck? I hate you have an untangible, but period. Drink, bro, drink. Bonked. Huh? That missed him. Fuck. Wait, I gotta try that new thing I have. What does that do? What does it do? Oh. What did it do?
I are you to stand against me?
Brother? Oh, the fuck you are.
You have ruined everything!
Oh, dude, I'm not even using this. Such a good thing. And then this.
That's a familiar. Won't burn the temple down.
Watch me, bitch. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Did you see how close his fucking health bar was? Oh my god. Well, now you're extra fucking dead, bro.
Why so eager to
Now I hate you.
could walk away?
Okay.
I am the Black Wind!
Oh, fuck you. Jesus. Oof, that hurt. Oh my god, I might die.
Stay, and perhaps I can even grant you a title.
Fuck.
Posed a challenge, yet know not how to avail your retreat.
Jesus, bro, he's kicking my ass this time.
Destiny, I think not.
He's whooping my ass, brother. Jesus, he kept on going dust mode. It's kind of cool because I feel like they'll give me dust mode, which is that's a cool vibe. That's the thing about like Elden Ring's weapon mechanics and stuff, is that I like that they give you the weapons of the bosses, but I felt like I ran a really dumb build, to be honest, so I feel like I could almost never use them, like the coolest ones that I wanted to. Fuck you.
I am the Black Wind! You have ruined everything!
Oh no. That's unlucky.
Brother, kill! Such are the deeds of you monkeys! But you still think you are better than us! I was sent into deity by Bloodwood! Who are you to stand against me?
Can I attack him when he's in that or what? I don't really understand it. Okay, that's so dumb.
That's all you're capable of. Show your hand.
Did you just heal? Uh-oh. Transform.
I ask you to guard the bells for your master. Hail!
Oh no.
It's harder than you think to be like him.
Is this game only bosses? There is a lot, and there's like mini bosses. It's basically like in areas that have mobs, but they're pretty short compared to like a normal Soulsborne. But the bosses, I'm not complaining. The bosses are fun as hell. They're really good.
Why so eager to die when you could walk away? I am the Black Wind!
Like I can't hit him when he's in that.
Still think you're rock solid?
Uh-oh. Fuck! Dude, that move always does so much damage to me. God damn it, man. I knew when I got him to like this. Dude, there's like, he was literally 1 HP. He was 1 hit. I knew when I got him to that. It was fucking done.
You challenged me without even letting me have dinner first. Instead, challenge. Yet know not how to veil your retreat.
Come on.
You have ruined everything.
Perfect. Does he ever stagger? He doesn't, huh?
I am the Black Wind!
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha again, bitch. Farming you. I missed. away.
Still think you're rock solid? That's a familiar trick. You won't.
Oh my god, dude. Stop. Shit, bro, you kind of cooked that guy. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Drink, 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 drink. Man, that shit.
Show your hand.
Fuck. Let's go. Got him finally. Holy fuck, that was close too.
You have some cheap tricks. Meet me at the summit if you dare!
The summit? I have to fight him again.
The spell he just cast may appear intricate, but it's not hard to learn. But Black Bear's expertise is lacking. Serving Guan Yin didn't help him much. But what he left here could surely help us. Consider today your lucky day.
Cloud step. Dispersing into mist. Okay.
Focus and disperse.
Okay, yeah, hell yeah.
Illusions traversed. You still have a lot to learn. But give yourself time.
Brother, what I need is to heal. Loading screen. Is Tofu doing politics tonight? Oh, yeah.
Coming for our master.
Kind of hoping for Okay! I was kind of hoping for Tofu Radio, but also the story that she's covering, I couldn't even bring myself to cover it tonight. It is what it is. I talked to Albert earlier.
Ahead is a treacherous path, young monkey. Don't forget the spell you just learned.
I see it.
Oh, hi. I think I would like to kill you guys first. How the fuck? Brother, you're a monkey. Get the fuck out there, you dork. Oh my god. Dude, how do I get up there? Oh my god, the monkey can't jump. I'm addicted to Deadlock. It's really fun. I got low-key, I would love to play that too. Maybe tonight. I'm actually getting kind of good too. I'm becoming like the #1. I have nothing ranged, right? There's nothing I can do about this guy. Right? There it is. Fuck you. Also, where did the big guy go?
What should I do now?
Oh shit. Thank you for waiting until I was ready. I do appreciate that. Deadlock is, yeah, it's a really fun game, dude. It's only gonna get more fun. I didn't realize it was Valve until today. Yeah. Oh my, you can't do anything when they do that. That's so fucking insane. It just locks you into an animation.
Master promised a reward.
Deadlock also has that really fun vibe that I've only really experienced a few times, where like everybody on Twitch is playing the same game, and so I get to like play games with people that I watch on Twitch, which is fun, you know. The Twitch like streamer community kind of comes together and does cool stuff. Like Joan is really into Deadlock right now. Last night we played with Mike and Vio and Jaina and Jacob Johns. You know, those are good. Those are good times. Joan is so good at that game. Jacob, did you know that? So do you know I do in-fight night, right? Have you watched our in-fight nights? Where like basically I invite another leftist streamer.
It is a fool's task. Seeing but seeing through.
To do like a bro v bro thing. She fucking dominated me, bro. In everything. Yo, this is a sick boss, dude. Oh, it's the same guy. She was perfect at the geography. What do you mean? Yeah. She didn't miss any. Long stun.
Alright, how do I use this? I feel like this one's easier. Oof, that hurt. Okay, my FPS is like kind of struggling here though. Oh my god. Drink, drink, drink. Drink again, drink again. I'm out of heals. Wait, I finally staggered him. Oh my god. How did that fucking thing? Ow. I'm on fire? Ow. Oh, I'm dead. Wait. Not actually yet. Oh fuck, I just missed it. Okay, I think I'm actually dead now. Yeah.
You're driven by greed, not destiny.
You don't know me. You don't know me, bitch. You don't know what I'm driven by. Who told you about me? They were lying. You got bad info, brother. Yoink, freezing ya. Come on, bitch. Come on. Okay, I dodged, but that's fine. You have to cheat and break the game so that I can't dodge, huh? Freezing you. Bonking you on the head. Oh, I missed. Ah, fuck. I got greedy. That sucks. That's a lot of damage. Oh, no.
To take it from
Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that, and I was in the middle of healing when he hit me too. I thought I was safe. I thought I was safe. you're done for now, bub. You're done for now, bub. I'm about to make you a barren stain on my fucking pole, brother. Get it? Fuck you. No, 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 no. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You owned me. Come on. Oh my god, dude.
You're driven
Jeez.
by greed, not destiny.
All right, we'll beat him here. I still don't know. Here, actually, let me look and see if I can like read. What does this do? When key is full, can be discovered each with unique power. Okay. For a short duration, burn immunity and increasing focus. Highly effective in specific environments. Significantly increases, grants immunity from scorch damage. Oh. Okay. Did not know that. I suppose against his second phase, that could be useful. Okay. Remy. Ouch. Bro, you are so big. Oh my god, man. He just flops on top of you. What can you do? At least he gets staggered. Ouch. I'm unmuted now.
No right to take it from me!
Dude, it sounds like a cat is like fucking giving birth or like in a really bad fight outside. And we have a few strays that we take care of. So I was like yelling at Becca. I was like, can you go please check on the kitties outside and make sure they're okay? Oh, why did I miss? Yo, these moves are crazy, my guy. You got so much movement, I'm not gonna lie. Ouch. Man, that's not fair. Give me time to heal. Lily, thank you so much for the sub.
Only 9 months.
9 months, for real. OG in the chat. Did that even work? Brother, you're gonna need to pause. And I'm not even gonna hit you. You're just gonna pause because I'm not having a good time. Okay, do your thing. Do your thing. Oh my god, dude. I'm dead. Bro, it's literally always the same move. What's going on? Oh, hell yeah, Lily. That sounds sick. Just got back from the club with my sister for my friend's birthday. So cool, I met a woman who organizes ballroom culture in Philly, New York. That sounds dope. He was like, Arden, I show up to the next competition and give me VIP passes? Fuck yeah, dude. VIP, kind of similar to being a subscriber at the top of the hour so you can avoid the ad break. It's September, baby. I want to see them subs on discount. Drop them if you can. Buy them now in bulk if you can. Oh my, dude, I might as well just restart. This guy's whooping my ass all kinds of ways. I still like genuinely don't really like recognize his moveset yet. I feel like when he jumps, like I don't know where he's going. He stands up sometimes and it fucks me up. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Hit him, brother. Started a fight over the food. So it was our kitty that was out there fighting.
When you see these flames,
Both of them followed you? When did they fight then? I thought you said you started a fight. What was that? Hell yeah. Jesus. I didn't like hearing that. Now we get him. Now we get him. You can't hit me right now. At least he's not talking anymore. Oh, fuck. Dude, don't waste my time and I use my transformation. worst time you could have done this dumbass move. Brother, can you just be a bear again? I'm fucking him up. Why does that miss? Oh my god. Jesus. Get me out of here. What? I'm out of mana? This has never happened to me before. How do you restore mana? Oh my god.
Right, take it from me.
Elysium. Computer covers them. Crucial. Yeah, I ran out of mana last time. That's not good. Lift. He's a hard boss. He's got a lot of fucking health, man. He's tanky as hell. Come on. Fight me. Okay, not like that. That's not what I meant. I was thinking more in the like do a really telegraphed move kind of way. Not like that, dude. Fucking him up, bro. Do your thing. I hate this move. I genuinely hate this shit. Oh my god, it's so dumb. And it catches me on fire. Come on. Oh, fuck you. The last two. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's my favorite move. I'm just gonna go invisible. He doesn't even know where I am. No.
Ah, fuck! No right to take it from me.
Fuck! God damn it! Fucking bear, brother! Like, that's a perfect interaction right there, and I feel like I just didn't. Stomps it. Oh, God. I hate that move. I'm traumatized. He's gonna do it behind me. No, watch me. Beat your ass, I don't care. Why did that miss? Avoided it. Okay, a little ouchie. We're still doing great. We're still doing fine. I hate that. Get out! What? What?
Take it from me.
Motherfuckers. This fucking bear. He's too hot. He's not just right at all. I thought you fucking bears liked it just right, dude. Oh my god, that move is insane. had him staggered for so long. I think I'm doing good. Get out. Oh my god.
My old friend, can you see these
I died once. He hit me once, bro, and it was over. I can't get hit at all. That's basically the gist. Ay, ay, ay. I fucking hate it. Come on, man. Come on, man. I hate this shit. I'm waiting to play the game. Eat shit! Let's fucking go.
for today. Fortune is no longer on your side.
Dork, I kicked your ass.
All I need is to take it elsewhere and rebuild everything anew.
Who the fuck? Who's kicking his ass up there?
Great sage. Oh, pardon me, young sage. Mercy, young sage, have mercy. I was just a pawn of the Celestial Court. If given a choice, who dared to challenge the mighty wrecker of the Celestial Palace?
His words ring true. No matter how daring he was, he had not the nerve to harm the great sage. There must be someone else pulling all the strings.
Exactly, and this thing is eerie. I had no idea how to make use of its power. Except to enshrine it up there, tricking lesser Yaoguais into offerings. If you pardon me, I'll go back to Guanyin to atone for my actions and be put back on the engaging band. You will never see me.
Dude, he is yapping. He yaps so much.
Ignore his nonsense. Go now, little monkey. Go and retrieve the great sage's relic.
Okay. That's a burb. Nice. Now I have a little burb. What's that do? It's not the biggest burb. Just a little burb. Oh shit. Art direction shift.
百卷情，千万缘，色与空，弹指间。
This is cool.
回路有万次劫，求不得，闭上眼，一生功名忙如烟，浮沉落花断不绝。 涅槃究竟寻常事，有情处不远。口中念，心中言，现世报，却方便。修行路，无名情，幡动时，莫等闲。一生功名情如烟，最后人物在。
Oh, Chili. Wait. Chili, you haven't seen Kill Bill in a while? Long enough to forget the anime scene? You gotta fix that, dude.
so good.
Master, it still puzzles me. A monk's lust for gold should be quelled. Why does Elder Jinche still cling to that one Kasaya?
Bereft of that Kasaya, how shall they show the world their ties are cut and their lust is quelled?
Sick.
Across streams, over hills, and through the black wind your blood has spilled. Wolves howl, snakes wind, flames lick, and the smoke blinds. Stumble on the lesser, lame, crash before their betters, shame. With such clumsiness, what destiny do you claim? As the small fish catches its prey, the bigger lurks behind. Who is the bigger fish? I can't see it. As for the prey and the small fish, they are swimming everywhere.
New relic. Hell yeah. Ooh, loot. Let's go. Sick. Ooh, that seems great. When the enemy is immobilized the moment they attack, fuck yeah. Bonus everything. Movement speed. Oh. Cool. Okay, well, I think I'm going to exit real quick. Okay. Are we back? Hello? Check 1 2. Are we back? Are we back? Yeah, I know the cam froze. Everything froze. Uh-oh. OBS is not responding. Okay, we're back. We're back. I'll get the camera fixed real quick. Sorry. I don't know. Sometimes my PC does some shit where it like just kind of breaks. Anyway, I'm fucking addicted. This game actually clicked for me last night. Not that. This game. Deadlock. Who's playing? 3 in game. Carter, Australia. Joan just started. Jinx just started. I think I might have to solo. Oh, you want to play a game? Yeah. Jump in. Jump in. Can't mic, but we'll play. That's fine. Let me know when you get on. Also, if anybody else wants to jump in, let me check Discord, see if there's anybody I can. Oh yeah, he would be on if. Are you on right now? Okay, I sent you an invite. They have a really good loadout setup built into the game, Kitsune. I'll show you. For player stats, I kind of want to check this out though. Warden 7, McGinnis. Yeah, 7 is really good. I really like playing a 7. Vindicta, I could see. Viscus, I could see. I haven't played Paradox yet, but that's interesting. It says Paradox is one of the bottom heroes, but then the #1 player in Elo, who is he's over 2,000 points higher than the rest of than the next person, plays Paradox. Huh. Oh, you're in. Let's play.
Looks like it's back. Come on. Do I love working for Fairfax Industries now? Does it pay a small fortune?
My audio's messed up. Hold on.
How do I sleep at night?
Time for.
Okay, it's working now.
Good luck to you in your future endeavors.
I've never played McGinnis. I think I'm just gonna stick with these guys. I'm at the point of the game where I want to be good at it, and I'm doing less branching out with new characters. Trying to lock down and get good at like 1 or 2. This is what I'm less familiar with, honestly, but they're still fun.
I'm gonna ventilate every last one of them.
You have to squat. Oh, Moon 6-7. Okay, that's chill. Oh, wait, we're in a lane together. That's sick. Fuck yeah. Is that fellow jelly? What does that mean?
The monster inside you is not the beast. It is ambition. Complete.
Oh, you boosted. Damn.
And you will finally be sated. Take it. Now slow him down.
Okay, I'm pretty low. I need to stay back.
They're gonna bleed. Gotta work on my abilities. I'll cut through. Who needs a gun? Softening them up.
6.
Let's play.
Got him. About to fucking die, dude.
They almost had me.
Get the fuck out of here! God damn it. Have you not seen my PFP? Oh my god, that was so close.
Welcome! A little bit of the wine right here in your hot little hands.
That was so close. Shit. Fuck!
Get used to it. This is gonna be happening all night.
Shut up. My farm is really low. I'm doing not good. I'm not doing good here. Shouldn't have been playing that 2v1 like that.
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
Let's play. Knife out.
I think I got him from bleed. No? Oh my god, dude. The warden is like 1 HP. That's so annoying. Holy fuck, that's so annoying. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Yeah.
Now slow him down. Blades out.
I got walled off. I can't help you.
It's time to change the world.
My rate is definitely going up.
getting fucking owned. I've died 4 times. Oh no, so is Game Gang.
Our blue guardian has been defeated.
I don't understand how this shotgun works. I'm gonna be honest. It feels very random. The way I don't like it.
I will lead by example.
Crazy thing is I'm getting them so fucking low. Like once I have my ult, I think as long, I mean they might just be like way too fed. Yeah, they're 3,000 fucking souls above me already. I don't know. I can't really fight these guys. Do unnecessary damage.
Perfection, Hayes. Keep it on, detective.
I see the enemy. Let's play.
Stick around. Take the fight to them.
Catch. Now slow him down.
That bebop is really low. Oh, nobody can even fucking hear me.
Relentless.
Stinking him. Go in it.
Oh my god, wait, he's so fucking low. God damn it. I've been getting people like 1 HP. Also, I don't know who stole that kill.
Guardian has been destroyed.
Now slow him down. Catch. Should keep quietly.
There we go.
It's tough as hell.
Spirit is waiting to be claimed. Excellent work.
Need to go shopping. I'm gonna watch them bleed.
The urn is ours.
Someone's gonna be good. I got one of those for the missus. Big fan.
I'm about to come out into chaos right here. Uh-oh.
Let's play.
I see Warden.
Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. Got away with that.
They're really making me work for it.
Woo! I got out of that, baby. Let's go.
Guardian has been destroyed.
I should probably stay just a little bit longer. I'm gonna boost back in.
Will come crashing down. A belt of death.
Stone blades.
Oh, fucking up their back line.
Softening them up.
I'm really low health. Be engaging like that right now.
I'll turn them into a pincushion.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let's dance.
Sheesh, got out again.
Stace, here's your chance to shape your destiny.
Dude, speaking of Sanji, I just read you, Kitsune. Speaking of Sanji, dude, I just got to a point in Zoo where Sanji's arc seems to be like kind of really taking off, and it's very exciting. I'm a Sanji fan most of the time. I like that they're giving him more to look at or to do and shit, and like his backstory and stuff. I'm very interested in that.
They're gonna bleed. Catch!
I'm gonna do earn.
Ah, a courier has arrived.
Can you guys help me orange?
Yeah, I got you.
If I'm out here by myself, I need to stay alert.
Alright, buddy, give him out.
Our yellow walker has been defeated.
Knife out!
Who needs to be punched up?
Still killed her.
One will stand between me and my revenge.
Yeah. His family stuff. I mean, we're in zoo. Where all the furries are. We're in the furry arc.
Who among them can stop us? They cower before us.
Yeah.
Throw blades.
This is where you fall.
Oh, they just all collapsed on me. That's crazy. As a homophobe, it has other meanings? Wait, you're speaking as a homophobe? A homophone. I know what you mean now.
Blades out. Knife out.
Oh, that was such a good fucking knife.
I see you.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Softening him up.
Pretty low.
They're gonna bleed.
Our purple walker has been defeated.
Ouch. Oh no. Fuck.
I thought I saw the red triangle. That means I killed him, you know? He's running away from that? I guess I can't see his health, but... What the fuck? He ran away from a guy at like 0 HP. Guy's fucked.
Knife out. They're gonna bleed.
Oh my god, where's the whole team at? How can we not get this guy below 50 HP, bro? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm doing damage. I was like, ain't nobody doing damage, man. Alright, maybe I just need to farm for a little bit. I'll just go yellow and farm, I guess. Stop trying to do fucking team fights for a second since I only have 17k and everybody on their team has over 20. They're a whole item above me. You know? Not good. I actually don't feel like this guy's good at farming though. He has nothing that does like AoE or like big area. I guess use this more. Their McGinnis is fucking stacked. Crazy because I thought I just killed her, so. Is there more damage for headshotting them? Yeah, for sure. There's like an indicator too. Like when I headshot them, you hear like a dink, a dink. Like it's like a, not the chime, but like it's just like a higher pitch dink.
Lights out. I see you. Catch. Let's play. They're gonna bleed. If I'm out here by myself,
I shouldn't get into a fight with this many souls. Okay, what the fuck?
not a movement.
I won't lie.
Ah, fuck.
I don't know what that does.
The urn is ours.
Truck.
Softening him up.
Just wait until I get going.
Knife out. You can't hide forever.
The Amber Hand will stand triumphant. They cannot stop you.
This is just the beginning.
In seconds, it'll all be over.
Oh my god, dude. I need to push my 2 more and use my I didn't use my ability there. That's my fault. That's just my fault. Should I buy bullet armor? I need 3 more flex slots. Yep. Or actually just 1, so maybe I could buy.
The rejuvenator is descending.
It's about haze. No one gets to drop on me.
Where'd the Bebo go?
Bullets can't hurt them.
Nice shot.
The might
Nice shot,
of the
bro.
Amber Hand is undeniable. They have one shrine left.
Softening him up.
Patron is exposed. Today, the sapphire flame will fade.
2 of them AFK'd, bro.
God, I love my job.
That wasn't happening.
Now it's time to pay.
I'm gonna die. Oh, boy. I mean, 6 kills. Still way low. Farm compared to them. Behind you, behind you. Oh my god, this guy's such a... That guy is not good. Keep hacking on him. That's all of them, right? Oh no, McGinnon's.
Let's play.
End it.
Now slow down.
GG.
GG.
Holy shit. GG.
Okay. This is not my favorite character. Can I play him? Yeah. Do I like him? Kinda.
The backs call me when you so you've called.
7 is my favorite. I kind of want to play McGinnis after that, though. I kind of want to play McGinnis after watching that. Also, I played Kelvin the other day. He was pretty decent, but felt like I had a hard time killing. I think Grey Talon is not good. Even though I did kind of enjoy that play style, I want that to be good, but I did not find it like good at all. Every time I played Grey Talon, I got melted. Yeah, you're good. We can find anybody else.
Right, later maps will look like. I actually will feel like they probably won't change the map. Like League only has one map. Does Dota have multiple maps? MOBAs usually only have one map. I've noticed. Joan and Jinx were just. I feel like after laning phase, I barely saw you, Moon.
This will tear through their ranks.
I didn't even really see how you were playing the character and stuff. Turtle twag. Oh yeah. Wait, did you guys see last night when we were playing? When we were playing with Joan and everybody? Somebody on the other team was like in the chat. They were like, ain't no way that's Cinemarxism from Hasan's chat. I said, yeah, dude. And Furnace is up here on the left. I'm behind them. We have pretty good positioning here. If you could just stay alive. Kill the Infernus. Ah, shit, dude. I'm gonna die. No! The Infernus was 1 HP too. They both are. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. What up, Squiggles?
To shop. Wiping out. I smell the ozone already. Channeling lightning.
Fuck you. Quit denying my shit, you dork. Oh my god.
What kept it's brutal out there, huh?
Do not let them get away from this. He's so fucking low. Got him. I'm playing with Game Gang in chat.
What you looking for? No, my friend, survival paramount.
Oh, fuck. Marlene.
They won't hide behind the weak. Throwing lightning.
Behind you, behind you.
This is the end. I am one with the current. They took her life. Water courses through me. Water courses through me. Power surge. This is the end. Took her life.
I don't know how I missed my shock there.
Target acquired.
Got her.
I will stand, and they will die.
Yeah, just fuck this guy up. Oh shit.
I'll dispense them.
Stay tuned. A little protection goes a long way.
Lightning.
Help, 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 help. No. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea.
Trying to kill me.
Weapons primed. Out. Our yellow guardian has been
I have to leave.
I slip their fingers.
Ha! The old New York tuxedo.
This life steal is gonna be big for me.
Orange Guardian has been defeated. Our blue Guardian has been destroyed. You're relentless. The horse has arrived. Power courses through me.
Oh no, I did it really bad. That was a bad old.
Wipe me out. Target Mother Spirit is waiting to be cleared. The masses will fall.
Fuck! Clear the area. Gaze and leap. I kind of just get the fuck away from this lane. Play somewhere else.
The mighty will fall.
You have a good eye.
Oh my. Just click. And I didn't even buy healing right, the thing I was trying to do. I am fucking up this game. There are some things I'm doing better, like using my 2 ability better.
Keep throwing your lives away. I'll be ready.
Don't stop her.
Softening him up.
Our yellow walker has been destroyed.
When the storm comes, they will die. Throwing lightning.
The earth
Face me. This is the end.
Get me the fuck out of here. God damn it. Where's my team? Everybody's on yellow. Except for one person.
Our orange walker has been defeated.
Fire now!
I'll dispense them. Power courses through the street, waiting to be played.
Behind the box. Dude, there's a guy behind the box. Yeah, right there.
Let's take out Kelvin. The inevitable. Let's take out Kelvin. Will fail. Never get home.
We have a goo ball? We have a goo guy? Fucking up those 2 ults actually ruined like the mid game for me. Cause this guy's ult is like way too good to keep up.
Purple Guardian has been defeated. The earth.
Wipe me out. Lightning.
Damn it, we still don't have a fucking flip. That's crazy. There's still a fucking guardian up, man.
under attack.
Now we have a...
Excellent work.
Right? No.
Damnation.
Looks like.
Stay away from your door.
I don't know where the team is.
Even says we'll be heard. It's harder than you think, doesn't it?
Slice and dice.
You got expensive taste. I love it.
This is the end. Enemies have breached our stronghold.
Let's go.
The urn has been. Our purple walker has been defeated. This is the end. Well done. Delivered the earth.
Leave them out.
Headed to purple.
Take out Infernus.
Good kills, guys. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, 7 has the best ult. It's so good. It's kind of like pretty good. I think they'll probably change it. Honestly, wouldn't mind if it was like a little bit more skillful. I feel like you just have to push X win right now.
I see something now. I don't go selling these to just anyone.
They took out Abrams.
Sheesh!
The
How did I survive that? Oh my god. I was like in a doorway with all like 5 of them.
They got the rejuvenator. We need a plan.
Yeah, the rejuvenator's a bad thing for them to get. We just need to team fight again. We did great on the team fight. Keep doing that. Might be over. Unless...
Vulnerable. They took out Wraith. Protect me at all cost.
I want to play this guy. Or Mo.
I'm not looking to die like the rest of my team.
The pig guy? What do you mean, right? Wait, I got the most player damage in the game. Wait, I was kind of popping off. I don't think I've ever gotten this before. I don't think I've ever gotten that. Okay, wait, 4 friends. Does this mean they just started? Oh man, we're just missing Joan and Jinx. I think they're probably playing together. Andre just logged on too, man. Fuck. Alright, whatever.
Sorry, friend.
Nothing I can't build.
What? Wait, why is it? What? Oh, I'm now. Oh yeah, Joan is playing with Jinx and Dilla too.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Cool. Wait, how do I get out of this? Play with it. Whatever. Okay. I've never opened Deadlock. You definitely should. You have the invite, right, Peggy? You have it installed? Have you gone through... Do you want to play right now? Have you gone through the, like, tutorial? Here, play through the tutorial, and if we do a next game, we'll invite you. This will probably be my last game, but another night, I'm super down. Should I play Abrams?
If they're smart, they'll stay.
Great. I thought of a
Time to kill some monsters.
So, you need a couple tunnel rats, huh?
Get this book someplace safe.
No cops.
You won't. This should be fun.
We gotta play McGinnis. I'm gonna go pee.
McGinnis, your inquisitive mind and ingenuity are needed to complete the ritual.
Okay, what should I unlock first? I think the wall, right?
Who doesn't love dropping a wall on someone? Time to block them off. Think I'll let these things do the shooting for me. Putting down a turret. Might want to check out the shop. Oh, yeah.
What do you say? I won't lie. I don't know what that does, but my kid says all the mystics are buying it.
I didn't realize how low I was. Okay. What up, Kiki Kangaroo?
Defenses are up. Don't let them outposition us. Time for a little help. Turrets online. Gotta build me some backup. We're staying in this fight. Building cover!
Welcome! Now you swing by anytime.
I got us covered. All right, buddy, give him hell.
I'm not sure I understand.
Let's go, Ray.
I don't like it.
Setting up a turret. Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Turns up. Heels out. Let's get some more turrets on the field. Need more firepower.
If you need more protection, you know where to find it.
Defenses are up.
Fuck, I bought the wrong.
Good luck.
Time for a little help. Sometimes turn. Sending out a wall. Demolition time.
I'm not hitting them at all. I hit them.
You were getting away with that, did you? Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Wonder what's at the shop. Throwing down a heel. Putting down a turret. Building a barrier.
Oh, barely got out of there. Can't believe I was buying the wrong shit. It's okay though. At least some of it's useful.
Have fun. Don't get dead.
What up, soy sauce? What up, Ramers? It's my first time playing this character. McGinnons? Yes.
My team's gonna love me. The other guys... Gotta build me some backup. Need some healing? Cutting them off!
Oops, okay, you have to push far there.
Turrets up! Turrets online. Incoming.
I see great talent.
Who needs to be patched up? All right, buddy, give it. Spectral barrage.
Is that move just sped? Just wondering.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Setting up a turret. This is our battlefield. Putting down a turret. We're staying in this fight. It's got Ray.
The spirit is waiting to be claimed.
Defenses are up. Cutting them off. We're not dying today. All right, buddy, give him hell. This is our battlefield.
Help, 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 help.
Need more firepower.
Purple Guardian has been destroyed.
Setting up a turret.
They delivered the earth.
Gotta build me some backup. Walls out. Turrets up. Releasing spirits. You're mine. Don't let them out-position us. Turrets online. Bebo. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
Show no mercy. Our
The right item, need more firepower.
Their dreams come crashing down.
Need some backup. Building cover! You need to pick me up. Bebop. Sending out a wall.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. Our orange guardian has been destroyed.
On my own here.
The urn has been dropped.
You guys see that? I just ran right by the enemy.
The more turrets, the better. Turrets up.
He's waiting to be claimed. Be relentless.
Bro, they're all flying.
Our orange walker has been defeated.
I find myself buying Spirit right every game. Or not, healing right. I feel like that's such a good active.
Time for a little help. Barriers up! Some time? Setting up a turret. Take cover! Putting down. Got one.
Protect me at all costs.
Turret's online.
Enemies at
Oh, he's so low.
Stay where you are. Take cover! Time for a little help. Way to go! Setting up a turret. Cutting them off. I'll give them hell.
Oh, we got one.
Exquisite, isn't it?
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Wall incoming!
What happened to that
Give
wall?
him hell. Turrets online. Defenses are up. Gotta get as many of these up as I can. Light them up. Putting down a turret. Building a barrier.
Damnation.
This thing can solve so many problems.
I'm under attack.
I'm coming back. Played Dynamo with Bebop versus Alan is fucking nothing but flying. Yeah, everybody's flying.
Gotta build crates. Everyone's dead. Thank God we put a stop.
I did really like the activity.
We only have one fight left.
Need some healing? If they want to put us down, they're gonna have to work for it. Need more firepower. Oh, I can't let the turrets have all the fun. You didn't think you were getting away with that, did you? At least you got Ray. Gotta keep everyone up and fighting. I got us covered. All right, buddy, give him hell.
This playstyle is so different from.
Don't let them out-position us! turret. Got these. Turret's online. We're not dying today.
Sheesh. Got run over, dude.
This is the perfect spot.
Fuck, I don't have any slot. I have so much money and I can't buy.
You're looking to survive. Ooh, that's the way a metro ride.
Can't stop us.
Ready to get my hands dirty. Oh, they're really gonna hate me.
Destroy the sapphire flame.
Deploying heal. Setting up a turret. Sending out a wall.
Oh my god. Yo, JJ, what up? Thank you for the follow, bro. Y'all trying to queue again? Should probably. This is my last one. Another night. I'll get you another night.
Gotta build me some backup.
Pull back.
Time for a little help. Setting up a turret. This is our battlefield. Throwing down a heel.
Our purple walker has been defeated.
Barriers up. Need more more firepower.
Time bomb set.
Kill. Good job, Alpha.
Time to do my thing.
All right, buddy, give him hell. Time for a little help. Who needs a pick-me-up? Gotta build me some backup. Let's go, baby!
A stronghold. Blade. I'm under attack.
I have to get the fuck out of there.
Enemies have breached our stronghold.
You're mine. Fences are up.
Don't let them destroy me. I'm under attack. Enemies have breached our stronghold. They delivered the urn. Under attack.
Where is everybody?
Enemies have breached our stronghold. Under attack.
Turrets up. Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
What? Oh, what the fuck? I thought I died, dude. What the fuck? Fuck are these guys?
Careful, Bebop.
Go mid, go mid.
Headed this way.
Bebop. Going high.
Yo, what up, Jackie? How's it going? Jackie, have you gotten into this yet? Bro, I'm addicted as hell. It's such a good game. It's actually so fun.
Here we go.
Kind of scared, TBH, because it looks intimidating and you might not be good at it, or because you might like it too much. I understand both. Oh, well, I mean, the good thing is that everybody's starting out right now. Like, actually, like, this game literally was just released, so I don't, just like, you're gonna suck. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't think anybody is, except for Joan. I don't think anybody's good at this game yet. You know what I mean? I'm not. This is my first time playing this character. Jackie, thank you for gifting us up.
Time for a little help.
They delivered the earth.
Gotta build me some backup. Just like I planned.
How did I only get an assist on it?
It's like a bebop. Setting up a turret. Who needs to be patched up? Going high.
What? Like, I'm in my... I don't understand that. How does my ult not do as much damage as his shit? Oh, man. I don't... Should I sell this? I think I should sell stuff. What do I have? Rapid rounds? Just run Geist and pop off? I wouldn't know how to farm. Yeah, so I was thinking there's a lot in this that's like, I don't know. I think everybody's learning. It's fine. You don't need to stress about it. Being good or not. That's at least how I'm treating it. Everybody's just, you know, we're just like figuring it out right now. Trying not to... A part of being good at something is always going to be sucking.
Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
Embrace the suckage.
I don't like being exposed here.
Don't let them destroy me.
Oops, I blocked them off from me.
But you took out his. buddy. Give him hell.
Yikes. GG. Yeah, that was a little rough. I was doing decent though. Top-ish in my on the team. Good amount of souls for the team. First time playing this character, so not bad. Probably won't play it again. I don't really like that character. Anyway, thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're watching the Bell Riots episodes of the Deep Space Nine tomorrow, along with, you know, some reacts, probably a little bit of politics, stuff like that. So it's gonna be a fun night. Come back tomorrow. We'll probably play more Deadlock, maybe some more Wukong. I want to game more, dude. I'm having fun gaming, and the only way to become a gaming streamer is to game more, to get people more excited about watching me gaming. You know, the only way to do it, you just got to do it, and so I'm excited to do it. Anyway, let's raid somebody we haven't raid before, and also somebody make a raid message. Somebody drop a good raid message in chat. Use Brett, the brat. We could just do Brett Summer. Just do Brett Summer. Should we just do that here? Okay, copy paste this and go hang out with Dead Ghost Rider. Motherfucker, this guy raids me like every day. Oh my god, he's so handsome. I've never seen him before. Oh yeah, we're raiding them. Brett Summer, go in there. Everybody go follow and blow up this stream, dude. Blow this stream the fuck up, okay? Please.